Section 1 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4, by Gaston Maspero. Translated by M. L. McClure. Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1. The First Chaldean Empire in the Hyksos in Egypt. Some countries seem destined from their origin to become the battlefields of the contending nations which environ them. Into such regions, and to their cost, neighboring peoples come from century to century to settle their quarrels, and bring to an issue the questions of supremacy which disturb their little corner of the world. The nations around are eager for the possession of a country thus situated. It is seized upon bit by bit, and in the strife dismembered and trodden underfoot. At best, the only course open to its inhabitants is to join forces with one of its invaders, and while helping the intruder to overcome the rest, to secure for themselves a position of permanent servitude. Should some unlooked-for chance relieve them from the presence of their foreign lord, they will probably be quite incapable of profiting by the respite which fortune puts in their way, or of making any effectual attempt to organize themselves in view of future attacks. They tend to become split up into numerous rival communities, of which even the pettiest will aim at autonomy, keeping up a perpetual frontier war for the sake of becoming possessed of, or of retaining, a glorious sovereignty over a few acres of corn in the plains, or some wooded ravines in the mountains. Year after year there will be scenes of bloody conflict, in which petty armies will fight petty battles on behalf of petty interests, but so fiercely and with such furious animosity that the country will suffer from the strife as much as, or even more than, from an invasion. There will be no truce to their struggles until they all fall under the sway of a foreign master, and, except in the interval between two conquests, they will have no national existence, their history being almost entirely merged in that of other nations. From remote antiquity, Syria was in the condition just described, and thus destined to become subject to foreign rule. Chaldea, Egypt, Assyria, and Persia presided in turn over its destinies, while Macedonia and the empires of the West were only waiting their opportunity to lay hold of it. By its position, it formed a kind of meeting place where most of the military nations of the ancient world were bound sooner or later to come violently into collision. Confined between the sea and the desert, Syria offers the only route of easy access to an army marching northwards from Africa into Asia, and all conquerors, whether attracted to Mesopotamia or to Egypt by the accumulated riches on the banks of the Euphrates or the Nile, were obliged to pass through it in order to reach the object of their cupidity. It might perhaps have escaped this fatal consequence of its position had the formation of the country permitted its tribes to mass themselves together and oppose a compact body to the invading hosts. But the range of mountains which forms its backbone subdivides it into isolated districts, and by thus restricting each tribe to a narrow existence maintained among them a mutual antagonism. The twin chains, the Lebanon and the anti-Lebanon, which divide the country down the center, are composed of the same kind of calcareous rocks and sandstones, while the same sort of reddish clay has been deposited on their slopes by the glaciers of the same geological period. Footnote. Drake remarked in the Lebanon several varieties of limestone, which have been carefully catalogued by Blanche and Lartet. Above these strata, which belong to the Jurassic formation, come reddish sandstone, then beds of very hard yellowish limestone, and finally marl. The name Lebanon, in Assyrian Libnana, would appear to signify the White Mountain. The Amorites called the anti-Lebanon Saniru Shanir, according to the Assyrian texts in the Hebrew books. End footnote. Arid and bare on the northern side, they sent out towards the south featureless, monotonous ridges, furrowed here and there by short, narrow valleys, hollowed out in places into basins or funnel-shaped ravines, which are widened year by the downrush of torrents. These ridges, as they proceed southwards, become clothed with verdure and offer a more varied outline, the ravines being more thickly wooded and the summits less uniform in contour and coloring. Lebanon becomes white and ice-crowned in winter, but none of its peaks rises to the altitude of perpetual snows. The highest of them, Mount Timurin, reaches 10,526 feet, while only 3 others exceed 9,000. Footnote: Buckton Drake Unexplored Syria Volume 1, page 88, attributed to it an altitude of 9,175 English feet, others estimate it at 10,539 feet. The mountains which exceed 3,000 meters are Dar el-Kozib, 3,046 meters, Jebel Misliya, 3,080 meters, and Jebel Makmal, 3,040 meters. As a matter of fact, these heights are not yet determined with the accuracy desirable. End footnote. Anti-Lebanon is, speaking generally, 1,000 or 1,300 feet lower than its neighbor. It becomes higher, however, towards the south, where the triple peak of Mount Hermon rises to a height of 9,184 feet. The Orontes in the litany drain the intermediate space. The Orontes, rising on the west side of the Anti-Lebanon, near the ruins of Baalbek, rushes northwards in such a violent manner that the dwellers on its banks call it the rebel, Nar el-Assi. Footnote: The Egyptians knew it in early times by the name of Aunrati or Aurunti. It is mentioned in Assyrian inscriptions under the name of Arantu. All are agreed in acknowledging that this name is not Semitic and an Aryan origin is attributed to it, but without convincing proof. According to Strabo, it was originally called Typhon and was only styled Orontes after a certain Orontes had built the first bridge across it. The name of Axios, which it sometimes bears, appears to have been given to it by Greek colonists, in memory of a river in Macedonia. This is probably the origin of the modern name Assi and the meaning rebellious river, which Arab tradition attaches to the later term, probably comes from a popular etymology which likened Axios to Assi. The identification was all the easier since it justifies the epithet by the violence of its current. End footnote. About a third of the way towards its mouth, it enters a depression, which ancient dikes helped to transform into a lake. It flows thence, almost parallel to the seacoast, as far as the 36th degree of latitude. There it meets the last spurs of the Amanos, but, failing to cut its way through them, it turns abruptly to the west and then to the south, falling into the Mediterranean after having received an increase to its volume from the waters of the Afrin. The litany rises a short distance from the Orontes. It flows at first through a wide and fertile plain, which soon contracts, however, and forces it into a channel between the spurs of the Lebanon and the Galilean hills. The water thence makes its way between 2 cliffs of perpendicular rock, the ravine being in several places so narrow that the branches of the trees on the opposite sides interlace, and an active man could readily leap across it. Near Yakmur, some detached rocks appear to have been arrested in their fall, and leaning like flying buttresses against the mountain face constitute a natural bridge over the torrent. The basins of the 2 rivers lie in one valley extending 80 leagues in length, divided by an almost imperceptible watershed into 2 beds of unequal slope. The central part of the valley is given up to marshes. It is only towards the south that we find cornfields, vineyards, plantations of mulberry and olive trees spread out over the plain or disposed in terraces on the hillsides. Towards the north, the alluvial deposits of the Orontes have gradually formed a black and fertile soil, upon which grow luxuriant crops of cereals and other produce. Syria, after having generously nourished the Oriental empires which had preyed upon her, became one of the granaries of the Roman world under the capable rule of the Caesars. Syria is surrounded on all sides by countries of varying aspect and soil. That to the north, flanked by the Amanos, is a gloomy mountainous region with its greatest elevation on the seaboard. It slopes gradually towards the interior, spreading out into chalky tablelands dotted over with bare and rounded hills, and seamed with tortuous valleys which open out to the Euphrates, the Orontes, or the desert. Vast, slightly undulating plains succeed the tablelands. The soil is dry and stony, the streams are few in number and contain but little water. The Sadr flows into the Euphrates, the Afrin and the Karasu, when united, yield their tribute to the Orontes, while the others for the most part pour their waters into enclosed basins. The Kaluz of the Greeks sluggishly pursues its course southward, and after reluctantly leaving the gardens of Aleppo, finally loses itself on the borders of the desert in a small salt lake full of islets. About halfway between the Kaluz and the Euphrates, a second salt lake reaches the Nahr ed-Dahab, the Golden River. The climate is mild and the temperature tolerably uniform. The sea breeze, which rises every afternoon, tempers the summer heat. The cold in winter is never piercing, except when the south wind blows, which comes from the mountains, and the snow rarely lies on the ground for more than 24 hours. It seldom rains during the autumn and winter months, but frequent showers fall in the early days of spring. Vegetation then awakes again, and the soil lends itself to cultivation in the hollows of the valleys and on the tablelands wherever irrigation is possible. The ancients dotted these now all but desert spaces with wells and cisterns. They intersected them with canals and covered them with farms and villages, with fortresses and populous cities. Primeval forests clothed the slopes of the Amanos, and pine wood from this region was famous both at Babylon and in the towns of Lower Chaldea. The plains produced barley and wheat in enormous quantities, the vine throve there, the gardens teemed with flowers and fruit, and pistachio and olive trees grew on every slope. The desert was always threatening to invade the plain and gained rapidly upon it whenever a prolonged war disturbed cultivation, or when the negligence of the inhabitants slackened the work of defense. Beyond the lakes and the salt marshes, it had obtained a secure hold. At the present time, the greater part of the country between the Orontes and the Euphrates is nothing but a rocky tableland ridged with low hills and dotted over with some impoverished oases, excepting at the foot of Anti-Lebanon, where two rivers, fed by innumerable streams, have served to create a garden of marvelous beauty. The Barada, dashing from cascade to cascade, flows for some distance through gorges before emerging on the plain. Scarcely has it reached level ground that it widens again, divides, and forms around Damascus a miniature delta, into which 1,000 interlacing channels carry refreshment and fertility. Below the town these streams rejoin the river, which, after having flowed merrily along for a day's journey, is swallowed up in a kind of elongated chasm from whence it never again emerges. At the melting of the snows, a regular lake is formed here, whose blue waters are surrounded by wide grassy margins, like a sapphire set in emeralds. This lake dries up almost completely in summer and is converted into swampy meadows, filled with gigantic rushes, among which the birds build their nests, and multiply as unmolested as in the marshes of Chaldea. The Awaj, unfed by any tributary, fills a second deeper though smaller basin, while in the south 2 other lesser depressions receive the waters of the Anti-Lebanon and the Hauran. Syria is protected from the encroachments of the desert by a continuous barrier of pools and beds of reeds. Towards the east, the space reclaimed resembles a verdant promontory thrust boldly out into an ocean of sand. The extent of the cultivated area is limited on the west by the narrow strip of rock and clay which forms the littoral. From the mouth of the Litany to that of the Orontes, the coast presents a rugged, precipitous, and inhospitable appearance. There are no ports, and merely a few ill-protected harbors, or narrow beaches lying under formidable headlands. One river, the Nahr el-Kabir, which elsewhere would not attract the traveler's attention, is here noticeable as being the only stream whose waters flow constantly and with tolerable regularity. The others, the Leon, the Adonis. Footnote: the Adonis of classical authors is now Nahr Ibrahim. We have as yet no direct evidence as to the Phoenician name of this river. It was probably identical with that of the divinity worshipped on its banks. The fact of a river bearing the name of a god is not surprising. The Belos, in the neighborhood of Acre, affords us a parallel case to the Adonis. End footnote. And the Nahr el-Kelb. Footnote: The present Nahr el-Kalb is the Lycos of classical authors. The Duc de Luynes thought he recognized a corruption of the Phoenician name and that of Al-Qabil, which is mentioned hereabouts in the itinerary of the Pilgrim of Bordeaux. The order of the itinerary does not favor this identification, and Al-Qabil is probably Jabil. It is nonetheless probable that the original name of the Nahr el-Kalb contained from earliest times the Phoenician equivalent of the Arab word kelb, dog. End footnote. Can scarcely even be called torrents, being precipitated as it were in one leap from the Lebanon to the Mediterranean. Olives, vines, and corn cover the maritime plain, while in ancient times the heights were clothed with impenetrable forests of oak, pine, larch, cypress, spruce, and cedar. The mountain range drops in altitude towards the center of the country and becomes merely a line of low hills, connecting Jebel Syria with the Lebanon proper. Beyond the latter, it continues without interruption, till at length, above the narrow Phoenician coast road, it rises in the form of an almost insurmountable wall. Near to the termination of Syria, but separated from it by a range of hills, there opens out on the western slopes of Hermon a valley unlike any other in the world. At this point, the surface of the earth has been rent in prehistoric times by volcanic action, leaving a chasm which has never since closed up. A river, unique in character, the Jordan, flows down this gigantic crevasse, fertilizing the valley formed by it from end to end. Footnote. The Jordan is mentioned in the Egyptian texts under the name of Yorduna. The name appears to mean the descender, the downflowing. End footnote. Its principal source is at Tel el-Kadi, where it rises out of a basaltic mound whose summit is crowned by the ruins of Laish. Footnote. This source is mentioned by Josephus as being that of the Little Jordan. End footnote. The water collects in an oval rocky basin hidden by bushes and flows down among the brushwood to join the Nahr el-Hasbani, which brings the waters of the upper torrents to swell its stream. A little lower down it mingles with the Bonias branch and winds for some time amidst desolate marshy meadows before disappearing into the thick beds of rushes bordering Lake Hula. Footnote. Lake Hula is called the waters of Merom, Merom, and the book of Joshua, chapter 11, verse 5 and verse 7, and Lake Samachonitis and Josephus. The name of Ulatha, which was given to the surrounding country, shows that the modern word Hula is derived from an ancient form of which unfortunately the original has not come down to us. End footnote. At this point, the Jordan reaches the level of the Mediterranean, but instead of maintaining it, the river makes a sudden drop on leaving the lake, cutting for itself a deeply grooved channel. It has a fall of some 300 feet before reaching the lake of Gennesareth, where it is only momentarily arrested as if to gather fresh strength for its headlong career southwards. Here and there it makes furious assaults on its right and left banks, as if to escape from its bed, but the rocky escarpments which hem it in present an insurmountable barrier to it. From rapid to rapid it descends with such capricious windings that it covers a course of more than 62 miles before reaching the Dead Sea, nearly 1,300 feet below the level of the Mediterranean. Footnote. The exact figures are the Lake of Hula, 7 feet above the Mediterranean, the Lake of Gennesareth, 68,245 feet, and the Dead Sea, 1,292 feet below the sea level. To the south of the Dead Sea, towards the water parting of the Aqaba, the ground is over 720 feet higher than the level of the Red Sea. End footnote. Nothing could offer more striking contrasts than the country on either bank. On the east, the ground rises abruptly to a height of about 3,000 feet, resembling a natural rampart flanked with towers and bastions. Behind this extends an immense tableland, slightly undulating and intersected in all directions by the affluents of the Jordan and the Dead Sea, the Yarmouk. Footnote. The Yarmouk does not occur in the Bible, but we meet with its name in the Talmud, and the Greeks adopted it under the form Hieromax. End footnote. The Jabbok. Footnote. Genesis, chapter 32, verse 22, Numbers chapter 21, verse 24. The name has been Greek-sized under the forms Lobakos, Labakos, Iambikes. It is the present Nar Zerka. End footnote. And the Arnon. Footnote. Numbers chapter 21, verses 13 through 26. Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 24. The present Wadi Mojib. Sepala is low country, plain. Joshua chapter 11, verse 16. With the article, it means the plain along the Mediterranean from the Joppa to Gaza, TE. End of section 1, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 2 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M. L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 2. The whole of this district forms a little world in itself, whose inhabitants, half shepherds, half bandits, live a life of isolation with no ambition to take part in general history. West of the Jordan, a confused mass of hills rises into sight, their sparsely covered slopes affording an impoverished soil for the cultivation of corn, vines, and olives. One ridge, Mount Carmel, detached from the principal chain near the southern end of Lake Gennesareth, runs obliquely to the northwest and finally projects into the sea. North of this range extends Galilee, abounding in refreshing streams and fertile fields, while to the south the country falls naturally into 3 parallel zones: the littoral, composed alternately of dunes and marshes, an expansive plain, a Shephelah, dotted about with woods and watered by intermittent rivers, and finally the mountains. The region of dunes is not necessarily barren, and the towns situated in it, Gaza, Jaffa, Ashdod, and Ashkelon, are surrounded by flourishing orchards and gardens. The plain yields plentiful harvests every year, the ground needing no manure and very little labor. The higher ground and the hilltops are sometimes covered with verdure, but as they advance southwards they become denuded and burnt by the sun. The valleys too are watered only by springs, which are dried up for the most part during the summer, and the soil, parched by the continuous heat, can scarcely be distinguished from the desert. In fact, till the Sinaitic Peninsula and the frontiers of Egypt are reached, the eye merely encounters desolate and almost uninhabited solitudes, devastated by winter torrents and overshadowed by the volcanic summits of Mount Seir. The spring rains, however, cause an early crop of vegetation to spring up, which for a few weeks furnishes the flocks of the nomad tribes with food. We may summarize the physical characteristics of Syria by saying that nature has divided the country into 5 or 6 regions of unequal area, isolated by rivers and mountains, each one of which, however, is admirably suited to become the seat of a separate independent state. In the north we have the country of the 2 rivers, the Naharaim, extending from the Orontes to the Euphrates and the Balik, or even as far as the Khabar. Footnote. The Naharaim of the Egyptians was first identified with Mesopotamia. It was located between the Orontes and the Balik, or the Euphrates, by Maspero. This opinion is now adopted by the majority of Egyptologists, with slight differences in detail. Ed Meyer has accurately compared the Egyptian Naharaim with the Parapotamia of the administration of the Seleucidae. End footnote. In the center, between the 2 ranges of the Lebanon, lie Cilicia and its 2 unequal neighbors, Aram of Damascus and Phoenicia, while to the south is the varied collection of provinces bordering the valley of the Jordan. It is impossible at the present day to assert with any approach to accuracy what peoples inhabited these different regions towards the 4th millennium before our era. Whatever excavations are made, relics are brought to light of a very ancient semi-civilization, in which we find stone weapons and implements, besides pottery, often elegant in contour, but for the most part coarse in texture and execution. These remains, however, are not accompanied by any monument of definite characteristics, and they yield no information with regard to the origin or affinities of the tribes who fashioned them. Footnote. researches with regard to the primitive inhabitants of Syria and their remains have not as yet been prosecuted to any extent. The caves noticed by Hindenburg at Ant Elias near Tripoli, and by Bada at Nahr el-Kelb, and at Adlan by the Duc de Luynes, have been successfully explored by Lartet, Tristram, Lortet, and Dawson. The grottos of Palestine proper, at Bethzer, at Gilgal near Jericho, and at Tibna have been the subject of keen controversy ever since their discovery. The Abbé Richard desired to identify the flints of Gilgal and Tibna with the stone knives used by Joshua for the circumcision of the Israelites from the passage of the Jordan. Joshua, chapter 5, verses 2 through 9, some of which might have been buried in that hero's tomb. End footnote. The study of the geographical nomenclature in use about the 16th century BC reveals the existence, at all events at that period, of several peoples and several languages. The mountains, rivers, towns, and fortresses in Palestine and Cilicia are designated by words of Semitic origin. It is easy to detect, even in the hieroglyphic disguise which they bear on the Egyptian geographical lists, names familiar to us in Hebrew or Assyrian. But once across the Orontes, other forms present themselves which reveal no affinities to these languages, but are apparently connected with one or other of the dialects of Asia Minor. Footnote. The non-Semitic origin of the names of a number of towns in northern Syria preserved in the Egyptian lists is admitted by the majority of scholars who have studied the question. End footnote. The tenacity with which the place names once given cling to the soil leads us to believe that a certain number at least of those we know in Syria were in use there long before they were noted down by the Egyptians, and that they must have been heirlooms from very early peoples. As they take a Semitic or non-Semitic form according to their geographical position, we may conclude that the center and south were colonized by the Semites, and the north by the immigrant tribes from beyond the Taurus. Facts are not wanting to support this conclusion, and they prove that it is not so entirely arbitrary as we might be inclined to believe. The Asiatic visitors who, under a king of the 12th dynasty, came to offer gifts to Khnumhotpu, the lord of Beni Hassan, are completely Semitic in type and closely resemble the Bedouins of the present day. Their chief, Abisha, bears a Semitic name. Footnote. His name has been shown to be a cognate with the Hebrew Abishai. 1 Samuel, chapter 26, verses 6 through 9. 2 Samuel, chapter 2, verse 18 and verse 24, chapter 21, verse 17. And with the Chaldeo-Assyrian Abshuk, as does the sheik Amianshe, with whom Sinuhit took refuge. Footnote. The name Amianshe at once recalls those of Amesatana, Amizidaga, and perhaps Amarabi or Kamarabi of one of the Babylonian dynasties. It contains with the element Ami a final Anshe. Chabas connects it with two Hebrew words, Am-nesh, which he does not translate. End footnote. Amianshe himself reigned over the province of Kadima, a word which in Semitic denotes the east. Finally, the only one of their gods known to us, Hadad, was a Semite deity who presided over the atmosphere, and whom we find later on ruling over the destinies of Damascus. Peoples of Semitic speech and religion must, indeed, have already occupied the greater part of that region on the shores of the Mediterranean, which we find still in their possession many centuries later, at the time of the Egyptian conquest. For a time, Egypt preferred not to meddle in their affairs. When, however, the lords of the sands grew too insolent, the pharaoh sent a column of light troops against them, and inflicted on them such a severe punishment that the remembrance of it kept them within bounds for years. Offenders banished from Egypt sought refuge with the turbulent kinglets, who were in a perpetual state of unrest between Sinai and the Dead Sea. Egyptian sailors used to set out to traffic along the seaboard, taking to piracy when hard pressed. Egyptian merchants were accustomed to penetrate by easy stages into the interior. The accounts they gave of their journeys were not reassuring. The traveler had first to face the solitudes which confronted him before reaching the isthmus, and then to avoid as best he might the attacks of the pillaging tribes who inhabited it. Should he escape these initial perils, the Amu, an agricultural and settled people inhabiting the fertile region, would give the stranger but a sorry reception. he would have to submit to their demands, and most exorbitant levies of toll did not always preserve caravans from their attacks. Footnote: the merchant who sets out for foreign lands, quote, leaves his possessions to his children for fear of lions and Asiatics, end quote. And footnote: the country seems to have been but thinly populated. Tracts now denuded were then covered by large forests, in which herds of elephants still roamed. Footnote: Thutmosis III went elephant hunting near the Syrian town of Ni. End footnote. And wild beasts, including lions and leopards, rendered the route through them dangerous. The notion that Syria was a sort of preserve for both big and small game was so strongly implanted in the minds of the Egyptians that their popular literature was full of it. The hero of their romances betook himself there for the chase, as a prelude to meeting with the princess whom he was destined to marry. Footnote: as, for instance, the hero in the story of the predestined prince, exiled from Egypt with his dog, pursues his way hunting till he reaches the confines of Naharaim, where he is to marry the prince's daughter. End footnote. Or as in the case of Khazarati, chief of Assur, that he might encounter there a monstrous hyena with which to engage in combat. These merchants' adventures and explorations, as they were not followed by any military expedition, left absolutely no mark on the industries or manners of the primitive natives. Those of them only who were close to the frontiers of Egypt came under her subtle charm, and felt the power of her attraction, but this slight influence never penetrated beyond the provinces lying nearest to the Dead Sea. The remaining populations looked rather to Chaldea and received, though at a distance, the continuous impress of the kingdoms of the Euphrates. The tradition which attributes to Sargon of Agade to his son Istaramsin the subjection of the people of the Amanos and the Orontes probably contains but a slight element of truth. But if, while awaiting further information, we hesitate to believe that the armies of these princes ever crossed the Lebanon or landed in Cyprus, we must yet admit the very early advent of their civilization in those western countries, which are regarded as having been under their rule. More than 3,000 years before our era, the Asiatics who figure on the tomb of Khnumhotpu clothed themselves according to the fashions of Uru and Lagash, and affected long robes of striped and spotted stuffs. We may well ask if they had also borrowed the cuneiform syllabary for the purposes of their official correspondence. Footnote: the most ancient cuneiform tablets of Syrian origin are not older than the 16th century before our era. They contain the official correspondence of the native princes with the pharaohs Amenophes III and IV of the 18th dynasty, as will be seen later on in this volume. They were discovered in the ruins of one of the palaces at Tel el Amarna in Egypt. End footnote. And if the professional scribe with his stylus and clay tablet was to be found in their cities, the Babylonian courtiers were, no doubt, more familiar visitors among them than the Memphite nobles, while the Babylonian kings sent regularly to Syria for statuary stone, precious metals, and the timber required in the building of their monuments. Bayu and Gudea, as well as their successors and contemporaries, received large convoys of materials from the Amanos, and if the forests of Lebanon were more rarely utilized, it was not because their existence was unknown, but because distance rendered their approach more difficult and transport more costly. The Mediterranean marches were, in their language, classed as a whole under one denomination, Martu, Amuru, footnote, formerly read Akharu. Martu would be the Sumerian and Akharu the Semitic form, Akharu meaning that which is behind. The discovery of the Tel el Amarna tablets threw doubt on the reading of the name Akharu. Some thought that it ought to be kept in any case. Others, with more or less certainty, think that it should be replaced with Amuru, the country of the Amorites. But the question has now been settled by Babylonian contract and law tablets of the period of Kamenurabi, in which the name is written Amuriki. Hamel originated the idea that Martu might be an abbreviation of Amartu, that is, Amar with the feminine termination of nouns in the Canaanitish dialect. Martu would thus actually signify the country of the Amorites. End footnote. The West. But there were distinctive names for each of the provinces into which they were divided. Probably even at that date they called the north Khati. Footnote: the name of the Kati is found in the Book of Omens, which is supposed to contain an extract from the annals of Sargon and Naram-Sin. As, however, the text which we possess of it is merely a copy of the time of Assurbanipal, it is possible that the word Kati is merely the translation of a more ancient term, perhaps Martu. Winkler thinks it to be included in Lesser Armenia in the Melitone of classical authors. End footnote. And the silly Syria, Amuru, the land of the Amorites. The scattered references in their writings seem to indicate frequent intercourse with these countries, and that too as a matter of course which excited no surprise among their contemporaries. A journey from Lagash to the mountains of Tidanum and to Guben, or to the Lebanon and beyond it to Byblos. Footnote: Guben is probably the Kupnu of the Egyptians, the Byblos of Phoenicia. Ammiad had proposed a most unlikely identification with Coptos in Egypt. In the time of Inasin, king of Ur, mention is found of Simeru, Zemira. End footnote. Meant to them no voyage of discovery. Armies undoubtedly followed the routes already frequented by caravans and flotillas of trading boats, and the time came when kings desired to rule as sovereigns over nations with whom their subjects had peaceably traded. It does not appear, however, that the ancient rulers of Lagash ever extended their dominion so far. The governors of the northern cities, on the other hand, showed themselves more energetic and inaugurated that march westwards, which sooner or later brought the peoples of the Euphrates into collision with the dwellers on the Nile. For the first Babylonian empire without doubt comprised part, if not the whole, of Syria. Footnote: it is only since the discovery of the Tel el Amarna tablets that the fact of the dominant influence of Chaldea over Syria and of its conquest has been definitely realized. It is now clear that the state of things of which the tablets discovered in Egypt give us a picture could only be explained by the hypothesis of a Babylonish supremacy of long duration over the peoples situated between the Euphrates and the Mediterranean. End footnote. End of section 2. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 3 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 3. Among the most celebrated names in ancient history, that of Babylon is perhaps the only one which still suggests to our minds a sense of vague magnificence and undefined dominion. Cities in other parts of the world, it is true, have rivaled Babylon in magnificence and power. Egypt could boast of more than one such city, and their ruins to this day present to our gaze more monuments worthy of admiration than Babylon ever contained in the days of her greatest prosperity. The pyramids of Memphis and the colossal statues of Thebes still stand erect, while the ziggurats and the palaces of Chaldea are but mounds of clay crumbling into the plain. But the Egyptian monuments are visible and tangible objects. We can calculate to within a few inches the area they cover and the elevation of their summits, and the very precision with which we can gauge their enormous size tends to limit and lessen their effect upon us. How is it possible to give free rein to the imagination when the subject of it is strictly limited by exact and determined measurements? At Babylon, on the contrary, there is nothing remaining to check the flight of fancy. A single hillock, scoured by the rains of centuries, marks the spot where the temple of Bel stood erect in its splendor. Another represents the hanging gardens, while the ridges running to the right and left were once the ramparts. The vestiges of a few buildings remain above the mounds of rubble, and as soon as the pickaxe is applied to any spot, irregular layers of bricks, enameled tiles, and inscribed tabulets are brought to light. In fine, all those numberless objects which bear witness to the presence of man and to his long sojourn on the spot. But these vestiges are so mutilated and disfigured that the principal outlines of the buildings cannot be determined with any certainty, and afford us no data for guessing their dimensions. He who would attempt to restore the ancient appearance of the place would find at his disposal nothing but vague indications, from which he might draw almost any conclusion he pleased. Palaces and temples would take a shape in his imagination on a plan which never entered the architect's mind. The sacred towers as they rose would be disposed in more numerous stages than they actually possessed. The enclosing walls would reach such an elevation that they must have quickly fallen under their own weight if they had ever been carried so high. The whole restoration, accomplished without any certain data, embodies the concept of something vast and superhuman, well befitting the city of blood and tears, cursed by the Hebrew prophets. Babylon was, however, at the outset but a poor town, situated on both banks of the Euphrates, in a low-lying flat district, intersected by canals and liable at times to become marshy. The river at this point runs almost directly north and south between two banks of black mud, the base of which it is perpetually undermining. As long as the city existed, the vertical thrust of the public buildings and houses kept the river within bounds, and even since it was finally abandoned, the masses of debris have almost everywhere had the effect of resisting its encroachment. Towards the north, however, the line of its ancient quays have given way and sunk beneath the waters, while the stream, turning its course westwards, has transferred to the eastern bank the gardens and mounds originally on the opposite side. Sagila, the temple of the lofty summit, the sanctuary of Merodach, probably occupied the vacant space in the depression between the Babel and the hill of the Khazar. Footnote: the temple of Merodach, called by the Greeks the temple of Belos, has been placed on the site called Babel by the two Rawlinsons and by Oppert, Hormuzd Rassam, and F.R. Dalitz, located between the hill of Junjuma and the Khazar, and considers Babel to be a palace of Nebuchadnezzar. End footnote. In early times, it must have presented much the same appearance as the sanctuaries of central Chaldea. A mound of crude brick formed the substructure of the dwellings of the priests and the household of the god, of the shops for the offerings and for provisions, of the treasury, and of the apartments for purification or for sacrifice, while the whole was surmounted by a ziggurat. On other neighboring platforms rose the royal palace and the temples of lesser divinities. Footnote: as for instance the temple-e-Temenanki on the actual hill of Amran ibn Ali, the temple of Shamash, and others, which there will be occasion to mention later on in dealing with the Second Chaldean Empire. End footnote. Elevated above the crowd of private habitations. The houses of the people were closely built around these stately piles, on either side of narrow lanes. A massive wall surrounded the whole, shutting out the view on all sides. It even ran along the bank of the Euphrates, for fear of a surprise from that quarter, and excluded the inhabitants from the sight of their own river. On the right bank rose a suburb which was promptly fortified and enlarged, so as to become a second Babylon, almost equaling the first in extent and population. Beyond this, on the outskirts, extended gardens and fields, finding at length their limit at the territorial boundaries of two other towns, Cutha and Borsippa, whose black outlines are visible to the east and southwest, respectively, standing isolated above the plain. Sippara on the north, Nippur on the south, and the mysterious Agade completed the circle of sovereign states which so closely hemmed in the city of Bel. We may surmise with all probability that the history of Babylon in early times resembled in the main that of the Egyptian Thebes. It was a small seigneury in the hands of petty princes ceaselessly at war with petty neighbors. Bloody struggles, with alternating successes and reverses, were carried on for centuries with no decisive results, until the day came when some more energetic or fortunate dynasty at length crushed its rivals, and united under one rule first all the kingdoms of northern, and finally those of southern Chaldea. The lords of Babylon had ordinarily a twofold function, religious and military, the priest at first taking precedence of the soldier, but gradually yielding to the latter as the town increased in power. They were merely the priestly representatives or administrators of Babel, Shekhanaku Babili, and their authority was not considered legitimate until officially confirmed by the god. Each ruler was obliged to go in state to the temple of Bel Merodach within a year of his accession. There he had to take the hands of the divine statue, just as a vassal would do homage to his liege, and those only of the native sovereigns or the foreign conquerors could legally call themselves kings of Babylon, Sharu Babili, who had not only performed this rite but renewed it annually. Footnote: the meaning of the ceremony in which the kings of Babylon took the hands of Bel has been given by Winkler. Teal compares it very aptly with the rite performed by the Egyptian kings, at Heliopolis, for example, when they entered alone the sanctuary of Ra, and there contemplated the god face to face. The rite was probably repeated annually at the Zakmuku, that is, the New Year festival. End footnote. Sargon the Elder had lived in Babylon and had built himself a palace there. Hence the tradition of later times attributed to the city the glory of having been the capital of the great empire founded by the Akkadian dynasties. The actual sway of Babylon, though arrested to the south by the petty states of Lower Chaldea, had not encountered to the north or northwest any enemy to menace seriously its progress in that semi-fabulous period of its history. The vast plain extending between the Euphrates and the Tigris is, as it were, a continuation of the Arabian desert, and is composed of a gray, or in parts a whitish, soil impregnated with selenite and common salt, and irregularly superimposed upon a bed of gypsum, from which asphalt oozes up here and there, forming slimy pits. Frost is of rare occurrence in winter, and rain is infrequent at any season. The sun soon burns up the scanty herbage which the spring showers have encouraged, but fleshy plants successfully resist its heat, such as the common salsola, the salsola soda, the palacea, a small mimosa, and species of very fragrant wormwood, forming together a vari-colored vegetation which gives shelter to the ostrich and the wild ass, and affords the flocks of the nomads a grateful pasturage when the autumn has set in. The Euphrates bounds these solitudes, but without wandering them. The river flows as far as the eye can see, between two ranges of rock or bare hills, at the foot of which a narrow strip of alluvial soil supports rows of date palms intermingled here and there with poplars, sumacs, and willows. Wherever there is a break in the two cliffs, or where they recede from the river, a series of shadoofs takes possession of the bank, and every inch of the soil is brought under cultivation. The aspect of the country remains unchanged as far as the embouchure of the Khyber, but there a black alluvial soil replaces the saliferous clay, and if only the water were to remain on the land in sufficient quantity, the country would be unrivaled in the world for the abundance and variety of its crops. The fields, which are regularly sown in the neighborhood of the small towns, yield magnificent harvests of wheat and barley, while in the prairie land beyond the cultivated ground the grass grows so high that it comes up to the horses' girths. In some places the meadows are so covered with varieties of flowers, growing in dense masses, that the effect produced is that of a variegated carpet. Dogs sent in among them in search of game emerge covered with red, blue, and yellow pollen. This fragrant prairie land is the delight of bees, which produce excellent and abundant honey, while the vine and olive find there a congenial soil. The population was unequally distributed in this region. Some half-savage tribes were accustomed to wander over the plain, dwelling in tents and supporting life by the chase and by the rearing of cattle. But the bulk of the inhabitants were concentrated around the affluents of the Euphrates and Tigris, or at the foot of the northern mountains wherever springs could be found, as in Asar, Singar, Nisibis, Tili. Footnote: Tili, the only one of these towns mentioned with any certainty in the inscriptions of the First Chaldean Empire, is the Tela of classical authors, and probably the present Uran-Shashur, near the sources of the Balik. End footnote. Karanu, and in the small fortified towns and nameless townlets, whose ruins are scattered over the tract of country between the Khyber and the Balik. Karanu, or Haran, stood like an advance guard of Chaldean civilization near the frontiers of Syria and Asia Minor. Footnote: Karanu was identified by the earlier Assyriologists with the Haran of the Hebrews, Genesis chapter 5, verse 12, the Karsa of classical authors, and this identification is still generally accepted. End footnote. To the north it commanded the passes which opened onto the basins of the upper Euphrates and Tigris. It protected the roads leading to the east and southeast in the direction of the tableland of Iran and the Persian Gulf, and it was the key to the route by which the commerce of Babylon reached the countries lying around the Mediterranean. We have no means of knowing what affinities as regards origin or race connected it with Uru, but the same moon god presided over the destinies of both towns, and the sin of Haran enjoyed in very early times a renown nearly equal to that of his namesake. He was worshipped under the symbol of a conical stone, probably an aerolite, surmounted by a gilded crescent, and the ground plan of the town roughly described a crescent-shaped curve in honor of its patron. His cult, even down to late times, was connected with cruel practices. Generations after the advent to power of the Abbasid caliphs, his faithful worshippers continued to sacrifice to him human victims, whose heads, prepared according to the ancient rite, were accustomed to give oracular responses. Footnote: without seeking to specify exactly which were the doctrines introduced into Haranian religion subsequently to the Christian era, we may yet affirm that the base of this system of faith was merely a very distorted form of the ancient Chaldean worship practiced in the town. End footnote. The government of the surrounding country was in the hands of princes, who were merely vicegerents. Footnote: only one vicegerent of Mesopotamia is known at present, and he belongs to the Assyrian epoch. His seal is preserved in the British Museum. End footnote. Chaldean civilization before the beginnings of history had more or less laid hold of them, and made them willing subjects to the kings of Babylon. Footnote: the importance of Haran in the development of the history of the First Chaldean Empire was pointed out by Winkler, but the theory according to which this town was the capital of the kingdom, called by the Chaldean and Assyrian scribes the kingdom of the world, is justly combated by Teal. End footnote. These sovereigns were probably at the outset somewhat obscure personages without much prestige, being sometimes independent and sometimes subject to the rulers of neighboring states, among others to those of Agade. In later times, when Babylon had attained to universal power, and it was desired to furnish her kings with a continuous history, the names of these earlier rulers were sought out, and added to those of such foreign princes as had from time to time enjoyed the sovereignty over them, thus forming an interminable list which for materials and authenticity would well compare with that of the Thinite pharaohs. This list has come down to us incomplete, and its remains do not permit of our determining the exact order of reigns or the status of individuals who composed it. We find in it, in the period immediately subsequent to the deluge, mention of mythical heroes, followed by names which are still semi-legendary, such as Sargon the Elder. The princes of the series were, however, for the most part real beings, whose memories have been preserved by tradition, or whose monuments were still existing in certain localities. Towards the end of the 25th century before our era, however, a dynasty rose into power of which all the members come within the range of history. Footnote: this dynasty, which is known to us in its entirety by the two lists of G. Smith and by Pinches, was legitimately composed of only 11 kings, and was known as the Babylonian dynasty, although Sayce suspects it to be of Arabian origin. It is composed as follows. 1. Sumoabim ruled for 15 years, from 2416 to 2401. 2. Sumulailu ruled for 35 years, from 2401 to 2366. 3. Zabum, or Imeru, ruled for 14 years, from 2366 to 2352. 4. Abilsin ruled for 18 years, from 2352 to 2334. 5. Sinmubalit ruled for 30 years, from 2334 to 2304. 6. Hammurabi ruled for 55 years, from 2304 to 2249. 7. Samsuliluna ruled for 35 years, from 2249 to 2214. 8. Abeshuk ruled for 25 years, from 2214 to 2189. 9. Amishatana ruled for 25 years, from 2189 to 2164. 10. Amizduga ruled for 21 years, from 2164 to 2143. 11. Samsusatana ruled for 31 years, from 2143 to 2112. End footnote. End of section 3, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 4 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4, by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 4. The dates of this dynasty are not fixed with entire certainty. The first of them, Sumuabin, has left us some contracts bearing the dates of one or other of the 15 years of his reign, and documents of public or private interest abound in proportion as we follow down the line of his successors. Sumulailu, who reigned after him, was only distantly related to his predecessor, but from Sumulailu to Samsusatana, the kingly power was transmitted from father to son without a break for 9 generations, if we may credit the testimony of the official lists. Footnote: Simulailu, also written Samulailu, whom Mr. Pinches has found in a contract tablet associated with Pungunila as king, was not the son of Sumuabim. Since the lists do not mention him as such, he must, however, have been connected with some sort of relationship or by marriage with his predecessor, since both are placed in the same dynasty. A few contracts of Sumulailu are given by Messner. Samsuiluna calls him, quote, "my forefather, de Gulamu, the 5th king before me," end quote. Hamel believes that the order of the dynasties has been reversed, and that the first upon the lists we possess was historically the second. He thus places the Babylonian dynasty between 2035 and 1731 BC. His opinion has not been generally adopted, but every Assyriologist dealing with this period proposes a different date for the reigns in this dynasty. To take only one characteristic example, Hammurabi is placed by Opera in the year 2394 to 2339, by Delitzsch Merter in 2287 to 2232, by Winkler in 2264 to 2210, and by Pizer in 2139 to 2084, and by Karl Niebuhr in 2081 to 2026. End footnote. Contemporary records, however, prove that the course of affairs did not always run so smoothly. They betray the existence of at least one usurper, Immeru, who, even if he did not assume the royal titles, enjoyed the supreme power for several years between the reigns of Zabu and Abilsin. The lives of these rulers closely resembled those of their contemporaries of southern Chaldea. They dredged the ancient canals or constructed new ones. They restored the walls of their fortresses or built fresh strongholds on the frontier. Footnote: Sumulailu had built 6 such large strongholds of brick, which were repaired by Samsuiluna 5 generations later. A contract of Sinmubalit is dated the year in which he built the Great Wall of a Strong Place, the name of which is unfortunately illegible on the fragment which we possess. End footnote. They religiously kept the festivals of the divinities belonging to their terrestrial domain, to whom they annually rendered solemn homage. They prepared the temples as a matter of course and enriched them according to their means. We even know that Zabu, the 3rd in order of the line of sovereigns, occupied himself in building the sanctuary Iulbar of Anunit in Sippara. There is evidence that they possessed the small neighboring kingdoms of Kishu, Sippara, and Kuta, and that they had consolidated them into a single state, of which Babylon was the capital. To the south, their possessions touched upon those of the kings of Uru, but the frontier was constantly shifting, so that at one time an important city such as Nippur belonged to them, while at another it fell under the dominion of the southern provinces. Perpetual war was waged in the narrow borderland which separated the 2 rival states, resulting apparently in the balance of power being kept tolerably equal between them under the immediate successors of Sumuabim. Footnote: None of these facts are as yet historically proved. We may, however, conjecture with some probability what was the general state of things when we remember that the first kings of Babylon were contemporaries of the last independent sovereigns of southern Chaldea. End footnote. the obscure Sumulailu, Zabum, the usurper Imeru, Abilsin, and Sinmubalit, under the reign of Hammurabi, the son of Sinmubalit, who finally made it incline to his side. Footnote. The name of this prince has been read in several ways: Hammurabi, Hammurabi by the earlier Assyriologists, subsequently Hamuragash, Kamaragash, as being of Elamite or Kasaoan extraction. The reading Hammurabi is at present the prevailing one. The bilingual list published by Pinches makes Hammurabi an equivalent to the Semitic names Kimta, Rapashtum. Hence, Halvey concluded that Hammurabi was a series of ideograms and that Kimtarapashtum was the true reading of the name. His proposal, partially admitted by Hamel, furnishes us with a mixed reading of Kamarapaltu Amraphel. Hamel is now convinced of the identity of the Amraphel of Genesis chapter 14, verse 1 with Hammurabi, T.E. Sayce, moreover, adopts the reading Hammurabi and assigns to him an Arabian origin. The part played by this prince was pointed out at an early date by Menant. Recent discoveries have shown the important share which he had in developing the Chaldean Empire and have increased his reputation with Assyriologists. End footnote. The struggle in which he was engaged, and which after many vicissitudes he brought to a successful issue, was the more decisive since he had to contend against a skillful and energetic adversary who had considerable forces at his disposal. Bernsin, footnote, the name of this king has been the theme of heated discussions. It was at first pronounced Aridsin, Ardusin, or Zikarisin. It is now read in several different ways: Rimsin, or Ariaku, Riaku, Rumagu. Others have made a distinction between the two forms and have made out of them the names of two different kings. They are all variants of the same name. I have adopted the form Rimsum, which is preferred by a few Assyriologists. The tablets recently discovered by Mr. Pinches, referring to Kudar Lagamar and Tudkula, which he has published in a paper wrote before the Victoria Institute, January 20th, 1896, has shown that the true reading is Ariaku. The Elamite named Ariaku, servant of the moon god, was changed by some of his subjects into the Babylonian Rimsin, have mercy, O moon god, just as Abeshuk, the Hebrew Absehua, the father of welfare, was transformed into the Babylonian Abisim, the actor, ed. End footnote. Was in reality of Elamite race, and as he held the province of Yamutbal and appanage, he was enabled to muster, in addition to his Chaldean battalions, the army of foreigners who had conquered the maritime regions at the mouth of the Tigris and the Euphrates. It was not the first time that Elam had audaciously interfered in the affairs of her neighbors. In fabulous times, one of her mythical kings, Kamubaba the Ferocious, had oppressed. Uruk and Gilgamesh, with all his valor, was barely able to deliver the town. Sargon the Elder is credited with having subdued Elam. The kings and vicegerents of Lagash, as well as those of Uru and Larsam, had measured forces with Ansan, but with no decisive issue. From time to time they obtained an advantage, and we find recorded in the annals victories gained by Gudea, Inasin, or Bursin, but to be followed only by fresh reverses. At the close of such campaigns, and in order to seal the ensuing peace, a princess of Susa would be sent as a bride to one of the Chaldean cities, or a Chaldean lady of royal birth would enter the harem of a king of Anshan. Elam was protected along the course of the Tigris and on the shores of the Nar Maratum by a wide marshy region, impassable except at a few fixed and easily defended places. The alluvial plain extending behind the marshes was as rich and fertile as that of Chaldea. Wheat and barley ordinarily yielded 100 and at times 200-fold. The towns were surrounded by a shadeless belt of palms. The almond, fig, acacia, poplar, and willow extended in narrow belts along the river's edge. The climate closely resembles that of Chaldea. If the midday heat in summer is more pitiless, it is at least tempered by more frequent east winds. The ground, however, soon begins to rise, ascending gradually towards the northeast. The distant and uniform line of mountain peaks grows loftier on the approach of the traveler, and the hills begin to appear one behind another, clothed halfway up with thick forests, but bare on their summits, or scantily covered with meager vegetation. They comprise, in fact, 6 or 7 parallel ranges, resembling natural ramparts piled up between the country of the Tigris and the tableland of Iran. The intervening valleys were formerly lakes, having had for the most part no communication with each other and no outlet into the sea. In the course of centuries they had dried up, leaving a thick deposit of mud in the hollows of their ancient beds, from which sprang luxurious and abundant harvests. The rivers, the Uknu, footnote, the Uknu is the Kerka of the present day, the Coaspes of the Greeks, and footnote, the Ididi, footnote, the Ididi was at first identified with the ancient Pasitigris, which scholars then desired to distinguish from the Ulcios. It is now known to be the arm of the Karun, which runs to Dizful, the Coprates of classical times, which has sometimes been confounded with the Ulas, end footnote, and the Ulai, footnote. The Ulai, mentioned in the Hebrew texts, Bon, chapter 8, verse 2, verse 16, the Ulus of classical writers, also called Pasitigris. It is the Karun of the present day until its confluence with the Sha'ur, and subsequently the Sha'ur itself, which waters the foot of the Susian hills, end footnote, which water this region are, on reaching more level ground, connected by canals, and are constantly shifting their beds in the light soil of the Susian plain. They soon attain a width equal to that of the Euphrates, but after a short time lose half their volume in swamps, and empty themselves at the present day into the Shat el-Arab. They flowed formerly into that part of the Persian Gulf which extended as far as Korna, and the sea thus formed the southern frontier of the kingdom. From earliest times this country was inhabited by 3 distinct peoples, whose descendants may still be distinguished at the present day, and although they have dwindled in numbers and become mixed with elements of more recent origin, the resemblance to their forefathers is still very remarkable. There were in the first place the short and robust people of well-knit figure, with brown skins, black hair, and eyes, who belonged to the Nigritic race, which inhabited a considerable part of Asia in prehistoric times. Footnote, the connection of the Negroid type of Susians with the Nigritic races of India and Oceania has been proved in the course of M. Dioulafoy's expedition to the Susian plains in the ancient provinces of Ilam, end footnote. These prevailed in the lowlands and the valleys, where the warm, damp climate favored their development, but they also spread into the mountain region and had pushed their outposts as far as the first slopes of the Iranian tableland. They there contact with white-skinned of medium height, who were probably allied to the nations of northern and central Asia, to the Scythians. Footnote, this last mentioned people is, by some authors, for reasons which, so far, can hardly be considered conclusive, connected with the so-called Sumerian race, which we find settled in Chaldea. They are said to have been the first to employ horses and chariots in warfare. End footnote. For instance, if it is permissible to use a vague term employed by the ancients. Semites of the same stock as those of Chaldea pushed forward as far as the east bank of the Tigris, and settling mainly among the marshes led a precarious life by fishing and pillaging. Footnote, from the earliest times we meet beyond the Tigris with names like that of Durilu, a fact which proves the existence of races speaking a Semitic dialect in the countries under the suzerainty of the king of Elam. In the last days of the Chaldean Empire, they had assumed such importance that the Hebrews made out Elam to be one of the sons of Shem. Genesis chapter 10, verse 22, end footnote. The country of the plain was called Anzan or Anshan. Footnote, Anzan, Anshan, and by assimilation of the nasal with the sibilant, Ashashan. This name has already been mentioned in the inscriptions of the kings and vicegerents of Lagash and in the Book of Prophecies of the ancient Chaldean astronomers. It also occurs on the royal preamble of Cyrus and his ancestors, who like him were styled kings of Anshan. It had been applied to the whole country of Elam and afterwards to Persia. Some are of the opinion that it was the name of a part of Elam, that is, that inhabited by the Turanian Medes, who spoke the second language of the Achaemenian inscriptions, the eastern half bounded by the Tigris and the Persian Gulf, consisting of a flat and swampy land. These differences of opinion gave rise to a heated controversy. It is now, however, pretty generally admitted that Ansan Anshan was really the plain of Elam from the mountains to the sea, and one set of authorities affirms that the word Ansan may have meant plain in the language of the country, whilst others hesitate as yet to pronounce definitively on this point. End footnote. In the mountain region Numa or Elama, the highlands, these two names were subsequently used to denote the whole country, and Elama has survived in the Hebrew word Elam. Footnote. The meaning of Nunima, Elama, Elamtu in the group of words used to indicate Elam had been recognized even by the earliest Assyriologists. The name originally referred to the hilly country on the north and east of Susa. To the Hebrews, Elam was one of the sons of Shem. Genesis chapter 10, verse 22. The Greek form of the name is Elymais, and some of the classical geographers were well enough acquainted with the meaning of the word to be able to distinguish the region to which it referred from Susiana proper. Susa, the most important and flourishing town in the kingdom, was situated between the Ulai and the Ididi, some 25 or 30 miles from the nearest of the mountain ranges. Its fortress and palace were raised upon the slopes of a mound which overlooked the surrounding country. Footnote. Susa, in the language of the country, was called Shushun. This name was transliterated into Chaldeo-Assyrian by Shushan, Shushi. End footnote. At its base to the eastward stretched the town with its houses of sun-dried bricks. Footnote. Strabo tells us on the authority of Polycletus that the town had no walls in the time of Alexander and extended over a space 200 stadia in length. In the 8th century BC, it was enclosed by walls with bastions, which are shown on a bas-relief of Assurbanipal, but it was surrounded by unfortified suburbs. End footnote. End section 4. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 5 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero. Translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 5. Further up the course of the Uknu lay the following cities: Madaktu, the Badaka of classical authors. Footnote. Madaktu, Mataktu, the Badaka of Diodorus, situated on the Ula'aus between Susa and Ekbatana, has been placed by Rawlinson near the bifurcation of the Kerka, either at Paipool or near Iwan-e-Kerka, where there are some rather important and ancient ruins. Billerbeck prefers to put it at the mouth of the valley of Zalfar, on the site at present occupied by the citadel of Kala-e-Riza. End footnote. Rivaling Susa in strength and importance. Naditu, footnote. Naditu is identified by Finzi with the village of Natanza near Ishpahan. It ought rather to be looked for in the neighborhood of Sarna. End footnote. Til-Kumba, footnote. Til-Kumba, the mound of Kumba, so named after one of the principal Elamite gods, was perhaps situated among the ruins of Budbar, towards the confluence of the Ab-e-Karind and Kerka, or possibly higher up in the mountain, in the vicinity of Ashmanabad. End footnote. Der Undash, footnote. Der Undash, Der Undasi, has been identified without absolutely conclusive reason with the fortress of Kala-e-Dis on the Disful Rud. End footnote. Kaidalu, footnote. Kaidalu, Kedalu, is perhaps the present fortress of Dis Malkan. End footnote. All large walled towns, most of which assumed the title of royal cities. Elam in reality constituted a kind of feudal empire composed of several tribes: the Habardip, the Kushushi, the Umaliash, the people of Yamutbal and of Yatbur. Footnote. The countries of Yatbur and Yamutbal extended into the plain between the marshes of the Tigris and the mountain. The town of Durilu was near the Yamutbal region, if not in that country itself. Umaliash lay between the Uknu and the Tigris. End footnote. All independent of each other, but often united under the authority of one sovereign, who as a rule chose Susa as the seat of government. The language is not represented by any idioms now spoken, and its affinities with the Sumerian, which some writers have attempted to establish, are too uncertain to make it safe to base any theory upon them. Footnote. A great part of the Susian inscriptions have been collected by F.R. Lenormant. An attempt has been made to identify the language in which they are written with the Sumero-Akkadian, and authorities now generally agree in considering the Achaemenian inscriptions of the second type as representative of its modern form. Hamel connects it with Georgian and includes it in a great linguistic family which comprises, besides these two idioms, the Hittite, the Cappadocian, the Armenian of the Van inscriptions, and the Kostian. Aupert claims to have discovered on a tablet in the British Museum a list of words belonging to one of the idioms, probably Semitic of Susiana, which differs alike from the Suso-Medic and the Assyrian. End footnote. The little that we know of Elamite religion reveals to us a mysterious world full of strange names and vague forms. Over their hierarchy there presided a deity who is called Shushunak, the Susian, Damesh or Shamesh, Dagbag, As-Siga, Adina, and possibly Kumba and Aiman, whom the Chaldeans identified with their god Ninip. His statue was concealed in a sanctuary inaccessible to the profane, but it was dragged from thence by Assurbanipal of Nineveh in the 17th century BC. Footnote: Shushinak is an adjective derived from the name of the town of Susa. The real name of the god was probably kept secret and rarely uttered. The names which appear by the side of Shushunak in the text published by H. Rawlinson as equivalents of the Babylonian Ninip perhaps represented different deities. We may well ask whether the deity may not be the Kumba, Uma, Uman, who recurs so frequently in the names of men and places, and who has hitherto never been met with alone in any formula or dedicatory tablet. End footnote. This deity was associated with 6 others of the first rank, who were divided into 2 triads, Shumudu, Lagamaru, Partikira, Aban Kasibar, Uduran, and Sapak. Of these names, the least repellent, Aman Kasibar, may possibly be the Memnon of the Greeks. The dwelling of these divinities was near Susa, in the depths of a sacred forest to which the priests and kings alone had access. Their images were brought out on certain days to receive solemn homage, and were afterwards carried back to their shrine accompanied by a devout and reverent multitude. These deities received 1/10 of the spoil after any successful campaign, the offerings comprising statues of the enemy's gods, valuable vases, ingots of gold and silver, furniture, and stuffs. The Elamite armies were well organized, and under a skillful general became irresistible. In other respects, the Elamites closely resembled the Chaldeans, pursuing the same industries and having the same agricultural and commercial instincts. In the absence of any bas-reliefs and inscriptions peculiar to this people, we may glean from the monuments of Lagash and Babylon a fair idea of the extent of their civilization in its earliest stages. The cities of the Euphrates, therefore, could have been sensible of but little change, when the chances of war transferred them from the rule of their native princes to that of an Elamite. The struggle once over, and the resulting evils repaired as far as practicable, the people of these towns resumed their usual ways, hardly conscious of the presence of their foreign ruler. The victors, for their part, became assimilated so rapidly with the vanquished, that at the close of a generation or so the conquering dynasty was regarded a legitimate and national one, loyally attached to the traditions and religion of its adopted country. In the year 2285 BC, towards the close of the reign of Nuramman, or in the earlier part of Sinadidam, a king of Elam, by name Kudar Nakhunta, triumphantly marched towards Chaldea from end to end, devastating the country and sparing neither town nor temple. Uruk lost its statue of Nana, which was carried off as a trophy and placed in the sanctuary of Susa. The inhabitants long mourned the detention of their goddess, and a hymn of lamentation, probably composed for the occasion by one of their priests, kept the remembrance of the disaster fresh in their memories. Quote, "Until when, O lady, shall the impious enemy ravage the country? In thy queen's city Uruk the destruction is accomplished. In Yulbar, the temple of thy oracle, blood has flowed like water. Upon the whole of thy lands has he poured out flame, and it is spread abroad like smoke. O lady, verily it is hard for me to bend under the yoke of misfortune. O lady, thou hast wrapped me about, thou hast plunged me in sorrow. The impious mighty one has broken me in places like a reed, and I know not what to resolve. I trust not in myself. Like a bed of reeds I sigh day and night. I, thy servant, I bow myself before thee." End quote. It would appear that the whole of Chaldea, including Babylon itself, was forced to acknowledge the supremacy of the invader. Footnote: the submission of Babylon is evident from the title Adamartu, Sovereign of the West, assumed by several of the Elamite princes, of page 65 of the present work. In order to extend his authority beyond the Euphrates, it was necessary for the king of Elam to be first of all master of Babylon. In the early days of Assyriology, it was supposed that this period of Elamite supremacy coincided with the Median dynasty of Berosus. End footnote. A Scythian empire thus absorbed Chaldea, reducing its states to feudal provinces and its princes to humble vassals. Kudur-Nakhunta having departed, the people of Larsa exerted themselves to the utmost to repair the harm that he had done, and they succeeded but too well, since their very prosperity was the cause only a short time after of the outburst of another storm. Sinadinam, perhaps, desired to shake off the Elamite yoke. Sim-Tish-Ilkhak, one of the successors of Kudur-Nakhunta, had conceded the principality of Yamutbal as a fief to Kudur-Mabug, one of his sons. Kudur-Mabug appears to have been a conqueror of no mean ability, for he claims in his inscriptions the possession of the whole of Syria. Footnote: his preamble contains the titles Adamartu, Prince of Syria, Adalamutbal, Prince of Yamutbal. The word Ada seems properly to mean father, and the literal translation of the full title would probably be Father of Syria, Father of Yamutbal, whence the secondary meanings Master, Lord, Prince, which have been provisionally accepted by most Assyriologists. Thiel and Winkler after him have suggested that Martu is perhaps equivalent to Yamutbal, and that it was merely used to indicate the western part of Elam. Winkler afterwards rejects this hypothesis and has come round to the general opinion. End footnote. He obtained a victory over Sinadinam, and having dethroned him, placed the administration of the kingdom in the hands of his own son, Aemsin. This prince, who was at first a feudatory, afterwards associated in the government with his father, and finally sole monarch after the latter's death, married a prince of Chaldean blood, and by this means legitimized his usurpation in the eyes of his subjects. His domain, which lay on both sides of the Tigris and of the Euphrates, comprised, besides the principality of Yamutbal, all the towns dependent on Sumer and Akkad, Uru, Larsa, Uruk, and Nippur. He acquitted himself as a good sovereign in the sight of gods and men. He repaired the brickwork in the temple of Nanar at Uru. He embellished the temple of Shamash at Larsa, and caused 2 statues of copper to be cast in honor of the god. He also rebuilt Lagash and Gursu. The city of Uruk had been left a heap of ruins after the withdrawal of Kudur-Nakhunta. He set about the work of restoration, constructed a sanctuary to Papsukal, raised the ziggurat of Nana, and consecrated to the goddess an entire set of temple furniture to replace that carried off by the Elamites. He won the adhesion of the priests by piously augmenting their revenues, and throughout his reign displayed remarkable energy. Documents exist which attribute to him the reduction of Duralu on the borders of Elam and the Chaldean states. Others contain discreet allusions to a perverse enemy who disturbed his peace in the north and whom he successfully repulsed. He drove Sin-Muballit out of Ishin, and this victory so forcibly impressed his contemporaries that they made it the starting point of a new semi-official era. 28 years after the event, private contracts still continued to be dated by reference to the taking of Ishin. Sin-Muballit's son Kamarabi was more fortunate. Aemsin vainly appealed for help against him to his relative and suzerain Kudur-Lagamar, who had succeeded Sim-Tish-Ilkhak at Susa. Aemsin was defeated and disappeared from the scene of action, leaving no trace behind him, though we may infer that he took refuge in his fief of Yamutbal. The conquest by Kamarabi was by no means achieved at one blow, the enemy offering an obstinate resistance. He was forced to destroy several fortresses, the inhabitants of which had either risen against him or had refused to do him homage, among them being those of Mer. Footnote: Myru Mer has been identified with Shurapak, but it is rather the town of Mar, now Tel Id. And Lagamal, the Elamite Lagamar, were worshipped there. It was the seat of a linen manufacture and possessed large shipping. End footnote. In Malgu, when the last revolt had been put down, all the countries speaking the language of Chaldea and sharing its civilization were finally united into a single kingdom, of which Kamarabi proclaimed himself the head. Other princes who had preceded him had enjoyed the same opportunities, but their efforts had never been successful in establishing an empire of any duration. The various elements had been bound together for a moment, merely to be dispersed again after a short interval. The work of Hammurabi, on the contrary, was placed on a solid foundation and remained unimpaired under his successors. Not only did he hold sway without a rival in the south as in the north, but the titles indicating the rights he had acquired over Sumer and Akkad were inserted in his protocol after those denoting his hereditary possessions, the city of Bel and the 4 houses of the world. Hammurabi's victory marks the close of those long centuries of gradual evolution during which the peoples of the lower Euphrates passed from division to unity. Before his reign, there had been as many states as cities, and as many dynasties as there were states. After him, there was but one kingdom under one line of kings. Hammurabi's long reign of 55 years has hitherto yielded us but a small number of monuments, seals, heads of scepters, alabaster vases, and pompous inscriptions, scarcely any of them being of historical interest. He was famous for the number of his campaigns, no details of which, however, have come to light, but the dedication of one of his statues celebrates his good fortune on the battlefield. Quote, Bel has lent thee sovereign majesty. Thou, what awaitest thou? Sin has lent thee royalty. Thou, what awaitest thou? Ninip has lent thee his supreme weapon. Thou, what awaitest thou? The goddess of light, Ishtar, has lent thee the shock of arms in the fray. Thou, what awaitest thou? Shamash and Bahman are thy varlets. Thou, what awaitest thou? It is Hammurabi, the king, the powerful chieftain, who cuts the enemies in pieces, the whirlwind of battle, who overthrows the country of the rebels, who stays combats, who crushes rebellions, who destroys the stubborn-like images of clay, who overcomes the obstacles of inaccessible mountains. End quote. The majority of these expeditions were no doubt consequent on the victory which destroyed the power of Kimsin. It would not have sufficed merely to drive back the Elamites beyond the Tigris. It was necessary to strike a blow within their own territory to avoid a recurrence of hostilities which might have endangered the still recent work of conquest. Here again, Hammurabi seems to have met with his habitual success. Ashnunnak was a border district and shared the fate of all the provinces on the eastern bank of the Tigris, being held sometimes by Elam and sometimes by Chaldea. Properly speaking, it was a country of Semitic speech and was governed by viceroys owning allegiance now to Babylon, now to Susa. Footnote: Pagnon discovered inscriptions of 4 of the vicegerents of Ashnunnak, which he assigns with some hesitation to the time of Hammurabi, rather than to that of the kings of Tello. 3 of these names are Semitic, the 4th Sumerian. The language of the inscriptions bears a resemblance to the Semitic dialect of Chaldea. End footnote. Hammurabi seized this province and permanently secured its frontier by building along the river a line of fortresses surrounded by earthworks. Following the example of his predecessors, he set himself to restore and enrich the temples. The house of Zamama and Nini at Kish were out of repair, and the ziggurat threatened to fall. He pulled it down and rebuilt it, carrying it to such a height that its summit reached the heavens. Merodach had delegated to him the government of the faithful and had raised him to the rank of supreme ruler over the whole of Chaldea. At Babylon, close to the great lake which served as a reservoir for the overflow of the Euphrates, the king restored the sanctuary of Esagila, the dimensions of which did not appear to him to be proportionate to the growing importance of the city. Quote, he completed this divine dwelling with great joy and delight. He raised the summit to the firmament. End quote. And then enthroned Merodach and his spouse, Zarpanet, within it amid great festivities. He provided for the ever-reoccurring requirements of the national religion by frequent gifts. The tradition has come down to us of the granary for wheat which he built at Babylon, the sight of which alone rejoiced the heart of the god. While surrounding Sippar with a great wall and a fosse to protect its earthly inhabitants, he did not forget Shamash and Malkatu, the celestial patrons of the town. He enlarged in their honor the mysterious Abara, the sacred seat of their worship, and that which no king from the earliest times had known how to build for his divine master. That did he generously for Shamash his master. He restored Azida, the eternal dwelling of Merodach, at Borsippa, at Turkalama, the temple of Anu, Nini, and Nana, the suzerains of Kish, and also Ezekhalama, the house of the goddess Nina, and the village of Zaralab. In the southern provinces, but recently added to the crown, at Larsa, Uruk, and Uru, he displayed similar activity. He had doubtless a political as well as a religious motive in all he did, for if he succeeded in winning the allegiance of the priests by the prodigality of his pious gifts, he could count on their gratitude in securing for him the people's obedience, and thus prevent the outbreak of a revolt. He had indeed before him a difficult task in attempting to allay the ills which had been growing during centuries of civil discord and foreign conquest. The irrigation of the country demanded constant attention, and from earliest times its sovereigns had directed the work with real solicitude, but owing to the breaking up of the country into small states, their respective resources could not be combined in such general operations as were needed for controlling the inundations and effectually remedying the excess or the scarcity of water. Hammurabi witnessed the damage done to the whole province of Umliyash by one of those terrible floods which still sometimes ravaged the regions of the lower Tigris. Footnote: contracts dated the year of an inundation which laid waste to Umliyash. Compare, in our time, the inundation of April 10, 1831, which in a single night destroyed half the city of Baghdad, and in which 15,000 persons lost their lives either by drowning or by the collapse of their houses. End footnote. And possibly it may have been to prevent the recurrence of such a disaster that he undertook the work of canalization. He was the first that we know of who attempted to organize and reduce to a single system the complicated network of ditches and channels which intersected the territory belonging to the great cities between Babylon and the sea. Already more than half a century previously, Sinidinam had enlarged the canal on which Larsa was situated, while Bimsin had provided an outlet for the River of the Gods into the Persian Gulf. Footnote: contract dated, quote, contract dated the year the Tigris, the River of the Gods, was canalized down to the sea, end quote, i.e., as far as the point to which the sea then penetrated in the environs of Korna, end footnote. By the junction of the two, a navigable channel was formed between the Euphrates and the marshes, and an outlet was thus made for the surplus waters of the inundation. Hammurabi informs us how Anu and Bel, having confided to him the government of Sumer and Akkad, and having placed in his hands the reins of power, he dug the Nar Hammurabi, the source of wealth to the people, which brings abundance of water to the country of Sumer and Akkad. Quote, I turned both its banks into cultivated ground, I heaped up mounds of grain, and I furnished perpetual water for the people of Sumer and Akkad. The country of Sumer and Akkad I gathered together its nations who were scattered, I gave them pasture and drink, I ruled over them in riches and abundance, I caused them to inhabit a peaceful dwelling place. Then it was that Hammurabi, the powerful king, the favorite of the great gods, I myself, according to the prodigious strength with which Merodach had endued me, I constructed a high fortress upon mounds of earth. Its summit rises to the height of the mountains, at the head of the Nar Hammurabi, the source of wealth to the people. This fortress I call Dur Sinmubalit Abim Ualidia, the fortress of Sinmubalit, the father who begat me, so that the name of Sinmubalit, the father who begat me, may endure in the habitations of the world. End quote. End of section 5. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 6 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 6. This canal of Hammurabi ran from a little south of Babylon, joining those of Sinidinam and Rimsin, and probably cutting the alluvial plain in its entire length. Footnote: De Lattre is of the opinion that the canal dug by Hammurabi is the Archtu of later epochs, which began at Babylon and extended as far as the Larsa Canal. It must therefore be approximately identified with the Shat and Nil of the present day, which joins Shat el-Kahir, the canal of Sinidinam. End footnote. It drained the stagnant marshes on either side along its course, and by its fertilizing effects, the dwellers on its banks were enabled to reap full harvests from the lands which had previously been useless for purposes of cultivation. A ditch of minor importance pierced the isthmus which separates the Tigris and the Euphrates in the neighborhood of Sippar. Footnote: the canal which Hammurabi caused to be dug or dredged may be the Nar Malka, or Royal Canal, which ran from the Tigris to the Euphrates, passing Sippar on the way. The digging of this canal is mentioned in a contract. End footnote. Hammurabi did not rest contented with these. A system of secondary canals doubtless completed the whole scheme of irrigation which he had planned after the achievement of his conquest, and his successors had merely to keep up his work in order to ensure an unrivaled prosperity to the empire. Their efforts in this direction were not unsuccessful. Samsuiluna, the son of Hammurabi, added to the existing system 2 or 3 fresh canals, one at least of which still bore his name nearly 15 centuries later. It is mentioned in the documents of the Second Assyrian Empire in the time of Assurbanipal, and it is possible that traces of it may still be found at the present day. Abishuk, footnote, Abishuk, the Hebrew Abishua, is the form of the name which we find in contemporary contracts. The official lists contain the variant Abishu, Abishum, end footnote. Amisatana, footnote, Amaditana is only a possible reading. Others prefer Amisatana. The Nar Amisatana is mentioned in a Sippar contract. Another contract is dated, quote, the year in which Amisatana the king repaired the canal of Samsuiluna, end quote, end footnote. Amizaduga, footnote. This was at first read Amididuga. Amizaduga is mentioned in the date of a contract as having executed certain works, of what nature it is not easy to say, on the banks of the Tigris. Another contract is dated, quote, the year in which Amizaduga the king, by supreme command of Shamash, his master, dug the Nadir Amizaduga Nolkus Nishi, canal of Amizaduga, prosperity of men, end quote. In the Minoan inscriptions of southern Arabia, the name is found under the form of Ami Zaduk, end footnote, and Samsusatana, footnote, sometimes erroneously read Samdiusatana, but as a matter of fact, we have contracts of that time in which a royal name is plainly written as Samsusatana, end footnote. All either continued to elaborate the network planned by their ancestors or applied themselves to the better distribution of the overflow in these districts where cultivation was still open to improvement. We should know nothing of these kings had not the scribes of those times been in the habit of dating the contracts of private individuals by reference to important national events. They appear to have chosen by preference incidents in the religious life of the country, as for instance the restoration of a temple, the annual enthronization of one of the great divinities such as Shamash, Merodach, Ishtar, or Nana as the eponymous god of the current year, the celebration of a solemn festival, or the consecration of a statue. While a few scattered allusions to works of fortification show that meanwhile the defense of the country was jealously watched over. Footnote. Samsuiluna repaired the 5 fortresses which his ancestor Sumulailu had built. Contract dated, quote, the year in which Amisatana the king built Dur Amisatana near the Sin River, end quote, and, quote, the year in which Amisatana the king gave its name to Dur Ishkunsin near the canal of Amisatana, end quote. Contract dated, quote, the year in which the king Amisatana repaired Dur Ishkunsin, end quote. Contract dated, quote, the year in which Samsuiluna caused the wall of Uru and Uruk to be built, end quote, end footnote. These sovereigns appear to have enjoyed long reigns, the shortest extending over a period of 5 and 20 years, and when at length the death of any king occurred, he was immediately replaced by his son, the notary's acts, and the judicial documents which have come down to us betraying no confusion or abnormal delay in the course of affairs. We may therefore conclude that the last century and a half of the dynasty was a period of peace and of material prosperity. Chaldea was thus enabled to fully reap the advantage of being united under the rule of one individual. It is quite possible that those cities, Uru, Larsa, Ishin, Uruk, and Nippur, which had played so important a part in the preceding centuries, suffered from the loss of their prestige, and from the blow dealt to their traditional pretensions. Up to this time, they had claimed the privilege of controlling the history of their country, and they had bravely striven among themselves for the supremacy over the southern states. But the revolutions, which had raised each in turn to the zenith of power, had never exalted any of them to such an eminence as to deprive its rivals of all hope of supplanting it, and of enjoying the highest place. The rise of Babylon destroyed the last chance which any of them had of ever becoming the capital. The new city was so favorably situated and possessed so much wealth and so many soldiers, while its kings displayed such tenacious energy, that its neighbors were forced to bow before it and resign themselves to the subordinate position of leading provincial towns. They gave a loyal obedience to the officers sent them from the north, and sank gradually into obscurity, the loss of their political supremacy being somewhat compensated for by the religious respect in which they were always held. Their ancient divinities, Nana, Sin, Anu, and Ra, were adopted, if we may use the term, by the Babylonians, who claimed the protection of these gods as fully as they did that of Merodach or of Nebo, and prided themselves on amply supplying all their needs. As the inhabitants of Babylon had considerable resources at their disposal, their appeal to these deities might be regarded as productive of more substantial results than the appeal of a merely local kinglet. The increase of the national wealth and the concentration under one head of armies hitherto owning several chiefs enabled the rulers not of Babylon or Larsa alone, but the whole of Chaldea to offer an invincible resistance to foreign enemies, and to establish their dominion in countries where their ancestors had enjoyed merely a precarious sovereignty. Hostilities never completely ceased between Elam and Babylon. If arrested for a time, they broke out again in some frontier disturbance, at times speedily suppressed, but at others entailing violent consequences and ending in a regular war. No document furnishes us with any detailed account of these outbreaks, but it would appear that the balance of power was maintained on the whole with tolerable regularity, both kingdoms at the close of each generation finding themselves in much the same position as they had occupied at its commencement. The two empires were separated from south to north by the sea and the Tigris, the frontier leaving the river near the present village of Amara and running in the direction of the mountains. Deralu probably fell ordinarily under Chaldean jurisdiction. Umliash was included in the original domain of Hammurabi, and there is no reason to believe that it was evacuated by his descendants. There is every probability that they possessed the plain east of the Tigris, comprising Nineveh and Arbela, and that the majority of the civilized people scattered over the lower slopes of the Kurdish mountains rendered them homage. They kept the Mesopotamian tableland under their suzerainty, and we may affirm, without exaggeration, that their power extended northwards as far as Mount Masios, and westward to the middle course of the Euphrates. At what period the Chaldeans first crossed that river is as yet unknown. Many of their rulers and their inscriptions claim the title of suzerains over Syria, and we have no evidence for denying their pretensions. Kudur-Mabug proclaims himself Ada of Martu, lord of the countries of the west, and we are in the possession of several facts which suggest the idea of a great Elamite empire, with a dominion extending for some period over Western Asia, the existence of which was vaguely hinted at by the Greeks, who attributed its glory to the fabulous Memnon. Footnote: we know that to Herodotus, volume 55, Susa was the city of Memnon, and that Strabo attributes its foundation to Tithonus, father of Memnon. According to Opert, the word Memnon is the equivalent of Susian Uman Anin, the house of the king. Weisbach declares that Anin does not mean king and contradicts Opert's view, though he does not venture to suggest a new explanation of the name. End footnote. Contemporary records are still wanting, which might show whether Kudur-Mabug inherited these distant possessions from one of his predecessors, such as Kudur-Nakhunta, for instance, or whether he won them himself at the point of the sword. But a fragment of an old chronicle, inserted in the Hebrew scriptures, speaks distinctly of another Elamite who made war in person almost up to the Egyptian frontier. Footnote: Genesis chapter 14. From the outset, Assyriologists have never doubted the historical accuracy of this chapter, and they have connected the facts which it contains with those which seem to be revealed by the Assyrian monuments. The two Rawlinsons intercalate Kudur-Lagamar between Kudur-Nakhunta and Kudur-Mabug, and Opert places him about the same period. F.R. Lenormand regards him as one of the successors of Kudur-Mabug, possibly his immediate successor. G. Smith does not hesitate to declare positively that the Kudur-Mabug and Kudur-Nakhunta of the inscriptions are one and the same with the Kudur-Lagamar, Chedor-Laomer of the Bible. Finally, Schroeder, while he repudiates Smith's view, agrees in the main fact with the other Assyriologists. On the other hand, the majority of modern biblical critics have absolutely refused to credit the story in Genesis. Sayce thinks that the Bible story rests on a historic basis, and his view is strongly confirmed by Pinché's discovery of a Chaldean document which mentions Kudur-Lagamar and two of his allies. The Hebrew historiographer reproduced an authentic fact from the Chronicles of Babylon and connected it with one of the events in the life of Abraham. The very late date generally assigned to Genesis chapter 14 in no way diminishes the intrinsic probability of the facts narrated by the Chaldean document, which is preserved to us in the pages of the Hebrew book. End footnote. This is the Kudur-Lagamar, Chedor-Laomer, who helped Aimson against Hammurabi, but was unable to prevent his overthrow. In the 13th year of his reign over the east, the cities of the Dead Sea, Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and Bela, revolted against him. He immediately convoked his great vassals, Amraphel of Chaldea, Arioch of Elasar. Footnote: Elasar has been identified with Larsa since the researches of Rawlinson and Norris. The Goim, over which Tidal was king, was the Guti. End footnote. Tidalo the Guti, and marched with them to the confines of his dominions. Tradition has invested many of the tribes then inhabiting southern Syria with semi-mythical names and attributes. They are presented as being giants, Rephalm, men of prodigious strength, Zuzim, as having a buzzing and indistinct manner of speech, Zam-Zumim, as formidable monsters. Footnote: Sayce considers Zuzim and Zam-Zumim to be two readings of the same word, Zam-Zum, written in cuneiform characters on the original document. The sounds represented in the Hebrew alphabet by the letters M and W are expressed in the Chaldean syllabary by the same character, and a Hebrew or Babylonian scribe, who had no other means of telling the true pronunciation of a race name mentioned in the story of this campaign, would have been quite as much at a loss as any modern scholar as to say whether he ought to transcribe the words as ZMZM or as ZWZVO. Some scribes read it Zuzim, others prefer Zam-Zumim, end footnote, Emim or Anakim, before whom other nations appeared as grasshoppers. Footnote: Numbers, chapter 13, verse 33, end footnote. As the Horim, who were encamped on the confines of the Sinaitic desert, and as the Amalekites, who ranged over the mountains to the west of the Dead Sea, Kedur-Laogomer defeated them one after another, the Rephaim near the Ashtaroth Karnaim, the Zuzim near Ham. Footnote: In Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 20, it is stated that the Zamzumim lived in the country of Ammon. Sayce points out that we often find the variant Am for the character usually read Ham or Kam. The name Hammurabi, for example, is often found written Amurabi. The Ham in the narrative of Genesis would therefore be identical with the land of Ammon and Deuteronomy, and the difference between the spelling of the two would be due to the fact that the document reproduced in the 14th chapter of Genesis had been originally copied from a cuneiform tablet in which the name of the place was expressed by the sign Ham-Am. End footnote. The Ammim at Shaveb Kiriathaim, and the Horim on the spurs of Mount Seir as far as El Paran. Then, retracing his footsteps, he entered the country of the Amalekites by way of En Mishpat, and pillaged the Amorites of Hazazon Tamar. In the meantime, the kings of the 5 towns had concentrated their troops in the Vale of Siddim, and were there resolutely awaiting Kedur-Laogomer. They were, however, completely routed, some of the fugitives being swallowed up in the pits of bitumen with which the soil abounded, while others with difficulty reached the mountains. Kedur-Laogomer sacked Sodom and Gomorrah, re-established his dominion on all sides, and returned laden with booty, Hebrew tradition adding that he was overtaken near the sources of the Jordan by the patriarch Abraham. Footnote: An attempt has been made to identify the 3 vassals of Kedur-Laogomer with kings mentioned on the Chaldean monuments. Tidkal, or if we adopt this Septuagint variant, Thorgal, has been considered by some as the bearer of a Sumerian name, Turgal, great chief, great son, while others put him on one side as not having been a Babylonian. Pinche, Sayce, and Hamel identify him with Tudkula, an ally of Kedur-Laogomer against Hammurabi. Schrader was the first to suggest that Amraphel was really Hammurabi and amended the Amraphel of the biblical text into Amrafi or Amrabi in order to support this identification. Halevi, while on the whole accepting this theory, derives the name from the pronunciation Kimtarapashtum or Kimtarapaltum, which he attributes to the name generally read Hammurabi, and in this he is partly supported by Hamel, who reads Kamarapaltu. End footnote. After his victory over Kedur-Laogomer, Hammurabi assumed the title of King of Martu. Footnote: It is, indeed, the sole title which he attributes to himself on a stone tablet now in the British Museum. End footnote. Which we find still borne by Amasatana 60 years later. Footnote: In an inscription by this prince, copied probably about the time of Nabonidus by the scribe Belu Salim, he is called King of the vast land of Martu. End footnote. We see repeated here almost exactly what took place in Ethiopia at the time of its conquest by Egypt. Merchants had prepared the way for military occupation, and the civilization of Babylon had taken hold on the people long before its kings had become sufficiently powerful to claim them as vassals. The empire may be said to have been virtually established from the day when the states of the Middle and Lower Euphrates formed but one kingdom in the hands of a single ruler. We must not, however, imagine it to have been a compact territory, divided into provinces under military occupation, ruled by a uniform code of laws and statutes, and administered throughout by functionaries of various grades, who received their orders from Babylon or Susa according as the chances of war favored the ascendancy of Chaldea or Elam. It was in reality a motley assemblage of tribes and principalities, whose sole bond of union was subjection to a common yoke. They were under obligation to pay tribute and furnish military contingents and show other external marks of obedience, but their particular constitution, customs, and religion were alike respected. They had to purchase at the cost of a periodical ransom the right to live in their own country after their own fashion, and the head of the empire forbore all interference in their affairs, except in cases where the internecine quarrels and dissensions threatened the security of his suzerainty. Their subordination lasted as best it could, sometimes for a year or for 10 years, at the end of which period they would neglect the obligations of their vassalage, or openly refuse to fulfill them. A revolt would then break out at one point or another, and it was necessary to suppress it without delay to prevent the bad example from spreading far and wide. The empire was maintained by perpetual reconquests, and its extent varied with the energy shown by its chiefs, or with the resources which were for the moment available. End of Section 6. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 7 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4, by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 7. Separated from the confines of the empire by only a narrow isthmus, Egypt loomed on the horizon and appeared to beckon to her rival. Her natural fertility, the industry of her inhabitants, the stores of gold and perfumes which she received from the heart of Ethiopia were well known by the passage to and fro of her caravans, and the recollection of her treasures must have frequently provoked the envy of Asiatic courts. Egypt had, however, strangely declined from her former greatness, and the line of princes who governed her had little in common with the pharaohs who had rendered her name so formidable under the 12th dynasty. She was now under the rule of the Xoites, whose influence was probably confined to the Delta, and extended merely in name over the Said and Nubia. The feudal lords, ever ready to reassert their independence as soon as the central power waned, shared between them the possession of the Nile Valley below Memphis. The princes of Thebes, who were probably descendants of Ursatasen, owned the largest fiefdom, and though some slight scruple may have prevented them from donning the skent or placing their names within a cartouche, they assumed notwithstanding the plenitude of royal power. A favorable opportunity was therefore offered to an invader, and the Chaldeans might have attacked with impunity a people thus divided among themselves. Footnote: the theory that the divisions of Egypt under the 14th dynasty and the discords between its feudatory princes were one of the main causes of the success of the shepherds is now admitted to be correct. End footnote. They stopped short, however, at the southern frontier of Syria, where if they pushed further forward it was without any important result. Distance from headquarters, or possibly reiterated attacks of the Elamites, prevented them from placing in the field an adequate force for such a momentous undertaking. What they had not dared to venture, others more audacious were to accomplish. At this juncture, so runs the Egyptian record, quote, "There came to us a king named Timaeus. Under this king then, I know not wherefore, the god caused to blow upon us a baleful wind, and in the face of all probability bands from the east, people of ignoble race, came upon us unawares, attacked the country, and subdued it easily and without fighting." End quote. It is possible that they owed this rapid victory to the presence in their armies of a factor hitherto unknown to the African, the war chariot, and before the horse and his driver the Egyptians gave way in a body. Footnote: the horse was unknown, or at any rate had not been employed in Egypt prior to the invasion. We find it, however, in general use immediately after the expulsion of the shepherds. See the tomb of Pahiri. Moreover, all historians agree in admitting that it was introduced into the country under the rule of the shepherds. The use of the war chariot in Chaldea at an epoch prior to the Hyksos invasion is proved by a fragment of the vulture stele. It is therefore natural to suppose that the Hyksos used the chariot in war, and that the rapidity of their conquest was due to it. End footnote. The invaders appeared as a cloud of locusts on the banks of the Nile. Towns and temples were alike pillaged, burnt, and ruined. They massacred all they could of the male population, reduced to slavery those of the women and children whose lives they spared, and then proclaimed as king Salatis, one of their chiefs. Footnote. The name Salatis variant Saitos seems to be derived from a Semitic word Sialit, the chief, the governor. This was the title which Joseph received when Pharaoh gave him authority over the whole of Egypt. Genesis chapter 41, verse 43. Salatis may not therefore have been the real name of the first Hyksos king, but his title, which the Egyptians misunderstood, and from which they evolved a proper name. Uhleman has indeed deduced from this that Manetho, being familiar with the passage referring to Joseph, had forged the name of Salatis. Ebers imagined that he could decipher the Egyptian form of this prince's name on the Colossus of Tel Makdam, where Naville has since read with certainty the name of a pharaoh of the 13th and the 14th dynasties, Nasiri. End footnote. He established a semblance of regular government, chose Memphis as his capital, and imposed a tax upon the vanquished. Two perils, however, immediately threatened the security of his triumph. In the south, the Theban lords, taking matters into their own hands after the downfall of the Xoites, refused the oath of allegiance to Salatis and organized an obstinate resistance. Footnote. The text of Manetho speaks of taxes which he imposed on the high and lowlands, which would seem to include the Thebaid in the kingdom. It is, however, stated in the next few pages that the successors of Salatis waged an incessant war against the Egyptians, which can only refer to hostilities against the Thebans. We are forced, therefore, to admit either that Manetho took the title of Lord of the High and Lowlands, which belonged to Salatis literally, or that the Thebans, after submitting at first, subsequently refused to pay tribute, thus provoking a war. End footnote. In the north, he had to take measures to protect himself against an attack of the Chaldeans or the Elamites, who were oppressing Chaldea. Footnote. Manetho here speaks of Assyrians. This is an error which is to be explained by the imperfect state of historical knowledge in Greece at the time of the Macedonian supremacy. We need not, for this reason, be led to cast doubt upon the historic value of the narrative. We must remember the suzerainty which the kings of Babylon exercised over Syria, and read Chaldeans where Manetho has written Assyrians. In Herodotus, Assyria is the regular term for Babylonia, and Babylonia is called the land of the Assyrians. End footnote. From the natives of the Delta, who were temporarily paralyzed by their reverses, he had for the moment little to fear, restricting himself therefore to establishing forts at the strategic points in the Nile Valley in order to keep the Thebans in check. He led the main body of his troops to the frontier on the isthmus. Pacific immigrations had already introduced Asiatic settlers into the Delta, and thus prepared the way for securing the supremacy of the new rulers. In the midst of these strangers, and on the ruins of the ancient town of Hawararit, Avaris, and the Sethro-Ifsa Nome, a place connected by tradition with the myth of Osiris and Typhon, Salatis constructed an immense entrenched camp capable of sheltering 240,000 men. He visited it yearly to witness the military maneuvers, to pay his soldiers, and to preside over the distribution of rations. This permanent garrison protected him from a Chaldean invasion, a not unlikely event as long as Syria remained under the supremacy of the Babylonian kings. It furnished his successors also with an inexhaustible supply of trained soldiers, thus enabling them to complete the conquest of Lower Egypt. Years elapsed before the princes of the south would declare themselves vanquished. and the 5 kings Anan, Apaknas, Apophis I, Janos, and Ases passed their lifetime, quote, in a perpetual warfare, desirous of tearing up Egypt to the very root, end quote. These Theban kings, who were continually under arms against the barbarians, were subsequently classed in a dynasty by themselves, the 15th of Manetho, but they at last succumbed to the invader, and Ases became master of the entire country. His successors in their turn formed a dynasty, the 16th, the few remaining monuments of which are found scattered over the length and breadth of the valley from the shores of the Mediterranean to the rocks of the First Cataract. The Egyptians who witnessed the advent of this Asiatic people called them by the general term Amu, Asiatics, or Monatiu, the men of the desert. Footnote: the meaning of the term Moniti was discovered by E. de Rouge, who translated it shepherd and applied it to the Hyksos. From thence it passed into the works of all the Egyptologists who concern themselves with this question, but shepherd has not been universally accepted as the meaning of the word. It is generally agreed that it was a generic term indicating the races with which their conquerors were supposed to be connected, and not the particular term of which Manetho's word hoiveves would be the literal translation. End footnote. They had already given the Bedouin the opprobrious epithet of Saosu, pillagers or robbers, which aptly described them. Footnote: the name seems in fact to be derived from a word which means to rob, to pillage. The name Shaosu, Shosu, was not used by the Egyptians to indicate a particular race. It was used of all Bedouins, and in general of all the marauding tribes who infested the desert or the mountains. The Saosu most frequently referred to on the monuments are those from the desert between Egypt and Syria, but there is a reference in the time of Ramses II to those from the Lebanon and the valley of Orontes. Krall finds an allusion to them in a word, shosim, in Judges chapter 2, verse 14, which is generally translated by a generic expression, the spoilers, end footnote. And they subsequently applied the same name to the intruders, Hyksos, from which the Greeks derived their word Hyksos, or Hykusos, for this people. Footnote: Manetho declares that the people were called Hyksos from Sik, which means king in the sacred language, and Sos, which means shepherd in the popular language. As a matter of fact, the word Hiku means prince in the classical language of Egypt, or as Manetho styles it, the sacred language, i.e. the idiom of the old religious, historical, and literary texts, which in later ages the populace no longer understood. Shos, on the contrary, belongs to the spoken language of the later time, and does not occur in the ancient inscriptions, so that Manetho's explanation is valueless. There is but one material fact to be retained from his evidence, and that is the name Hyksos, or Hykushos, given by its inventors to the alien kings. Champollion and Rosellini were the first to identify these Shos with the Saosu, whom they found represented on the monuments, and their opinion, adopted by some, seems to me an extremely plausible one. The Egyptians, at a given moment, bestowed the generic name of Shaosu on these strangers, just as they had given those of Amu and Manatu. The texts or writers from whom Manetho drew his information evidently mentioned certain kings, Hiku Saosu. Other passages, or the same passages wrongly interpreted, were applied to the race and were rendered Hiku Shaosu. Quote, the prisoners taken from the Saosu, end quote, a substantive derived from the root haka, to take, being substituted by the noun hiku, prince. Josephus declares on the authority of Manetho that some manuscripts actually suggested this derivation, a fact which is easily explained by the custom of the Egyptian record offices. I may mention in passing that Mariette recognized in the element sos an Egyptian word shos, soldiers, and in the name of King Miramashau, which he read Mirshosu, an equivalent of the title Hyksoshu. End footnote. But we are without any clue as to their real name, language, or origin. The writers of classical times were unable to come to an agreement on these questions. Some confounded the Hyksos with the Phoenicians, others regarded them as Arabs. Footnote: Manetho takes them to be Phoenicians, but he adds that certain writers thought them to be Arabs. Bruxk favors this latter view, but the Arab legend of a conquest of Egypt by Shaddad and the Adites is of recent origin, and was inspired by traditions in regard to the Hyksos current during the Byzantine epoch. We cannot therefore allow it to influence us. We must wait before expressing a definite opinion in regard to the facts which Glasser believes he has obtained from the Minoan inscriptions, which date from the time of the Hyksos. End footnote. Modern scholars have put forward at least a dozen contradictory hypotheses on the matter. The Hyksos have been asserted to have been Canaanites, Elamites, Hittites, Akkadians, Scythians. The last opinion found great favor with the learned, as long as they could believe that the sphinxes discovered by Mariette represented Apophis or one of his predecessors. As a matter of fact, these monuments present all the characteristics of the Mongoloid type of countenance: the small and slightly oblique eyes, the arched but somewhat flattened nose, the pronounced cheekbones and well-covered jaw, the salient chin and full lips slightly depressed at the corners. Footnote. Mariette, who was the first to describe these curious monuments, recognized in them all the incontestable characteristics of a Semitic type, and the correctness of his view was, at first, universally admitted. Later on, Hamy imagined that he could distinguish traces of Mongolian influences, and E.R. Lenormant, and then Mariette himself, came round to this view. It has recently been supported in England by Flower and in Germany by Virchow. End footnote. These peculiarities are also observed in the three heads found at Damanhur, in the colossal torso dug up at Mitfares in the Fayum, in the twin figures of the Nile removed to the Bulak Museum from Tanis, and upon the remains of a statue in the collection at the Villa Ludovici in Rome. The same foreign type of face is also found to exist among the present inhabitants of the villages scattered over the eastern part of the delta, particularly on the shores of Lake Menzala, and the conclusion was drawn that these people were the direct descendants of the Hyksos. This theory was abandoned, however, when it was ascertained that the Sphinxes of San had been carved many centuries before the invasion for Amenemhayet III, a king of the 12th dynasty. In spite of the facts we possess, the problem therefore still remains unsolved, and the origin of the Hyksos is as mysterious as ever. We gather, however, that the 3rd millennium before our era was repeatedly disturbed by considerable migratory movements. The expeditions far afield of Elamite and Chaldean princes could not have taken place without seriously perturbing the regions over which they passed. They must have encountered by the way many nomadic or unsettled tribes whom a slight shock would easily displace. An impulse once given, it needed but little to accelerate or increase the movement. A collision with one horde reacted on its neighbors, who either displaced or carried others with them, and the whole multitude, gathering momentum as they went, were precipitated in the direction first given. Footnote. The Hyksos invasion has been regarded as a natural result of the Elamite conquest. End footnote. A tradition picked up by Herodotus on his travels relates that the Phoenicians had originally peopled the eastern and southern shores of the Persian Gulf. Footnote. It was to the exodus of this race in the last analysis that the invasion of the shepherds may be attributed. End footnote. It was also said that Indotherses, a Scythian king, had victoriously scoured the whole of Asia and had penetrated as far as Egypt. Footnote. A certain number of commentators are of opinion that the wars attributed to Indotherses have been confounded with what Herodotus tells of the exploits of Madius, and are nothing more than a distorted remembrance of the great Scythian invasion which took place in the latter half of the 7th century BC. End footnote. Either of these invasions may have been the cause of the Syrian migration. In comparison with the meager information which has come down to us under the form of legends, it is provoking to think how much actual fact has been lost, a tithe of which would explain the cause of the movement and the mode of its execution. The least improbable hypothesis is that which attributes the appearance of the shepherds around the 23rd century BC to the arrival in Naharim of those Khati who subsequently fought so obstinately against the armies both of the pharaohs and the Ninevite kings. They descended from the mountain region in which the Halys and the Euphrates take their rise, and if the bulk of them proceeded no further than the valleys of the Taurus and the Amanos, some at least must have pushed forward as far as the provinces on the western shores of the Dead Sea. The most adventurous among them, reinforced by the Canaanites and other tribes who had joined them on their southward course, crossed the Isthmus of Suez, and finding a people weakened by discord, experienced no difficulty in replacing the native dynasties by their own barbarian chiefs. Footnote: at the present time, those scholars who admit the Turanian origin of the Hyksos are of opinion that only the nucleus of the race, the royal tribe, was composed of Mongols, while the main body consisted of elements of all kinds, Canaanitish, or more generally Semitic. End footnote. Both their name and origin were doubtless well known to the Egyptians, but the latter nevertheless disdained to apply to them any term but that of Shemau. Footnote: the term Shamamil, variant of Slaimau, is applied to them by Queen Hatshepsut. The same term is employed shortly afterward by Thutmose III to indicate the enemies whom he had defeated at Megiddo. End footnote. Strangers, and in referring to them used the same vague appellations which they applied to the Bedouin of the Sinaitic Peninsula, Monatiu, the shepherds, or Satiu, the archers. They succeeded in hiding the origin name of their conquerors so thoroughly that in the end they themselves forgot it, and kept the secret of it from posterity. The remembrance of the cruelties with which the invaders sullied their conquest lived long after them. It still stirred the anger of Manetho after a lapse of 20 centuries. Footnote: he speaks of them in contemptuous terms as men of ignoble race. The epithet Aiti, Ayati, Ayatiti was applied to the Nubians by the writer of the inscriptions of Amosi Se Abina, and to the shepherds of the Delta by the author of the Salier Papyrus. Rusk explained it as the rebels or disturbers, and Goodwin translated it invaders. Chabas rendered it by plague-stricken, an interpretation which was in closer conformity with its etymological meaning, and Graf pointed out that the malady called Ait or Adit in Egyptian is the malignant fever still frequently to be met with at the present day in the marshy cantons of the Delta, and furnished the proper rendering, which is the fever-stricken. End footnote. The victors were known as the plagues or pests, and every possible crime and impiety was attributed to them. But the brutalities attending the invasion once past, the invaders soon lost their barbarity and became rapidly civilized. Those of them stationed in the encampment at Avaris retained the military qualities and the characteristic energy of their race. The remainder became assimilated to their new compatriots, and were soon recognizable merely by their long hair, thick beard, and marked features. Their sovereigns seemed to have realized from the first that it was more to their interest to exploit the country than to pillage it. As, however, none of them was competent to understand the intricacies of the treasury, they were forced to retain the services of the majority of the scribes, who had managed the public accounts under the native kings. Footnote: the same thing took place on every occasion when Egypt was conquered by an alien race. The Persian Achaemenians and Greeks made use of the native employees, as did the Romans after them, and lastly the Mussulmans, Arabs, and Turks. End footnote. Once schooled to the new state of affairs, they readily adopted the refinements of civilized life. End of section 7. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 8 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 8. The court of the pharaohs, with its pomp and its usual assemblage of officials, both great and small, was revived around the person of the new sovereign. Footnote: the narrative of the Salier Papyrus No. 1 shows us the civil and military chiefs collected round the shepherd king Apopi and escorting him in the solemn processions in honor of the gods. They are followed by the scribes and magicians who give him advice on important occasions. End footnote. The titles of Amenemhites and their Ursitassins, adapted to these princes of foreign lands. Footnote: Hikusitu. This is the title of Abisha at Beni Hassan, which is also assumed by Kiani on several small monuments. Steindorf has attempted to connect it with the name of the Hyksos. End footnote. Legitimize them as descendants of Horus and sons of the sun. Footnote: The preamble of the 2 or 3 shepherd kings of whom we know anything contains the 2 cartouches, the special titles, and the names of Horus, which formed part of the title of the kings of pure Egyptian race. Thus, Apophis II is proclaimed to be the living Horus, who joins the 2 earths in peace, the good god Aknunri, son of the sun, Apopi, who lives forever, on the statues of Mer-Mashau, which he had appropriated, and on the pink granite table of offerings in the Giza Museum. End footnote. They respected the local religions and went so far as to favor those of the gods whose attributes appeared to connect them with some of their own barbarous divinities. The chief deity of their worship was Baal, the lord of all. Footnote: The name of Baal, transcribed Baalu, is found on that of a certain Petibalu, the gift of Baal, who must have flourished in the time of the last shepherd kings, or rather under the Theban kings of the 17th dynasty, who were their contemporaries, whose conclusions have been adopted by Brocksk. End footnote. A cruel and savage warrior, his resemblance to Sit, the brother and enemy of Osiris, was so marked that he was identified with the Egyptian deity with the emphatic additional title of Sukhu, the Great Sit. Footnote: Sutiku, Sutku are lengthened forms of Sutu or Situ, and Chabas, who had at first denied the existence of the final Yehu, afterwards himself supplied the philological arguments which proved the correctness of their reading. He rightly refused, however, to recognize in Sutiku or Sutku the name of the conqueror's god, a transliteration of the Phoenician Sidaik, and would only see in it that of the nearest Egyptian deity. This view is now accepted as the right one, and Sutku is regarded as the indigenous equivalent of the great Asiatic god, elsewhere called Baal, or Supreme Lord. Professor Petrie found a scarab bearing the cartouche of Sotek Apepi I at Koptos, T.E. End footnote. He was usually represented as a fully armed warrior, wearing a helmet of circular form ornamented with 2 plumes, but he also borrowed the emblematic animal of Sit, the fennec, and the winged griffin which haunted the deserts of the Thebaid. His temples were erected in the cities of the Delta, side by side with the sanctuaries of the feudal gods, both at Bubastis and at Tanis. Tanis, now made the capital, reopened its palaces and acquired a fresh impetus from the royal presence within its walls. Apophis Aknunri, one of its kings, dedicated several tables of offerings in that city, and engraved his cartouches upon the sphinxes and standing colossi of the pharaohs of the 12th and 13th dynasties. He was, however, honest enough to leave the inscriptions of his predecessors intact, and not to appropriate to himself the credit of works belonging to the Amenemhites or to Miramashau. Kiani, who is possibly the Janus of Manetho, was not, however, so easily satisfied. Footnote: Naville, who reads the name Rayan or Yanra, thinks that this prince must be the Anus or Janus mentioned by Manetho as being one of the 6 shepherd kings of the 15th dynasty. Mr. Petrie proposed to read Kiani, and the fragment discovered at Gebelane confirms this reading, as well as a certain number of cylinders and scarabs. Mr. Petrie prefers to place this pharaoh in the 8th dynasty, and makes him one of the leaders in the foreign occupation to which he supposes Egypt to have submitted at that time. But it is almost certain that he ought to be placed among the Hyksos of the 16th dynasty. The name Kiani, more correctly Kiyani or Kiyani, is connected by Tomkins and Hilprecht with that of a certain Kayanu or Kayan, son of Gabar, who reigned in Amanos in the time of Salmanasar II, king of Assyria. End footnote. The statue bearing his inscription, of which the lower part was discovered by Navo and Bubastis, appears to have been really carved for himself or for one of his contemporaries. It is a work possessing no originality, though of very commendable execution, such as would render it acceptable to any museum. The artist who conceived it took his inspiration with considerable cleverness from the best examples turned out by the schools of the Delta under the Sphokotpus and the Noferhotpus. But a small gray granite lion, also of the reign of Kiani, which by a strange fate had found its way to Baghdad, does not raise our estimation of the modeling of animals in the Hyksos period. It is heavy in form, and the muzzle in no way recalls the fine profile of the lions executed by the sculptors of earlier times. The pursuit of science and the culture of learning appear to have been more successfully perpetuated than the fine arts. A treatise on mathematics, of which a copy has come down to us, would seem to have been recopied, if not remodeled, in the 22nd year of Apophis II al-Siri. If we only possessed more monuments or documents treating of this period, we should doubtless perceive that their sojourn on the banks of the Nile was instrumental in causing a speedy change in the appearance and character of the Hyksos. The strangers retained to a certain extent their coarse countenances and rude manners. They showed no aptitude for tilling the soil or sowing grain, but delighted in the marshy expanses of the Delta, where they gave themselves up to a semi-savage life of hunting and of tending cattle. The nobles among them, clothed and schooled after the Egyptian fashion, and holding fiefs, or positions at court, differed but little from the native feudal chiefs. We see here a case of what generally happens when a horde of barbarians settles down in a highly organized country which by a stroke of fortune they may have conquered. As soon as the Hyksos had taken complete possession of Egypt, Egypt in her turn took possession of them, and those who survived the enervating effect of her civilization were all but transformed into Egyptians. If in the time of the native pharaohs, Asiatic tribes had been drawn towards Egypt, where they were treated as subjects or almost as slaves, the attraction which she possessed for them must have increased in intensity under the shepherds. They would now find the country in the hands of men of the same races as themselves, Egyptianized, it is true, but not to such an extent as to have completely lost their own language and the knowledge of their own extraction. Such immigrants were the more readily welcomed, since there lurked a feeling among the Hyksos that it was necessary to strengthen themselves against the slumbering hostility of the indigenous population. The royal palace must have more than once opened its gates to Asiatic counselors and favorites. Canaanites and Bedouin must often have been enlisted for the camp at Avaris. Invasions, famines, civil wars all seem to have conspired to drive into Egypt not only isolated individuals, but whole families and tribes. That of the Beni Israel, or Israelites, who entered the country about this time, has since acquired a unique position in the world's history. They belong to that family of Semitic extraction which we know by the monuments and tradition to have been scattered in ancient times along the western shores of the Persian Gulf, and on the banks of the Euphrates. Those situated nearest to Chaldea and to the sea probably led a settled existence. They cultivated the soil, they employed themselves in commerce and industries. Their vessels, from Dilmun, from Magan, and from Milkaka, coasted from one place to another, and made their way to the cities of Sumer and Akkad. They had been civilized from very early times, and some of their towns were situated on islands, so as to be protected from sudden incursions. Other tribes of the same family occupied the interior of the continent. They lived in tents and delighted in the unsettled life of nomads. There appeared to be in this distant corner of Arabia an inexhaustible reserve of population, which periodically overflowed its borders and spread over the world. It was from this very region that we see the Kashtim, the true Chaldeans, issuing ready-armed for combat, a people whose name was subsequently used to denote several tribes settled between the lower waters of the Tigris and the Euphrates. It was there, among the marshes on either side of these rivers, that the Aramoans established their first settlements after quitting the desert. There also the oldest legends of the race placed the cradle of the Phoenicians. It was even believed, about the time of Alexander, that the earliest ruins attributable to this people had been discovered on the Bahrain Islands, the largest of which, Tylos and Arados, bore names resembling the two great ports of Tyre and Arvad. We are indebted to tradition for the cause of their immigration and the route by which they reached the Mediterranean. The occurrence of violent earthquakes forced them to leave their home. They traveled as far as the Lake of Syria, where they halted for some time, then, resuming their march, did not rest till they had reached the sea, where they founded Sidon. The question arises as to the position of the Lake of Syria, on whose shores they rested, some believing it to be the Bahr-e-Nedjif and the environs of Babylon, others the Lake of Bambyces near the Euphrates, the emigrants doubtless having followed up the course of that river and having approached the country of their destination on its northeastern frontier. Another theory would seek to identify the lake with the waters of Merom, the Lake of Galilee, or the Dead Sea. In this case, the horde must have crossed the neck of the Arabian Peninsula from the Euphrates to the Jordan through one of those long valleys sprinkled with oases which afforded an occasional route for caravans. Footnote: they would thus have arrived at the shores of Lake Merom or at the shores either of the Dead Sea or of the Lake of Gennesareth. The Arab traditions speak of an itinerary which would have led the emigrants across the desert, but they possess no historic value so far as these early epochs are concerned. End footnote. Several writers assure us that the Phoenician tradition of this exodus was misunderstood by Herodotus, and that the sea which they remembered on reaching Tyre was not the Persian Gulf but the Dead Sea. If this had been the case, they need not have hesitated to assign their departure to causes mentioned in other documents. The Bible tells us that, soon after the invasion of Kudur-Lagamar, the anger of God being kindled by the wickedness of Sodom and Gomorrah, he resolved to destroy the 5 cities situated in the valley of Siddim. A cloud of burning brimstone broke over them and consumed them. When the fumes and smoke, as, quote, of a furnace, end quote, had passed away, the very site of the towns had disappeared. Footnote: Genesis chapter 19, verses 24 through 29. The whole of this episode belongs to the Jehovistic narrative. End footnote. Previous to their destruction, the lake into which the Jordan empties itself had had but a restricted area. The subsidence of the southern plain, which had been occupied by the impious cities, doubled the size of the lake and enlarged it to its present dimensions. The earthquake which caused the Phoenicians to leave their ancestral home may have been the result of this cataclysm, and the sea on whose shores they sojourned would thus be our Dead Sea. One fact, however, appears to be certain in the midst of many hypotheses, and that is that the Phoenicians had their origin in the regions bordering on the Persian Gulf. It is useless to attempt, with the inadequate materials as yet in our possession, to determine by what route they reached the Syrian coast, though we may perhaps conjecture the period of their arrival. Herodotus asserts that the Tyrians placed the date of the foundation of their principal temple 2,300 years before the time of his visit, and the erection of a sanctuary for their national deity would probably take place very soon after their settlement at Tyre. This would bring their arrival there to about the 28th century before our era. The Elamite and Babylonian conquests would therefore have found the Phoenicians already established in the country and would have had appreciable effect upon them. The question now arises whether the Beni Israel belonged to the group of tribes which included the Phoenicians, or whether they were of Chaldean race. Their national traditions leave no doubt upon that point. They are regarded as belonging to an important race, which we find dispersed over the country of Padan Aram in northern Mesopotamia, near the base of Mount Masios, and extending on both sides of the Euphrates. Footnote: the country of Padan Aram is situated between the Euphrates and the upper reaches of the Khabar on both sides of the Balak, and is usually explained as the plain or tableland of Aram, though the etymology is not certain. The word seems to be preserved in that of Tel Fadan, near Haran. End footnote. Their earliest chiefs bore the names of towns or of peoples, Nachor, Peleg, and Serug. Footnote: Nachor has been associated with the ancient village of Kaura, or with the ancient village of Haditha and Naura to the south of Anna. Peleg probably corresponds with Falga or Faliga, which was situated at the mouth of the Khabar. Serug, with the present Saraj, in the neighborhood of Edessa, and the other names in the genealogy were probably borrowed from as many different localities. End footnote. All were descendants of Arphaxad. Footnote: The site of Arphaxad is doubtful, as is also its meaning. Its second element is undoubtedly the name of the Chaldeans, but the first is interpreted in several ways: frontier of the Chaldeans, domain of the Chaldeans. The similarity of sound was the cause of its being for a long time associated with the Arapakhitis of classical times. The tendency is now to recognize in it the country nearest to the ancient domain of the Chaldeans, i.e. Babylonia proper. End footnote. And it was related that Terach, the direct ancestor of the Israelites, had dwelt in Ur-Kashdim, the or Uru of the Chaldeans. Footnote. Ur-Kashdim has long been sought for in the north, either at Orpha, in accordance with the tradition of the Syrian churches still existing in the east, or in a certain Ur of Mesopotamia, placed by Ammonius Marcellinus between Nisibis and the Tigris. At the present day, Halevi still looks for it on the Syrian bank of the Euphrates, to the southeast of Thapsacus. Rawlinson's proposal to identify it with the town of Uru has been successively accepted by nearly all Assyriologists. Sayce remarks that the worship of Sin, which was common to both towns, established a natural link between them, and that an inhabitant of Uru would have felt more at home in Haran than in any other town. End footnote. He is said to have had 3 sons, Abraham, Nachor, and Haran. Haran begat Lot, but died before his father in Ur-Kashdim, his own country. Abraham and Nachor both took wives, but Abraham's wife remained a long time barren. Then Terach with his son Abraham, his grandson Lot, the son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarah, footnote, the names of Sarah and Abraham, or rather the earlier form Abram, have been found, the latter under the form Abiramu in the contracts of the first Chaldean Empire. End footnote. Went forth from Ur-Kashdim, Ur of the Chaldees, to go into the land of Canaan. And they came upon Charan and dwelt there, and Terach died in Charan. Footnote. Genesis, chapter 11, verses 27 through 32. In the opinion of most critics, verses 27, 31, and 32 form part of the document which was the basis of the various narratives still traceable in the Bible. It is thought that the remaining verses bear the marks of a later redaction, or that they may be additions of a later date. The most important part of the text, that relating the migration from Ur-Kashdim to Charan, belongs therefore to the very oldest part of the national tradition, and may be regarded as expressing the knowledge which the Hebrews of the times of the kings possessed concerning the origin of their race. End footnote. It is a question whether Charan is to be identified with Haran in Mesopotamia, the city of the god Sin, or, which is more probable, with the Syrian town of Hauran in the neighborhood of Damascus. The tribes who crossed the Euphrates became subsequently a somewhat important people. They called themselves, or were known by others, as the Ibrim, or Hebrews, the people from beyond the river. Footnote. The most ancient interpretation identified this nameless river with the Euphrates, an identification still admitted by most critics. Others prefer to recognize it as being the Jordan. Halevi prefers to identify it with one of the rivers of Damascus, probably the Abana. End footnote. And this appellation, which we are accustomed to apply to the children of Israel only, embraced also at the time when the term was most extended the Ammonites, Moabites, Edomites, Ishmaelites, Midianites, and many other tribes settled on the borders of the desert to the east and south of the Dead Sea. These peoples all trace their descent from Abraham, the son of Terach, but the children of Israel claim the privilege of being the only legitimate issue of his marriage with Sarah, giving naive or derogatory accounts of the relations which connected the others with their common ancestor. Ammon and Moab were, for instance, the issue of the incestuous union of Lot and his daughters. Midian and his sons were descended from Keturah, who was merely a concubine. Ishmael was the son of an Egyptian slave, while the hairy Esau had sold his birthright and the primacy of the Edomites to his brother Jacob, and consequently to the Israelites, for a dish of lentils. Abraham left Charan at the command of Yahweh, his God, receiving from him a promise that his posterity should be blessed above all others. Abraham pursued his way into the heart of Canaan till he reached Shechem, and there, under the oaks of Moreh, Yahweh, appearing to him a second time, announced to him that he would give the whole land to his posterity as an inheritance. Abraham virtually took possession of it and wandered over it with his flocks, building altars at Shechem, Bethel, and Mamre, the places where God had revealed himself to him, treating as his equals the native chiefs Abimelech of Gerar and Melchizedek of Jerusalem. Footnote: compare the meeting with Melchizedek after the victory over the Elamites, Genesis chapter 14, verses 18 through 20, and the agreement with Abimelech about the well, Genesis chapter 21, verses 22 through 34. The mention of the covenant of Abraham with Abimelech belongs to the oldest part of the national tradition, and is given to us in the Jehovistic narrative. Many critics have questioned the historical existence of Melchizedek and believed that the passage in which he is mentioned is merely a kind of parable intended to show the head of the race paying tithe of the spoil to the priest of the supreme God residing at Jerusalem. The information, however, furnished by the Tel El Amarna tablets about the ancient city of Jerusalem and the character of its early kings have determined Seiss to pronounce Melchizedek to be a historical personage. End footnote. In granting the valley of the Jordan as a place of pasturage to his nephew Lot, whose flocks had increased immensely. Footnote: Genesis chapter 13, verses 1 through 13. Lot has been sometimes connected of late with the people called on the Egyptian monuments Rotanu or Latanu, whom we shall have occasion to mention frequently further on. He is supposed to have been their eponymous hero. Latan, which is the name of an Edomite clan, Genesis chapter 36, verse 20 and verse 29, is a racial adjective derived from Lot. End footnote. His nomadic instinct having led him into Egypt, he was here robbed of his wife by Pharaoh. Footnote: Genesis chapter 12, verses 9 through 20, and chapter 13, verse 1. Abraham's visit to Egypt reproduces the principal events of that of Jacob. On his return, he purchased the field of Ephron near Kirjath Arba and the cave of Machpelah, of which he made a burying place for his family. Footnote: Genesis chapter 13, verse 18, chapter 23, Elohistic narrative. The tombs of the patriarchs are believed by the Mohammedans to exist to the present day in the cave which is situated within the enclosure of the mosque at Hebron, and the tradition on which this belief is based goes back to early Christian times. End footnote. Kirjath Arba, the Hebron of subsequent times, became from henceforward his favorite dwelling place, and he was residing there when the Elamites invaded the valley of Siddim and carried off Lot among their prisoners. Abraham set out in pursuit of them and succeeded in delivering his nephew. Footnote: Genesis chapter 14, verses 12 through 24, 2 Genesis chapter 15, Jehovistic narrative. End footnote. God, Yahweh, not only favored him on every occasion, but expressed his will to extend over Abraham's descendants his sheltering protection. He made a covenant with him, enjoining the use on the occasion of the mysterious rites employed among the nations when effecting a treaty of peace. Abraham offered up as victims a heifer, a goat, and a 3-year-old ram, together with a turtle dove and a young pigeon. He cut the animals into pieces and, piling them in 2 heaps, waited till the evening. Quote, "And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abraham, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him." End footnote. End quote. And a voice from on high said to him, quote, "Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. And it came to pass, that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces." End quote. Yahweh sealed the covenant by consuming the offering. End of section 8, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 9 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4, by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 9. 2 less important figures fill the interval between the divine prediction of servitude and its accomplishment. The birth of one of them, Isaac, was ascribed to the divine intervention at a period when Sarah had given up all hope of becoming a mother. Abraham was sitting at his tent door in the heat of the day, when 3 men presented themselves before him, whom he invited to repose under the oak while he prepared to offer them hospitality. After their meal, he who seemed to be the chief of the 3 promised to return within a year, when Sarah should be blessed with the possession of a son. The announcement came from Yahweh, but Sarah was ignorant of the fact, and laughed to herself within the tent on hearing this amazing prediction, for she said, quote, "After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also?" End quote. The child was born, however, and was called Isaac, the laughter, in remembrance of Sarah's mocking laugh. Footnote: Genesis chapter 18, verses 1 through 16, according to the Jehovistic narrative. Genesis chapter 17, verses 15 through 22, gives another account in which the Elohistic writer predicts the birth of Isaac in a different way. The name of Isaac, the laughter, possibly abridged from Isakel, he on whom God smiles, is explained in 3 different ways. First, by the laugh of Abraham, Genesis chapter 17, verse 17. Secondly, by that of Sarah, Genesis chapter 18, verse 12, when her son's birth was foretold to her, and lastly, by the laughter of those who made sport of the delayed maternity of Sarah, chapter 21, verse 6, end footnote. There is a remarkable resemblance between his life and that of his father. Footnote: Many critics see in the life of Isaac a colorless copy of that of Abraham, while others, on the contrary, consider that the primitive episodes belong to the former, and that the parallel portions of the 2 lives were borrowed from the biography of the son to augment that of his father. End footnote. Like Abraham, he dwelt near Hebron. Footnote: Genesis chapter 35, verse 27, Elohistic narrative. End footnote. And departing thence, wandered with his household round the wells of Beersheba. Like him, he was threatened with the loss of his wife. Like him also, he renewed relations with Abimelech of Gerar. Footnote: Genesis chapter 26, verses 1 through 31, Jehovistic narrative. In Genesis chapter 25, verse 11, an Elohistic interpolation makes Isaac also dwell in the south, near to the, quote, well of the living one who seeth me, end quote. End footnote. He married his relative Rebekah, the granddaughter of Nachor and the sister of Laban. Footnote: Genesis chapter 24, where 2 narratives appear to have been amalgamated. In the second of these, Abraham seems to have played no part, and Eliezer apparently conducted Rebekah direct to her husband Isaac. Verses 61 through 67. End footnote. After 20 years of barrenness, his wife gave birth to twins, Esau and Jacob, who contended with each other from their mother's womb, and whose descendants kept up a perpetual feud. We know how Esau, under the influence of his appetite, deprived himself of the privileges of his birthright and subsequently went forth to become the founder of the Edomites. Jacob spent a portion of his youth in Padan Aram, where he served Laban for the hands of his cousins Rachel and Leah. Then, owing to the bad faith of his uncle, he left him secretly after 20 years' service, taking with him his wives and innumerable flocks. At first he wandered aimlessly along the eastern bank of the Jordan, where Yahweh revealed himself to him in his troubles. Laban pursued and overtook him, and acknowledging his own injustice, pardoned him for having taken flight. Jacob raised a heap of stones on the site of their encounter, known at Mizpah to after ages as the Stone of Witness, G-Al-Ed, Galid. Footnote: Genesis chapter 31, verses 45 through 54, where the writer evidently traces the origin of the word Gilead to Gal-Ed. We gather from the context that the narrative was connected with the cairn at Mizpah, which separated the Hebrew from the Aramean-speaking peoples. End footnote. This having been accomplished, his difficulties began with his brother Esau, who bore him no good will. One night, at the ford of the Yabok, when he had fallen behind his companions, quote, there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day, end quote, without prevailing against him. The stranger endeavored to escape before daybreak, but only succeeded in doing so at the cost of giving Jacob his blessing. Quote, what is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel, for thou hast striven with God and with men, and hast prevailed. End quote. Jacob called the place Peniel, quote, "For," end quote, said he, quote, "I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved," end quote. The hollow of his thigh was, quote, "strained as he wrestled with him," end quote, and he became permanently lame. Footnote: Genesis chapter 32, verses 22 through 32. This is the account of the Jehovistic writer. The Elohist gives a different version of the circumstances which led to the change of name from Jacob to Israel. He places the scene at Bethel and suggests no precise etymology for the name Israel. Genesis chapter 35, verses 9 through 15. End footnote. Immediately after the struggle, he met Esau and endeavored to appease him by his humility, building a house for him and providing booths for his cattle so as to secure for his descendants the possession of the land. From this circumstance, the place received the name of Succoth, the booths, by which appellation was henceforth known. Another locality where Yahweh had met Jacob while he was pitching his tents derived from this fact the designation of two hosts, Mahanaim. Footnote: Genesis chapter 32, verse 2 and 3, where the theophany is indicated rather than directly stated. End footnote. On the other side of the river at Shechem, footnote, Genesis chapter 33, verses 18 through 20, here should be the place of the episode of Dinah seduced by an Amorite prince, and the consequent massacre of the inhabitants by Simon and Levi, Genesis chapter 34. The almost complete dispersion of the two tribes of Simon and Levi is attributed to this massacre. See Genesis chapter 49, verses 5 through 7. End footnote. At Bethel, footnote, Genesis chapter 35, verses 1 through 15, where is found the Elohistic version, verses 9 through 15, of the circumstances which led to the change of name from Jacob to Israel. End footnote. And at Hebron, near to the burial place of his family, traces of him are everywhere to be found blent with those of Abraham. By his 2 wives and their maids he had 12 sons. Leah was the mother of Cuban, Simon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zabulon. Gad and Asher were the children of his slave Zilpah, while Joseph and Benjamin were the only sons of Rachel, Dan and Naphtali being the offspring of her servant Bilhah. The preference which his father showed to him caused Joseph to be hated by his brothers. They sold him to a caravan of Midianites on their way to Egypt, and persuaded Jacob that a wild beast had devoured him. Yahweh was, however, with Joseph and, quote, made all that he did to prosper in his hand, end quote. He was bought by Potiphar, a great Egyptian lord and captain of Pharaoh's guard, who made him his overseer. His master's wife, however, quote, cast her eyes upon Joseph, end quote, but finding that he rejected her shameless advances, she accused him of having offered violence to her person. Being cast into prison, he astonished his companions in misfortune by his skill in reading dreams, and was summoned to court to interpret to the king his dream of the 7 lean kine who had devoured the 7 fat kine, which he did by representing the latter as 7 years of abundance, of which the crops should be swallowed up by 7 years of famine. Joseph was thereupon raised by Pharaoh to the rank of prime minister. He stored up the surplus of the abundant harvests, and as soon as the famine broke out, distributed the corn to the hunger-stricken people in exchange for their silver and gold, and for their flocks and fields. Hence it was that the whole of the Nile Valley, with the exception of the lands belonging to the priests, gradually passed into the possession of the royal treasury. Meanwhile, his brethren, who also suffered from the famine, came down into Egypt to buy corn. Joseph revealed himself to them, pardoned the wrong they had done him, and presented them to the Pharaoh. Quote, and Pharaoh said unto Joseph, say unto thy brethren, this do ye, lade your beasts, and go, get you unto the land of Canaan, and take your father and your household, and come unto me, and I will give you the good of the land of Egypt, and ye shall eat the fat of the land. End quote. Jacob thereupon raised his camp and came to Beersheba, where he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And Yahweh commanded him to go down into Egypt, saying, quote, I will there make of thee a great nation. I will go down with thee into Egypt, and I will also surely bring thee up again. And Joseph shall put his hand upon thine eyes. End quote. The whole family were installed by Pharaoh in the province of Goshen, as far as possible from the centers of the native population, quote, for every shepherd is an abomination unto the Egyptians. End quote. In the midst of these stern yet touching narratives in which the Hebrews of the times of the kings delighted to trace the history of their remote ancestors, one important fact arrests our attention. The Beni Israel quitted southern Syria and settled on the banks of the Nile. They had remained for a considerable time in what was known later as the mountains of Judah. Hebron had served as their rallying point. The broad but scantily watered wadis separated the cultivated lands from the desert, were to them a patrimony, which they shared with the inhabitants of the neighboring towns. Every year in the spring, they led their flocks to browse on the thin herbage growing in the bottoms of the valleys, removing them to another district only when the supply of fodder was exhausted. The women spun, wove, fashioned garments, baked bread, cooked the viands, and devoted themselves to the care of the younger children, whom they suckled beyond the usual period. The men lived like the Bedouin, periods of activity alternating regularly with times of idleness, and the daily routine, with its simple duties and casual work, often gave place to quarrels for the possession of some rich pasturage or some never-failing well. A comparatively ancient tradition relates that the Hebrews arrived in Egypt during the reign of Aphobus, a Hyksos king, doubtless one of the Apopi, and possibly the monarch who restored the monuments of the Theban pharaohs, and engraved his name on the sphinxes of Amenemhite III and on the colossi of Mirmashau. Footnote: the year 17 of Apophis has been pointed out as the date of their arrival, and this combination, probably proposed by some learned Jew of Alexandria, was adopted by Christian chroniclers. It is unsupported by any fact of Egyptian history, but it rests on a series of calculations founded on the information contained in the Bible. Starting from the assumption that the Exodus must have taken place under Ahmosis, and that the children of Israel had been 430 years on the banks of the Nile, it was found that the beginning of their sojourn fell under the reign of Apophis, mentioned by Josephus, and, to be still more correct, in the 17th year of that prince. End footnote. The land which the Hebrews obtained is that which, down to the present day, is most frequently visited by nomads, who find there an uncertain hospitality. The tribes of the Isthmus of Suez are now, in fact, constantly shifting from one continent to another, and their encampments in any place are merely temporary. The lord of the soil must, if he desire to keep them within his borders, treat them with the greatest prudence and tact. Should the government displease them in any way, or appear to curtail their liberty, they pack up their tents and take flight into the desert. The district occupied by them one day is on the next vacated and left to desolation. Probably the same state of things existed in ancient times, and the border nomes on the east of the delta were in turn inhabited or deserted by the Bedouin of the period. The towns were few in number, but a series of forts protected the frontier. These were mere village strongholds perched on the summit of some eminence and surrounded by a strip of cornland. Beyond the frontier extended a region of bare rock, or a wide plain saturated with the ill-regulated surplus water of the inundation. The land of Goshen was bounded by the cities of Heliopolis on the south, Bubastis on the west, and Tanis and Mendes on the north. The garrison of Avaris could easily keep watch over it and maintain order within it, while they could at the same time defend it from the incursions of the Monatiu and the Hirushaitu. Footnote: Goshen comprised the provinces situated on the borders of the cultivatable cornland and watered by the infiltration of the Nile, which caused the growth of a vegetation sufficient to support the flocks during a few weeks, and it may also have included the imperfectly irrigated provinces which were covered with pools and reedy swamps after each inundation. End footnote. The Beni Israel throve in these surroundings so well adapted to their traditional tastes. Even if their subsequent importance as a nation has been overestimated, they did not at least share the fate of many foreign tribes who, when transplanted into Egypt, waned and died out, or at the end of 2 or 3 generations became merged in the native population. Footnote: we are told that when the Hebrews left Ramses, they were, quote, about 600,000 on foot that were men, beside children, and a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle, end quote. Exodus chapter 12, verse 37 and verse 38, end footnote. In pursuing their callings as shepherds, almost within sight of the rich cities of the Nile Valley, they never forsook the God of their fathers to bow down before the Enneads or Triads of Egypt. Whether he was already known to them as Yahweh, or was worshipped under the collective name of Elohim, they served him with almost unbroken fidelity even in the presence of Ra and Osiris, of Ptah and Sutku. The Hyksos conquest had not in any way modified the feudal system of the country. The shepherd kings must have inherited the royal domain just as they found it at the close of the 14th dynasty, but doubtless the whole delta from Avaris to Sais and from Memphis to Buto was their personal appanage. Their direct authority probably extended no further south than the pyramids, and their supremacy over the fiefs of the side was at best precarious. The turbulent lords who shared among them the possession of the valley had never lost their proud or rebellious spirit, and under the foreign, as under the native pharaohs, regulated their obedience to their ruler by the energy he displayed, or by their regard for the resources at his disposal. Thebes had never completely lost the ascendancy which it obtained over them at the fall of the Memphite dynasty. The accession of the Xoite dynasty and the arrival of the shepherd kings, in relegating Thebes unceremoniously to a second rank, had not discouraged it or lowered its royal prestige in its own eyes or in those of others. The lords of the south instinctively rallied around it, as around their natural citadel, and their resources, combined with its own, rendered it as formidable a power as that of the masters of the delta. If we had fuller information as to the history of this period, we should doubtless see that the various Theban princes took occasion, as in the Heracleopolitan epoch, to pick a quarrel with their sovereign lord, and did not allow themselves to be discouraged by any check. Footnote: the length of time during which Egypt was subject to Asiatic rule is not fully known. Historians are agreed in recognizing the three epochs referred to in the narrative of Manetho as corresponding with 1. The conquest and the 6 first Hyksos kings, including the 15th Theban dynasty, 2. The complete submission of Egypt to the 16th foreign dynasty, 3. The War of Independence during the 17th dynasty, which consisted of 2 parallel series of kings, the one shepherds, pharaohs, the other Thebans. There has been considerable discussion as to the duration of the oppression. The best solution is still that given by Ehrman, according to whom the 15th dynasty lasted 284, the 16th 234, and the 17th 143 years, or in all 661 years. The invasion must therefore have taken place about 2346 BC, or about the time when the Elamite power was at its highest. The advent of the 16th dynasty would fall about 2062 BC, and the commencement of the War of Independence between 1730 and 1720 BC. End footnote. The period of hegemony attributed by the chronicles to the Hyksos of the 16th dynasty was not probably, as far as they were concerned, years of perfect tranquility or of undisputed authority. In inscribing their sole names on the lists, the compilers denoted merely the shorter or longer period during which their Theban vassals failed in their rebellious efforts, and did not dare to assume openly the title or ensigns of royalty. A certain Apophis, probably the same who took the praenomen of Akhnunri, was reigning at Tanis when the decisive revolt broke out, and Sakhnunri Tiua I, who was the leader on the occasion, had no other title of authority over the provinces of the south than that of Hiku, or regent. We are unacquainted with the cause of the outbreak or with its sequel, and the Egyptians themselves seem to have been not much better informed on the subject than ourselves. They gave free flight to their fancy and accommodated the details to their taste, not shrinking from the introduction of daring fictions into the account. A romance, which was very popular with the literati 400 or 500 years later, asserted that the real cause of the war was a kind of religious quarrel. Quote, "It happened that the land of Egypt belonged to the fever-stricken, and as there was no supreme king at that time, it happened then that King Sakhnunri was regent of the city of the south, and that the fever-stricken of the city of Ra were under the rule of Ra-Apopi and Avaris, the whole land tribute to the latter in manufactured products, and the north did the same in all the good things of the delta. Now the king Ra-Apopi took to himself Sutku for lord, and he did not serve any other god in the whole land except Sutku, and he built a temple of excellent and everlasting work at the gate of the king of Ra-Apopi, and he arose every morning to sacrifice the daily victims, and the chief vassals were there with garlands of flowers, as it was accustomed to be done for the temple of Phra Harmachis. End quote. Having finished the temple, he thought of imposing upon the Thebans the cult of his god, but as he shrank from employing force in such a delicate matter, he had recourse to stratagem. He took counsel with his princes and generals, but they were unable to propose any plan. The college of diviners and scribes was more complacent. Quote, "Let a messenger go to the regent of the city of the south to tell him, the king Ra-Apopi commands thee that the hippopotami which are in the pool of the town are to be exterminated in the pool, in order that slumber may come to me by day and by night. He will not be able to reply good or bad, and thou shalt send him another messenger. The king Ra-Apopi commands thee, if the chief of the south does not reply to my message, let him serve no longer any god but Sitku. But if he replies to it and will do that which I tell him to do, then I will impose nothing further upon him, and I will not and further bow before any other god of the whole land than Amon-Ra, king of the gods." End quote. Another pharaoh of popular romance, Nectanebo, possessed at a much later date mares which conceived at the neighing of the stallions of Babylon, and his friend Lycaris had a cat, which went forth every night to wring the necks of the cocks of Memphis. Footnote, found in a popular story which came in later times to be associated with the traditions connected with Aesop. End footnote. The hippopotami of the Theban lake, which troubled the rest of the king of Tanis, were evidently of close kin to these extraordinary animals. The sequel is unfortunately lost. We may assume, however, without much risk of error, that Saknunri came forth safe and sound from the ordeal, that Apopi was taken in his own trap, and saw himself driven to the dire extremity of giving up Sutku for Amon-Ra, or of declaring war. He was likely to adopt the latter alternative, and the end of the manuscript would probably have related his defeat. End of section 9, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 10 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 10. Hostilities continued for a century and a half from the time when Saknunri Tiua declared himself son of the sun and king of the two Egypts. From the moment in which he surrounded his name with a cartouche, the princes of the Said threw in their lot with him, and the 17th dynasty had its beginnings on the day of his proclamation. The strife at first was undecisive and without marked advantage to either side. At length the pharaoh whom the Greek copyists of Manetho call Alis Phragmouthosis defeated the barbarians, drove them away from Memphis and from the western plains of the Delta, and shut them up in their entrenched camp at Avaris, between the Sebennytic branch of the Nile and the Wadi Tumulat. The monuments bearing on this period of strife and misery are few in number, and it is a fortunate circumstance if some insignificant object turns up which would elsewhere be passed over as unworthy of notice. One of the officials of Tuwa I has left us his writing palette, on which the cartouches of his master are incised with a rudeness baffling description. We have also information of a prince of the blood, a king's son, Tuau, who accompanied the same pharaoh in his expeditions, and the Giza Museum is proud of having in its possession the wooden saber which this individual placed on the mummy of a certain Akhoru to enable him to defend himself against the monsters of the lower world. A second Saknunri Tiua succeeded the first, and like him was buried in a little brick pyramid on the border of the Theban necropolis. At his death, the series of rulers was broken, and we meet with several names which are difficult to classify. Sakon-Nitinibri, Saknaktu-Niri, Hotpuri, Manhotpuri, Eahotpu. Footnote. Hotpuri and Manhotpuri are both mentioned in the fragments of a fantastic story copied during the 20th dynasty, bits of which are found in most European museums. In one of these fragments, preserved in the Louvre, mention is made of Hotpuri's tomb, certainly situated at Thebes. We possess scarabs of this king, and Petri discovered at Coptus a fragment of a stele bearing his name and titles and describing the works which he executed in the temples of the town. The 14th year of Monhotpuri is mentioned in a passage of the story as being the date of the death of a personage born under Hotpuri. These two kings belong, as far as we are able to judge, in the middle of the 17th dynasty. I am inclined to place beside them the pharaoh Nubhotpuri, of whom we possess a few rather coarse scarabs. End footnote. As we proceed, however, information becomes more plentiful and the list of reigns almost complete. The part which the princesses of older times played in the transmission of power had, from the 12th dynasty downward, considerably increased in importance and threatened to overshadow that of the princes. The question presents itself whether, during these centuries of perpetual warfare, there had not been a moment when, all the males of the family having perished, the women alone were left to perpetuate the solar race on the earth and to keep the succession unbroken. As soon as the veil over this period of history begins to be lifted, we distinguish among the personages emerging from the obscurity as many queens as kings presiding over the destinies of Egypt. The sons took precedence of the daughters when both were the offspring of a brother and sister born of the same parents, and when consequently they were of equal rank. But on the other hand, the sons forfeited this equality when there was any inferiority in origin on the maternal side, and their prospect of succession to the throne diminished in proportion to their mother's remoteness from the line of Ra. In the latter case, all their sisters, born of marriages which to us appear incestuous, took precedence of them, and the eldest daughter became the legitimate pharaoh, who sat in the seat of Horus on the death of her father, or even occasionally during his lifetime. The prince whom she married governed for her and discharged those royal duties which could be legally performed by a man only, such as offering worship to the supreme gods, commanding the army, and administering justice. But his wife never ceased to be sovereign, and however small the intelligence or firmness of which she might be possessed, her husband was obliged to leave to her, at all events on certain occasions, the direction of affairs. At her death, her children inherited the crown. Their father had formerly to invest the eldest of them with royal authority in the room of the deceased, and with him he shared the externals, if not the reality, of power. Footnote. Thus we have Thutmosis I formally enthroning his daughter Hatshepsut towards the close of his reign. End footnote. It is doubtful whether the third Saknunri Tiwa, known to us, he who added an epithet to his name, and was commonly known as Tiwakni, Tiwa the Brave, footnote, it would seem that the epithet Keni, the brave, the robust, did not form an indispensable part of his name, any more than Ahmosi did of the names of members of the family of Ahmosis, the conqueror of the shepherds. It is to him that the Tiwa cartouche refers, which is to be found on the statue mentioned by Daninos Pasha, published by Boreant, and on which we find Ahmosis, a princess of the same name, together with Queen Ahpotu I. End footnote. United in his person all the requisites of a pharaoh qualified to reign in his own right. However, this may have been, at all events, his wife, Queen Ahotpu, possessed them. His eldest son, Ahmosu, died prematurely. The two younger brothers, Kamosu and a second Ahmosu, the Amosis of the Greeks, assumed the crown after him. It is possible, as frequently happens, that their younger sister, Ahmasi no Fritari, entered the harem of both brothers consecutively. We cannot be sure that she was united to Kamosu, but at all events she became the wife of Ahmosis, and the rights which she possessed, together with those which her husband had inherited from their mother Ahotpu, gave him a legal claim such as was seldom enjoyed by the pharaohs of that period, so many of them being sovereigns merely de facto, while he was doubly king by right. Tiuakni, Kamosu, footnote, with regard to Kamosu, we possess, in addition to the miniature bark which was discovered on the sarcophagus of Queen Ahotpu, and which is now in the Museum of Giza, a few scattered references to his worship existing on the monuments, on a stele at Giza, on a table of offerings in the Marseille Museum, and in the list of princes worshipped by the servants of the necropolis. His pyramid was at Dra Abu Nega, beside those of Ilua and Amenothes I, end footnote, and Ahmosis. Footnote. The name Amosu or Ahmosi is usually translated child of the moon god. The real meaning is the moon god has brought forth him or her, referring to the person who bears the name being understood. End footnote. Quickly succeeded each other. Teotihuacni very probably waged war against the shepherds, and it is not known whether he fell upon the field of battle or was the victim of some plot. The appearance of his mummy proves that he died a violent death when about 40 years of age. 2 or 3 men, whether assassins or soldiers, must have surrounded and dispatched him before help was available. A blow from an axe must have severed part of his left cheek, exposed the teeth, fractured the jaw, and sent him senseless to the ground. Another blow must have seriously injured the skull, and a dagger or javelin has cut open the forehead on the right side, a little above the eye. His body must have remained lying where it fell for some time. When found, decomposition had set in, and the embalming had to be hastily performed as best it might. The hair is thick, rough, and matted. The face had been shaved on the morning of his death, but by touching the cheek we can ascertain how harsh and abundant the hair must have been. The mummy is that of a fine, vigorous man, who might have lived to 100 years, and he must have defended himself resolutely against his assailants. His features bear even now an expression of fury. A flattened patch of exuded brain appears above one eye, the forehead is wrinkled, and the lips, which are drawn back in a circle above the gums, reveal the teeth still biting into the tongue. Kamosu did not reign long. We know nothing of the events of his life, but we owe to him one of the prettiest examples of the Egyptian goldsmith's art, the gold boat mounted on a carriage of wood and bronze, which was to convey his double on its journeys through Hades. This boat was afterwards appropriated by his mother Ahopu. Ahmosis must have been about 25 years of age when he ascended the throne. He was of medium height, as his body when mummied measured only 5 feet 6 inches in length, but the development of the neck and chest indicates extraordinary strength. The head is small in proportion to the bust, the forehead low and narrow, the cheekbones project, and the hair is thick and wavy. The face exactly resembles that of Teotihuacni, and the likeness alone would proclaim the affinity, even if we were ignorant of the close relationship which united these 2 pharaohs. Footnote. Here again my description is taken from the present appearance of the mummy, which is now in the Giza Museum. It is evident from the inspection which I have made that Ahmosis was about 50 years old at the time of his death, and allowing him to have reigned 25 years, he must have been 25 or 26 when he came to the throne. End footnote. Ahmosis seems to have been a strong, active, warlike man. He was successful in all the wars in which we know him to have been engaged, and he ousted the shepherds from the last towns occupied by them. It is possible that modern writers have exaggerated the credit due to Ahmosis for expelling the Hyksos. He found the task already half accomplished, and the warfare of his forefathers for at least a century must have prepared the way for his success. If he appears to have played the most important role in the history of the deliverance, it is owing to our ignorance of the work of others, and he thus benefits by the oblivion into which their deeds have passed. Taking this into consideration, we must still admit that the shepherds, even when driven into avarice, were not adversaries to be despised. Forced by the continual pressure of the Egyptian armies into this corner of the delta, they were as a compact body the more able to make a protracted resistance against very superior forces. The impenetrable marshes of Menzala on the north and the desert of the Red Sea on the south completely covered both their wings. The shifting network of the branches of the Nile, together with the artificial canals, protected them as by a series of moats in front, while Syria in their rear offered them inexhaustible resources for revictualling their troops or levying recruits among tribes of kindred race. As long as they could hold their ground there, a reinvasion was always possible. One victory would bring them to Memphis, and the whole valley would again fall under their suzerainty. Ahmosis, by driving them from their last stronghold, averted this danger. It is therefore not without reason that the official chroniclers of later times separated him from his ancestors and made him the head of a new dynasty. His predecessors had in reality been merely pharaohs on sufferance, ruling in the south within the confines of their Theban principality, gaining in power, it is true, with every generation, but never able to attain to the suzerainty of the whole country. They were reckoned in the 17th dynasty together with the Hyksos sovereigns of uncontested legitimacy, while their successors were chosen to constitute the 18th, comprising pharaohs with full powers, tolerating no competitors, and uniting under their firm rule the 2 regions of which Egypt was composed, the possessions of Sit and the possessions of Horus. Footnote: Manetho, or his abridgers, call the king who drove out the shepherds Amosis or Tethmosis. Lepsius thought he saw grounds for preferring the second reading and identified this Tethmosis with Tutmosi Manakpiri, the Ehutmosis III of our lists. Ahmosis could only have driven out the greater part of the nation. This theory, to which Neville still adheres, as also does Stindorf, was disputed nearly 50 years ago by E. de Rouge. Nowadays we are obliged to admit that, subsequent to the 5th year of Ahmosis, there were no longer shepherd kings in Egypt, even though a part of the conquering race may have remained in the country in a state of slavery, as we shall soon have occasion to observe. End footnote. The War of Deliverance broke out on the accession of Ahmosis and continued during the first 5 years of his reign. Footnote: This is evident from a passage in the biography of Ahmosi si Abina, where it is stated that, after the taking of Avaris, the king passed into Asia in the year 6. The first few lines of the great inscription of El Kab seem to refer to 4 successive campaigns, i.e. 4 years of warfare up to the taking of Avaris, and to a 5th year spent in pursuing the shepherds into Syria. End footnote. One of his lieutenants, the king's namesake, Ahmosi si Abina, who belonged to the family of the lords of Nekhabit, has left us an account, in one of the inscriptions in his tomb, of the numerous exploits in which he took part side by side with his royal master. And thus, thanks to this fortunate record of his vanity, we are not left in complete ignorance of the events which took place during this crucial struggle between the Asiatic settlers and their former subjects. Nekhabit had enjoyed considerable prosperity in the earlier ages of Egyptian history, marking as it did the extreme southern limit of the kingdom and forming an outpost against the barbarous tribes of Nubia. As soon as the progress of conquest had pushed the frontier as far south as the First Cataract, it declined in importance, and the remembrance of its former greatness found an echo only in proverbial expressions or in titles used at the pharaonic court. Footnote: The vulture of Nekhabit is used to indicate the south, while the Ursius of Buto denotes the extreme north. The title Ra-Nekhnit, king of Nekhnit, which is hypothetically supposed to refer to a judicial function, is nonetheless associated with the expression Nekhabit Tekhnit as an indication of the south, and therefore can be traced to the prehistoric epoch when Nekhabit was the primary designation of the south. End footnote. The nomes situated to the south of Thebes, unlike those of Middle Egypt, did not comprise any extensive fertile or well-watered territory calculated to enrich its possessors, or to afford sufficient support for a large population. They consisted of long strips of alluvial soil shut in between the river and the mountain range, but above the level of the inundation and consequently difficult to irrigate. These nomes were cultivated, moreover, by a poor and sparse population. It needed a fortuitous combination of circumstances to relieve them from their poverty-stricken condition, either a war which would bring into prominence their strategic positions, or the establishment of markets, such as those of Syene and Elephantine, where the commerce of neighboring regions would naturally center, or the erection, as at Ombos or Adfu, of a temple which would periodically attract a crowd of pilgrims. The principality of the Two Feathers comprised, besides Nekhabit, at least 2 such towns, Anit on its northern boundary, and Nekhnit, almost facing Nekhabit, on the left bank of the river. Footnote: Nekhnit is the Hierakonpolis of Greek and Roman times, Hait Balku, the modern name of which is Qam el Ahmar. End footnote. These 3 towns sometimes formed separate estates for as many independent lords. Footnote: Pahiri was, therefore, a prince of Nekhabit and of Anit at one and the same time, whereas the town of Nekhnit had its own special rulers, several of whom are known to us from the tombs at Qam el Ahmar. End footnote. Even when united, they constituted a fiefdom of but restricted area and of slender revenues, its chiefs ranking below those of the great feudal princes of Middle Egypt. The rulers of this fiefdom led an obscure existence during the whole period of the Memphite Empire, and when at length Thebes gained the ascendancy, they rallied to the latter and acknowledged her suzerainty. One of them, Sovkonakhitti, gained the favor of Sovkhotpu III, Sekhemuat's Tauriri, who granted him lands which made the fortune of his house. Another of them, Ai, married Khonsu, one of the daughters of Sovkûmsauf I and his queen Nubkas, and it is possible that the misshapen pyramid of Kula, the most southern in Egypt proper, was built for one of these royally connected personages. End of section 10. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 11 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4, by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 11. The descendants of Ai attached themselves faithfully to the pharaohs of the 17th dynasty and helped them to the utmost in their struggle against the invaders. Their capital, Nekhabit, was situated between the Nile and the Arabian chain, at the entrance to a valley which penetrates some distance into the desert and leads to the gold mines on the Red Sea. The town profited considerably from the precious metals brought into it by the caravans, and also from the extraction of natron, which from prehistoric times was largely employed in embalming. It had been a fortified place from the outset, and its walls, carefully repaired by successive ages, were still intact at the beginning of this century. They described at this time a rough quadrilateral, the two longer sides of which measured some 1,900 feet in length, the two shorter being about 1/4 less. The southern face was constructed in a fashion common in brick buildings in Egypt, being divided into alternate panels of horizontally laid courses, and those in which the courses were concave. On the north and west facades, the bricks were so laid as to present an undulating arrangement running uninterruptedly from one end to the other. The walls are 33 feet thick, and their average height 27 feet. Broad and easy steps lead to the footwalk on the top. The gates are unsymmetrically placed, there being one on the north, east, and west sides respectively, while the southern side is left without an opening. These walls afforded protection to a dense but unequally distributed population, the bulk of which was housed towards the north and west sides, where the remains of an immense number of dwellings may still be seen. The temples were crowded together in a small square enclosure, concentric with the walls of the enceinte, and the principal sanctuary was dedicated to Nekhabit, the vulture goddess, who gave her name to the city. Footnote. A part of the latter temple, that which had been rebuilt in the site epoch, was still standing at the beginning of the 19th century, with columns bearing the cartouches of Hakori. It was destroyed about the year 1825, and Champollion found only the foundations of the walls. End footnote. This enclosure formed a kind of citadel where the garrison could hold out when the outer part had fallen into the enemy's hands. The times were troublous. The open country was repeatedly wasted by war, and the peasantry had more than once to seek shelter behind the protecting ramparts of the town, leaving their lands to lie fallow. Famine constantly resulted from these disturbances, and it taxed all the powers of the ruling prince to provide at such times for his people. A chief of the commissariat, Bebi by name, who lived about this period, gives us a lengthy account of the number of loaves, oxen, goats, and pigs which he allowed to all the inhabitants, both great and little, down even to the quantity of oil and incense which he had taken care to store up for them. His prudence was always justified by the issue, for, quote, during the many years in which the famine recurred, he distributed grain in the city to all those who hungered. End quote. Babai, the first of the lords of El Khab, whose name has come down to us, was a captain in the service of Saknunri Tiuakni. Footnote. There are still some doubts as to the descent of this Ahmosi. Some authorities hold that Babai was the name of his father and Abina that of his grandfather. Others think that Babai was his father and Abina his mother. Others, again, make out Babai and Abina to be variants of the same name, probably a Semitic one, borne by the father of Ahmosi. The majority of modern Egyptologists, including myself, regard this last hypothesis as being the most probable one. End footnote. His son Ahmosi, having approached the end of his career, cut a tomb for himself in the hill which overlooks the northern side of the town. He relates on the walls of his sepulchre, for the benefit of posterity, the most praiseworthy actions of his long life. He had scarcely emerged from childhood when he was called upon to act for his father, and before his marriage he was appointed to the command of the bark the Calf. From thence he was promoted to the ship the North, and on account of his activity he was chosen to escort his namesake the king on foot, whenever he drove in his chariot. He repaired to his post at the moment when the decisive war against the Hyksos broke out. The tradition current in the time of the Ptolemies reckoned the number of men under the command of King Ahmosis when he encamped before Avaris at 480,000. This immense multitude failed to bring matters to a successful issue, and the siege dragged on indefinitely. The king at length preferred to treat with the shepherds, and gave them permission to retreat into Syria safe and sound, together with their wives, their children, and all their goods. This account, however, in no way agrees with the all too brief narration of events furnished by the inscription in the tomb. The army to which Egypt really owed its deliverance was not the undisciplined rabble of later tradition, but, on the contrary, consisted of troops similar to those which subsequently invaded Syria, some 15,000 to 20,000 in number, fully equipped and ably officered, supported, moreover, by a fleet ready to transfer them across the canals and arms of the river in a vigorous condition and ready for the battle. Footnote. It may be pointed out that Ahmosi, son of Abina, was a sailor and a leader of sailors, that he passed from one vessel to another until he was at length appointed to the command of one of the most important ships in the royal fleet. Transport by water always played considerable part in the wars which were carried on in Egyptian territory. I have elsewhere drawn attention to campaigns conducted in this manner under the Heracleopolitan dynasties, and we shall see that the Ethiopian conquerors adopted the same mode of transit in the course of their invasion of Egypt. End footnote. As soon as this fleet arrived at the scene of hostilities, the engagement began. Ahmosi Siabina conducted the maneuvers under the king's eye, and soon gave such evidence of his capacity that he was transferred by royal favor to the Rising in Memphis, a vessel with a high freeboard. He was shortly afterwards appointed to a post in a division told off for duty on the river Zadiku, which ran under the walls of the enemy's fortress. Footnote. The name of this canal was first recognized by Brusque, then misunderstood and translated, quote, the water bearing the name of the water of Avaris, end quote. It is now read Zadiku, and with the Egyptian article Pazadiku, or Pazadiku. The name is of Semitic origin and is derived from the root meaning to be just. We do not know to which of the watercourses traversing the east of the delta it ought to be applied. End footnote. 2 successive and vigorous attacks made in this quarter were barren of important results. Ahmosi Siabina succeeded in each of the attacks in killing an enemy, bringing back as trophies a hand of each of his victims, and his prowess, made known to the king by one of the heralds, twice procured for him, quote, the gold of valor, end quote, probably in the form of collars, chains, or bracelets. Footnote. The fact that the attacks from this side were not successful is proved by the sequel. If they had succeeded, as is usually supposed, the Egyptians would not have fallen back on another point further south in order to renew the struggle. End footnote. The assault having been repulsed in this quarter, the Egyptians made their way towards the south, and came into conflict with the enemy at the village of Takhimit. Footnote. The site of Takhimit is unknown. End footnote. Here again the battle remained undecided, but Ahmosi Siabina had an adventure. He had taken a prisoner, and in bringing him back lost himself, fell into a muddy ditch, and when he had freed himself from the dirt as well as he could, pursued his way by mistake for some time in the direction of Avaris. He found out his error, however, before it was too late, came back to the camp safe and sound, and received once more some gold as a reward of his brave conduct. A second attack upon the town was crowned with complete success. It was taken by storm, given over to pillage, and Ahmosi Siabina succeeded in capturing 1 man and 3 women, who were afterwards, at the distribution of the spoil, given to him as slaves. Footnote. The prisoner who was given to Ahmosis after the victory is probably Pa'amu, the Asiatic, mentioned in the list of his slaves which he had engraved on one of the walls of his tomb. End footnote. the enemy evacuated in haste the last strongholds which they held in the east of the Delta and took refuge in the Syrian provinces on the Egyptian frontier. Whether it was that they assumed here a menacing attitude, or whether Ahmosis hoped to deal them a crushing blow before they could find time to breathe, or to rally around them sufficient forces to renew the offensive, he made up his mind to cross the frontier, which he did in the 5th year of his reign. It was the first time for centuries that a pharaoh had trusted himself in Asia, and the same dread of the unknown which had restrained his ancestors of the 12th dynasty doubtless arrested Ahmosis also on the threshold of the continent. He did not penetrate further than the border provinces of Zahi, situated on the edge of the desert, and contented himself with pillaging the little town of Saruhana. Footnote: Saruhana, which is mentioned again under Thutmosis III, is not the plain of Sharon, as Birch imagined, but the Sharuhen of the biblical texts, in the tribe of Simon, Joshua chapter 19, verse 6, as Brusque recognized it to be. It is probably identical with the modern Tel Esh Sheria, which lies northwest of Beersheba. End footnote. Ahmosi Siabina was again his companion, together with his cousin Ahmosi Panikhabit, then at the beginning of his career, who brought away on this occasion 2 young girls for his household. Footnote: Ahmosi Panikhabit lay in tomb number 2 at El Kab. His history is briefly told on one of the walls, and on 2 sides of the pedestal of his statues. We have one of these, or rather 2 plates from the pedestal of one of them, in the Louvre. The other is in a good state of preservation and belongs to Mr. Finlay. The inscription is found in a mutilated condition on the wall of the tomb, but the 3 monuments which have come down to us are sufficiently complementary to one another to enable us to restore nearly the whole of the original text. End footnote. The expedition having accomplished its purpose, the Egyptians returned home with their spoil, and did not revisit Asia for a long period. If the Hyksos generals had fostered in their minds the idea that they could recover their lost ground, and easily re-enter upon the possession of their African domain, this reverse must have cruelly disillusioned them. They must have been forced to acknowledge that their power was at an end, and to renounce all hope of returning to the country which had so summarily ejected them. The majority of their own people did not follow them into exile, but remained attached to the soil on which they lived, and the tribes which had successively settled down beside them, including the Beni Israel themselves, no longer dreamed of a return to their fatherland. The condition of these people varied according to their locality. Those who had taken up a position in the plain of the Delta were subjected to actual slavery. Ahmosis destroyed the camp at Avaris, quartered his officials in the towns, and constructed forts at strategic points, or rebuilt the ancient citadels to resist the incursions of the Bedouin. The vanquished people in the Delta, hemmed in as they were by a network of fortresses, were thus reduced to a rabble of serfs, to be taxed and subjected to the corvée without mercy. But further north, the fluctuating population which roamed between the Sebennytic and Pelusiatic branches of the Nile were not exposed to such rough treatment. The marshes of the coastline afforded them a safe retreat, in which they could take refuge at the first threat of exactions on the part of the royal emissaries. Secure within dense thickets, upon islands approached by interminable causeways, often covered with water, or by long tortuous canals concealed in the thick growth of reeds, they were able to defy with impunity the efforts of the most disciplined troops, and treason alone could put them at the mercy of their foes. Most of the pharaohs felt that the advantages to be gained by conquering them would be outweighed by the difficulty of the enterprise. All that could result from a campaign would be the destruction of 1 or 2 villages, the acquisition of a few hundred refractory captives, of some ill-favored cattle, and a trophy of nets and worm-eaten boats. The kings, therefore, preferred to keep a close watch over these undisciplined hordes, and as long as their depredations were kept within reasonable limits, they were left unmolested to their wild and precarious life. The Asiatic invasion had put a sudden stop to the advance of Egyptian rule in the vast plains of the Upper Nile. The Theban princes, to whom Nubia was directly subject, had been too completely engrossed in the wars against their hereditary enemy to devote much time to the continuation of that work of colonization in the south, which had been carried on so vigorously by their forefathers of the 12th and 13th dynasties. The inhabitants of the Nile Valley, as far as the Second Cataract, rendered them obedient, but without any change in the conditions and mode of their daily life, which appeared to have remained unaltered for centuries. The temples of Ursitasen and Amenemhite were allowed to fall into decay one after another, the towns waned in prosperity, and were unable to keep their buildings and monuments in repair. The inundation continued to bring with it periodically its fleet of boats, which the sailors of Kush had laden with timber, gum, elephants' tusks, and gold dust. From time to time a band of Bedouin from Uawite or Mazayu would suddenly bear down upon some village and carry off its spoils. The nearest garrison would be called to its aid, or, on critical occasions, the king himself, at the head of his guards, would fall on the marauders and drive them back into the mountains. Ahmosis, being greeted on his return from Syria by the news of such an outbreak, thought it a favorable moment to impress upon the nomadic tribes of Nubia the greatness of his conquest. On this occasion, it was the people of Konthanunofer, settled in the wadis east of the Nile, above Semna, which required a lesson. The army which had just expelled the Hyksos was rapidly conveyed to the opposite borders of the country by the fleet, the two Ahmosi of Nekhabit occupying the highest posts. The Egyptians, as was customary, landed at the nearest point to the enemy's territory and succeeded in killing a few of the rebels. Ahmosi Siabina brought back 2 prisoners and 3 hands, for which he was rewarded by a gift of 2 female Bedouin slaves besides the gold of valor. This victory in the south, following on such decisive success in the north, filled the heart of the pharaoh with pride, and the view taken of it by those who surrounded him is evident even in the brief sentences of the narrative. He is described as descending the river on the royal galley, elated in spirit and flushed by his triumph in Nubia, which had followed so closely on the deliverance of the Delta. But scarcely had he reached Thebes when an unforeseen catastrophe turned his confidence into alarm and compelled him to retrace his steps. It would appear that at the very moment when he was priding himself on the successful issue of his Ethiopian expedition, one of the sudden outbreaks, which frequently occurred in those regions, had culminated in a Sudanese invasion of Egypt. We are not told the name of the rebel leader, nor those of the tribes who took part in it. The Egyptian people, threatened in a moment of such apparent security by this inroad of barbarians, regarded them as a fresh incursion of the Hyksos, and applied to these southerners the opprobrious term of fever-stricken, already used to denote their Asiatic conquerors. The enemy descended the Nile, committing terrible atrocities and polluting every sanctuary of the Theban gods which came within their reach. They had reached a spot called Tentoa. Footnote. The name of this locality does not occur elsewhere. It would seem to refer not to a village, but rather to a canal, or the branch of a river, or a harbor somewhere along the Nile. I was unable to locate it definitely, but am inclined to think we ought to look for it, if not in Egypt itself, at any rate in that part of Nubia which is nearest to Egypt. M. Revillet, taking up a theory which had been abandoned by Chabas, recognizing in this expedition an offensive incursion of the shepherds, suggests that Tantoa may be the modern Tanta in the Delta. End footnote. Before they fell in with the Egyptian troops, Ahmosi Siabina again distinguished himself in the engagement. The vessel which he commanded, probably the Rising in Memphis, ran along the chief galleon of the Sudanese fleet, and took possession of it after a struggle, in which Ahmosi made 2 of the enemy's sailors prisoners with his own hand. The king generously rewarded those whose valor had thus turned the day in his favor, for the danger had appeared to him critical. He allotted to every man on board the victorious vessel 5 slaves and 5 ankra of land situated in his native province of each respectively. The invasion was not without its natural consequences to Egypt itself. A certain Titianu, who appears to have been at the head of a powerful faction, rose in rebellion at some place not named in the narrative, but in the rear of the army. The rapidity with which Ahmosis repulsed the Nubians and turned upon his new enemy completely baffled the latter's plans, and he and his followers were cut to pieces, but the danger had for the moment been serious. Footnote. The wording of the text is so much condensed that it is difficult to be sure of its meaning. Modern scholars agree with Brusque that Titianu is the name of a man, but several Egyptologists believe its bearer to have been chief of the Ethiopian tribes, while others think him to have been a rebellious Egyptian prince, or a king of the shepherds, or give up the task of identification in despair. The tortuous wording of the text and the expressions which occur in it seem to indicate that the rebel was a prince of the royal blood, and even that the name he bears was not his real one. Later on, we shall find that, on a similar occasion, the official documents refer to a prince who took part in a plot against Ramses III by the fictitious name of Pentaueret. Titianu was probably a nickname of the same kind inserted in the place of the real name. It seems that, in cases of high treason, the criminal not only lost his life, but his name was prescribed both in this world and in the next. End footnote. It was, if not the last expedition undertaken in this reign, at the very least the last commanded by the pharaoh in person. By his activity and courage, Ahmoses had well earned the right to pass the remainder of his days in peace. End of section 11, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 12 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4, by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 12. A revival of military greatness always entailed a renaissance in art, followed by an age of building activity. The claims of the gods upon the spoils of war must be satisfied before those of men, because the victory and the booty obtained through it were alike owing to the divine help given in battle. A tenth, therefore, of the slaves, cattle, and precious metals were set apart for the service of the gods, and even fields, towns, and provinces were allotted to them, the produce of which was applied to enhance the importance of their cults or to repair and enlarge their temples. The main body of the building was strengthened, halls and pylons were added to the original plan, and the impulse once given to architectural work, the cooperation of other artificers soon followed. Sculptors and painters whose art had been at a standstill for generations during the centuries of Egypt's humiliation, and whose hands had lost their cunning for want of practice, were now once more in demand. They had probably never completely lost the technical knowledge of their calling, and the ancient buildings furnished them with various types of models, which they had but to copy faithfully in order to revive their old traditions. A few years after this revival, a new school sprang up, whose originality became daily more patent, and whose leaders soon showed themselves to be in no way inferior to the masters of the older schools. Moses could not be accused of ingratitude to the gods. As soon as his wars allowed him the necessary leisure, he began his work of temple building. The accession to power of the great Theban families had been of little advantage to Thebes itself. Its pharaohs, on assuming the sovereignty of the whole valley, had not hesitated to abandon their native city, and had made Heracleopolis, the Fayum, or even Memphis their seat of government, only returning to Thebes in the time of the 13th dynasty, when the decadence of their power had set in. The honor of furnishing rulers for its country had often devolved on Thebes, but the city had reaped but little benefit from the fact. This time, however, the tide of fortune was to be turned. The other cities of Egypt had come to regard Thebes as their metropolis from the time when they had learned to rally round its princes to wage war against the Hyksos. It had been the last town to lay down arms at the time of the invasion, and the first to take them up again in the struggle for liberty. Thus, the Egypt which vindicated her position among the nations of the world was not the Egypt of the Memphite dynasties. It was the great Egypt of the Amenemhites and the Ursitacans, still further aggrandized by recent victories. Thebes was her natural capital, and its kings could not have chosen a more suitable position from whence to command effectually the whole empire. Situated at an equal distance from both frontiers, the pharaoh residing there, on the outbreak of a war either in the north or south, had but half the length of the country to traverse in order to reach the scene of action. Moses spared no pains to improve the city, but his resources did not allow of his embarking on any very extensive schemes. He did not touch the temple of Ammon, and if he undertook any buildings in its neighborhood, they must have been minor edifices. He could indeed have had but little leisure to attempt much else, for it was not till the 22nd year of his reign that he was able to set seriously to work. Footnote: in the inscription of the year 22, Moses expressly states that he opened new chambers in the quarries of Tura for the works in connection with the Theban Ammon, as well as for those of the temple of the Memphite Ptah. End footnote. An opportunity then occurred to revive a practice long fallen into disuse under the foreign kings, and to set once more in motion an essential part of the machinery of Egyptian administration. The quarries of Tura, as is well known, enjoyed the privilege of furnishing the finest materials to the royal architects. Nowhere else could be found limestone of such whiteness, so easy to cut, or so calculated to lend itself to the carving of delicate inscriptions and bas-reliefs. The commoner veins had never ceased to be worked by private enterprise, gangs of quarrymen being always employed, as at the present day, in cutting small stone for building purposes, or in ruthlessly chipping it to pieces to burn for lime in the kilns of the neighboring villages. But the finest veins were always kept for state purposes. Contemporary chroniclers might have formed a very just estimate of national prosperity by the degree of activity shown in working these royal preserves. When the amount of stone extracted was lessened, prosperity was on the wane, and might be pronounced to be at its lowest ebb when the noise of the quarryman's hammer finally ceased to be heard. Every dynasty whose resources were such as to justify their resumption of the work proudly recorded the fact on stelae, which lined the approaches to the masons' yards. Ahmosis reopened the Tura quarry chambers and procured for himself, quote, good stone and white, end quote, for the temples of Ammon at Thebes and of Ptah at Memphis. No monument has as yet been discovered to throw any light on the fate of Memphis subsequent to the time of the Amenemhites. It must have suffered quite as much as any city of the Delta from the Shepherd invasion, and from the wars which preceded their expulsion, since it was situated on the highway of an invading army, and would offer an attraction for pillagers. By a curious turn of fate, it was the Fankui, or Asiatic prisoners, who were set to quarry the stone for the restoration of the monuments which their own forefathers had reduced to ruins. Footnote: the Fankui are, properly speaking, all white prisoners, without distinction of race. Their name is derived from the root faku, fanku, to bind, press, carry off, steal, destroy. If it is sometimes used in the sense of Phoenicians, it is only in the Ptolemaic epoch. Here the term Fankui refers to the shepherds and Asiatics made prisoners in the campaign of the year 5 against Shahrukh. End footnote. The bas-reliefs sculptured on the stelae of Ahmosis show them in full activity under the corvée. We see here the stone block detached from the quarry being squared by the chisel or transported on a sledge drawn by oxen. Ahmosis had several children by his various wives. 6 at least owned Nofretari for their mother and possessed near claims to the crown, but she may have borne him others whose existence is unrecorded. The eldest appears to have been a son, Sepiri. He received all the honors due to a hereditary prince, but died without having reigned, and his second brother Amenhotpu, called by the Greeks Amenophes, footnote, the form Amenophis, which is usually employed, is, properly speaking, the equivalent of the name Amenemaupetu or Amenaupeti, which belongs to a king of the 21st Tanite dynasty. The true Greek transcription of the Ptolemaic epoch, corresponding to the pronunciation Amehotpe or Amenhotpe, is Amenothes. Under the 18th dynasty, the cuneiform transcription of the tablets of Tel el Amarna, Amankatpi, seems to indicate the pronunciation Amanhautpi, Amanhatpi, side by side with the pronunciation Amanhautpu, Amenhotpu. End footnote. Took his place. Ahmosis was laid to rest in the chapel which he had prepared for himself in the cemetery of Dra Abu Nega, amongst the modest pyramids of the 11th, 13th, and 17th dynasties. Footnote: the precise site is at present unknown. We see, however, that it was in this place when we observe that Ahmosis was worshipped by the servants of the necropolis, amongst the kings and princes of his family who were buried at Dra Abu Nega. End footnote. He was venerated as a god, and his cult was continued for 6 or 8 centuries later until the increasing insecurity of the Theban necropolis at last necessitated the removal of the kings from their funeral chambers. Footnote: his priests and the minor employees of his cult are mentioned on a stele in the museum at Turin and on a brick in the Berlin Museum. He is worshipped as a god along with Osiris, Horus, and Isis on a stele in the Lions Museum, brought from Abydos. He had probably, during one of his journeys across Egypt, made a donation to the temple of that city on condition that he should be worshipped there forever. For a stele at Marseille showed him offering homage to Osiris in the bark of the god itself, and another stele in the Louvre informs us that Pharaoh Thutmosis IV several times sent one of his messengers to Abydos for the purpose of presenting land to Osiris and to his own ancestor Ahmosis. End footnote. The coffin of Ahmosis was found to be still intact, though it was a poorly made one, shaped to the contours of the body and smeared over with yellow. It represents the king with a false beard depending from his chin and his breast covered with a pectoral ornament, the features, hair, and accessories being picked out in blue. His name has been hastily inscribed in ink on the front of the winding sheet, and when the lid was removed, garlands of faded pink flowers were still found about the neck, laid there as a last offering by the priests who placed the pharaoh in his compeers in their secret burying place. Amenothes I had not attained his majority when his father, quote, thus winged his way to heaven, end quote, leaving him as heir to the throne. Footnote, the last date known is that of the year 22 at Tura. Manetho's lists give in one place 25 years and 4 months after the expulsion, in another 26 years in round numbers as the total duration of his reign, which has every appearance of probability. End footnote. Nefertari assumed the authority. After having shared the royal honors for nearly 25 years with her husband, she resolutely refused to resign them. Footnote, there is no direct evidence to prove that Amenothes I was a minor when he came to the throne. Still, the presumptions in favor of this hypothesis afforded by the monuments are so strong that many historians of ancient Egypt have accepted it. Queen Nefertari is represented as reigning side by side with her reigning son on some few Theban tombs which can be attributed to their epoch. End footnote. She was thus the first of those queens by divine right who, scorning the inaction of the harem, took on themselves the right to fulfill the active duties of a sovereign, and claimed the recognition of the equality or superiority of their titles to those of their husbands or sons. The aged Ahotpu, who, like Nefertari, was of pure royal descent, and who might well have urged her superior rank, had been content to retire in favor of her children. She lived to the 10th year of her grandson's reign, respected by all her family, but abstaining from all interference in political affairs. When at length she passed away, full of days and honor, she was embalmed with special care, and her body was placed in a gilded mummy case, the head of which presented a faithful copy of her features. Beside her were piled the jewels she had received in her lifetime from her husband and son, the majority of them a fan with a handle plated with gold, a mirror of gilt bronze with ebony handle, bracelets and ankle rings, some of solid and some of hollow gold, edged with fine chains of plaited gold wire, others formed of beads of gold, lapis lazuli, cornelian, and green felspar, many of them engraved with the cartouche of Ahmosis. Belonging also to Ahmosis, we have a beautiful quiver in which figures of the king and the gods stand out in high relief on a gold plaque, delicately chased with a graving tool. The background is formed of small pieces of lapis and blue glass, cunningly cut to fit each other. One bracelet in particular, found on the queen's wrist, consisted of 3 parallel bands of solid gold set with turquoises, and having a vulture with extended wings on the front. The queen's hair was held in place by a gold circlet, scarcely as large as a bracelet. A cartouche was affixed to the circlet, bearing the name of Ahmosis in blue paste, and flanked by small sphinxes, one on each side, as supporters. A thick, flexible chain of gold was passed several times round her neck, and attached to it as a pendant was a beautiful scarab, partly of gold and partly of blue porcelain striped with gold. The breast ornament was completed by a necklace of several rows of twisted cords, from which depended antelopes pursued by tigers, sitting jackals, hawks, vultures, and the winged uraeus, all attached to the winding sheet by means of a small ring soldered on the back of each animal. The fastenings of this necklace was formed of the heads of 2 gold hawks, the details of the heads being worked out in blue enamel. Both weapons and amulets were found among the jewels, including 3 gold flies suspended by a thin chain, 9 gold and silver axes, a lion's head in gold of most minute workmanship, a scepter of black wood plated with gold, daggers to defend the deceased from the dangers of the unseen world, boomerangs of hard wood, and the battle axe of Ahmosis. Besides these, there were 2 boats, one of gold and one of silver, originally intended for the pharaoh Kamosu, models of the skiff in which his mummy crossed the Nile to reach its last resting place, and to sail in the wake of the gods on the Western Sea. Nefertari thus reigned conjointly with Amenhotep, and even if we have no record of any act in which she was specially concerned, we know at least that her rule was a prosperous one, and that her memory was revered by her subjects. While the majority of queens were relegated after death to the crowd of shady ancestors to whom habitual sacrifice was offered, the worshippers not knowing even to which sex these royal personages belonged, the remembrance of Nefertari always remained distinct in their minds, and her cult spread till it might be said to have become a kind of popular religion. In this veneration, Ahmosis was rarely associated with the queen, but Amenhotep and several of her other children shared in it. Her son Sapiri, for instance, and her daughter Sitamon, footnote, Sitamon is mentioned with her mother on the Karnak stele and on the coffin of Butahamen, and footnote, Sitkamosi and Marataman. Nefertari became, in fact, an actual goddess, taking her place beside Aman, Khonshu, and Maut. Footnote, she is worshipped with the Theban triad by Brihor at Karnak in the temple of Khonsu. End footnote. The members of the Theban triad, or standing alone as an object of worship for her devotees. She was identified with Isis, Hathor, and the mistresses of Hades, and adopted their attributes, even to the black or blue-colored skin of these funerary divinities. Footnote, her statue in the Turin Museum represents her as having black skin. She is also painted black, standing before Amenhotep, who is white, in the Deir el-Medina tomb, now preserved in the Berlin Museum, in that of Nibnutiru, and in that of Unafur at Sheikh Ab el-Kunar. Her face is painted blue in the tomb of Kassa. The representations of this queen with the black skin have caused her to be taken for a negress, the daughter of an Ethiopian pharaoh, or at any rate the daughter of a chief of some Nubian tribe. It was thought that Ahmosis must have married her to secure the help of the Negro tribes in his wars, and that it was owing to this alliance that he succeeded in expelling the Hyksos. Later discoveries have not confirmed these hypotheses. Nefertari was most probably an Egyptian of unmixed race, as we have seen, and daughter of Ahotpu I, and the black or blue color of her skin is merely owing to her identification with the goddesses of the dead. End footnote. Considerable endowments were given for maintaining worship at her tomb, and were administered by a special class of priests. Her mummy reposed among those of the princes of her family, in the hiding place at Deir el-Bahari. It was enclosed in an enormous wooden sarcophagus covered with linen and stucco, the lower part being shaped to the body, while the upper part representing the head and arms could be lifted off in one piece. The shoulders are covered with a network in relief, the meshes of which are painted blue on a yellow background. The queen's hands are crossed over her breast and clasp the crux ansata, the symbol of life. The whole mummy case measures a little over 9 feet from the sole of the feet to the top of the head, which is furthermore surmounted by a cap and 2 long ostrich feathers. The appearance is not so much that of a coffin as one of those enormous caryatids which we sometimes find adorning the front of a temple. We may perhaps attribute to the influence of Nefertari the lack of zest evinced by Amenhotep for expeditions into Syria. Even the most energetic kings had always shrunk from penetrating much beyond the isthmus. Those who ventured so far as to work the mines of Sinai had nevertheless felt a secret fear of invading Asia proper, a dread which they never succeeded in overcoming. When the raids of the Bedouin obliged the Egyptian sovereign to cross the frontier into their territory, he would retire as soon as possible without attempting any permanent conquest. After the expulsion of the Hyksos, Ahmosis seemed inclined to pursue a less timorous course. He made an advance on Saruhana and pillaged it, and the booty he brought back ought to have encouraged him to attempt more important expeditions. But he never returned to this region, and it would seem that when his first enthusiasm had subsided, he was paralyzed by the same fear which had fallen on his ancestors. Nefertari may have counseled her son not to break through the traditions which his father had so strictly followed, for Amenhotep I confined his campaigns to Africa and the traditional battlefields there. He embarked for the land of Cush on the vessel of Ahmosi-Siabina, quote, for the purpose of enlarging the frontiers of Egypt. End quote. It was, we may believe, a thoroughly conventional campaign, conducted according to the strictest precedents of the 12th dynasty. The pharaoh, as might be expected, came into personal contact with the enemy and slew their chief with his own hand. The barbarian warriors sold their lives dearly, but were unable to protect their country from pillage, the victors carrying off whatever they could seize, men, women, and cattle. The pursuit of the enemy had led the army some distance into the desert, as far as a halting place called the Upper Cistern, Knumit Hirit. Instead of retracing his steps to the Nile squadron and returning slowly by boat, Amenothes resolved to take a shortcut homewards. Ahmose conducted him back overland in 2 days and was rewarded for his speed by the gift of a quantity of gold and 2 female slaves. An incursion into Libya followed quickly on the Ethiopian campaign. End of section 12, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 13 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 13. The tribe of the Kehaka, settled between Lake Mareotis and the oasis of Ammon, had probably attacked in an audacious manner the western provinces of the Delta. A raid was organized against them, and the issue was commemorated by a small wooden stele, on which we see the victor represented as brandishing his sword over a barbarian lying prostrate at his feet. The exploits of Amenothes appear to have ended with this raid, for we possess no monument recording any further victory gained by him. This, however, has not prevented his contemporaries from celebrating him as a conquering and victorious king. He is portrayed standing erect in his chariot ready to charge, or as carrying off 2 barbarians whom he holds half suffocated in his sinewy arms, or as gleefully smiting the princes of foreign lands. He acquitted himself of the duties of the chase as became a true pharaoh, for we find him depicted in the act of seizing a lion by the tail and raising him suddenly in mid-air previous to dispatching him. These are indeed but conventional pictures of war, to which we must not attach an undue importance. Egypt had need of repose in order to recover from the losses it had sustained during the years of struggle with the invaders. If Amenothes courted peace from preference and not from political motives, his own generation profited as much by his indolence as the preceding one had gained by the energy of Ahmosis. The towns in his region resumed their ordinary life, agriculture flourished, and commerce again followed its accustomed routes. Egypt increased its resources and was thus able to prepare for future conquest. The taste for building had not as yet sufficiently developed to become a drain upon the public treasury. We have, however, records showing that Amenothes excavated a cavern in the mountain of Ibrim in Nubia, dedicated to Satit, one of the goddesses of the cataract. It is also stated that he worked regularly the quarries of Silsila, but we do not know for what buildings the sandstone thus extracted was destined. Footnote: a bas-relief on the western bank of the river represents him deified. Panaiti, the name of a superintendent of the quarries who lived in his reign, has been preserved in several graffiti, while another graffiti gives us only the protocol of the sovereign and indicates that the quarries were worked in his reign. End footnote. Karnak was also adorned with chapels and with at least one colossus. Footnote: the chambers of white limestone are marked IK on Mariette's plan. It is possible that they may have been merely decorated under Thutmosis III, whose cartouches alternate with those of Amenothes I. The colossus is now in front of the 3rd pylon, and Wiedemann concluded from this fact that Amenothes had begun extensive works for enlarging the temple of Ammon. Mariette believed with greater probability that the colossus formerly stood at the entrance to the 12th dynasty temple, but was removed to its present position by Thutmosis III. End footnote. While several chambers built of the white limestone of Tura were added to Ombos. Thebes had thus every reason to cherish the memory of this pacific king. As Nefertari had been metamorphosed into a form of Isis, Amenothes was similarly represented as Osiris, the protector of the necropolis, and he was depicted as such with the somber color of the funerary divinities. His image, moreover, together with those of the other gods, was used to decorate the interiors of coffins and to protect the mummies of his devotees. Footnote: Wiedemann has collected several examples, to which it would be easy to add others. The names of the king are in this case constantly accompanied by unusual epithets, which are enclosed in one or other of his cartouches. Monsieur Cavilut, deceived by these unfamiliar forms, has made out of one of these variants, on a painted cloth in the Louvre, a new Amenothes, whom he styles Amenothes V. End footnote. One of his statues, now in the Turin Museum, represents him sitting on his throne in the posture of a king giving audience to his subjects, or in that of a god receiving the homage of his worshippers. The modeling of the bust betrays a flexibility of handling which is astonishing in a work of art so little removed from barbaric times. The head is a marvel of delicacy and natural grace. We feel that the sculptor has taken a delight in chiseling the features of his sovereign, and in reproducing the benevolent and almost dreamy expression which characterized them. Footnote. Another statue of very fine workmanship, but mutilated, is preserved in the Giza Museum. This statue is of the time of Seti I, and, as is customary, represents Amenothes in the likeness of the king then reigning. End footnote. The cult of Amenothes lasted for 7 or 8 centuries, until the time when his coffin was removed and placed with those of the other members of his family in the place where it remained concealed until our own times. Footnote. We know from the Abbot Papyrus that the pyramid of Amenothes I was situated at Dra Abu Nega, among those of the pharaohs of the 11th, 12th, and 17th dynasties. The remains of it have not yet been discovered. End footnote. It is shaped to correspond with the form of the human body and painted white. The face resembles that of his statue, and the eyes of enamel, touched with kohl, give it a wonderful appearance of animation. The body is swathed in orange-colored linen, kept in place by bands of brownish linen, and is further covered by a mask of wood and cartonnage, painted to match the exterior of the coffin. Long garlands of faded flowers deck the mummy from head to foot. A wasp, attracted by their scent, must have settled upon them at the moment of burial and became imprisoned by the lid. The insect has been completely preserved from corruption by the balsams of the embalmer, and its gauzy wings have passed uncrumpled through the long centuries. Amenothes had married Ahotpu II, his sister by the same father and mother. Footnote. Ahotpu II may be seen beside her husband on several monuments. The proof that she was full sister of Amenothes I is furnished by the title of hereditary princess, which is given to her daughter Ahmasi. This princess would not have taken precedence of her brother and husband Thutmosis, who was the son of an inferior wife, had she not been the daughter of the only legitimate spouse of Amenothes I. The marriage had already taken place before the accession of Thutmosis I, as Ahmasi figures in a document dated the 1st year of his reign. End footnote. Ahmasi, the daughter born of this union, was given in marriage to Thutmosis, one of her brothers, the son of a mere concubine, by name Sonisonbu. Footnote. The absence of any cartouche shows that Sonisonbu did not belong to the royal family, and the very form of the name points her out to have been of the middle classes, and merely a concubine. The accession of her son, however, ennobled her, and he represents her as a queen on the walls of the temple at Deir el-Bahari. Even then, he merely styles her royal mother, the only title she could really claim, as her inferior position in the harem prevented her from using that of royal spouse. End footnote. Ahmasi, like her ancestor Nofertari, had therefore the right to exercise all the royal functions, and she might have claimed precedence of her husband. Whether from conjugal affection or from weakness of character, she yielded, however, the priority to Thutmosis, and allowed him to assume the sole government. He was crowned at Thebes on the 21st of the 3rd month of Pirit, and a circular addressed to the representatives of the ancient seigneurial families and to the officers of the crown announced the names assumed by the new sovereign. Quote, "This is the royal rescript to announce to you that my majesty has arisen king of the 2 Egypts on the seat of the Horus of the living, without equal, forever, and that my titles are as follows: the vigorous bull Horus, beloved of might, the lord of the vulture and of the uraeus, who raises itself as a flame most valiant, the golden horns, whose years are good, and who put life into all hearts, king of the 2 Egypts, Akhotpurkeri, son of the sun, Thutmosis, living forever." Footnote. This is really the protocol of the king as we find it on the monuments, with his 2 Horus names and his solar titles. End footnote. Cause, therefore, sacrifices to be offered to the gods of the south and of Elephantine. Footnote. The copy of the letter which has come down to us is addressed to the commander of Elephantine, hence the mention of the gods of that town. The names of the divinities must have been altered to suit each district to which the order to offer sacrifices for the prosperity of the new sovereign was sent. End footnote. And hymns to be chanted for the well-being of the king Akhotpirkeri, living forever, and then cause the oath to be taken in the name of my majesty, born of the royal mother Sonosombu, who is in good health. This is sent to thee that thou mayest know that the royal house is prosperous and in good health and condition the 1st year, the 21st of the 3rd month of Pirit, the day of coronation. End quote. The new king was tall in stature, broad-shouldered, well-knit, and capable of enduring the fatigues of war without flagging. His statues represent him as having a full, round face, long nose, square chin, rather thick lips, and a smiling but firm expression. Thutmosis brought with him on ascending the throne the spirit of the younger generation, who, born shortly after the deliverance from the Hyksos, had grown up in the peaceful days of Amenothes, and, elated by the easy victories obtained over the nations of the south, were inspired by ambitions unknown to the Egyptians of earlier times. To this younger race Africa no longer offered a sufficiently wide or attractive field. The whole country was their own as far as the confluence of the 2 Niles, and the Theban gods were worshipped at Napata no less devoutly than at Thebes itself. What remained to be conquered in that direction was scarcely worth the trouble of reducing to a province, or of annexing as a colony. It comprised a number of tribes hopelessly divided among themselves, and consequently, in spite of their renowned bravery, without power of resistance. Light columns of troops, drafted at intervals on either side of the river, ensured order among the submissive, or despoiled the refractory of their possessions and cattle, slaves, and precious stones. Thutmosis I had to repress, however, very shortly after his accession, a revolt of these borderers at the 2nd and 3rd cataracts, but they were easily overcome in a campaign of a few days' duration, in which the 2 Ahmosis of Al-Kab took an honorable part. There was, as usual, an encounter of the 2 fleets in the middle of the river. The young king himself attacked the enemy's chief, pierced him with his first arrow, and made a considerable number of prisoners. Thutmosis had the corpse of the chief suspended as a trophy in front of the royal ship, and sailed northwards towards Thebes, where, however, he was not destined to remain long. Footnote. That this expedition must be placed at the beginning of the king's reign in his 1st year is shown by 2 facts. 1. It precedes the Syrian campaign in the biography of the 2 Ahmosis of El-Kalb. 2. The Syrian campaign must have ended in the 2nd year of the reign, since Thutmosis I on the stele of Tombos, which bears that date, gives particulars of the course of the Euphrates and records the submission of the countries watered by that river. The date of the invasion may be placed between 2300 and 2250 BC. If we count 661 years for the 3 dynasties together, as Erman proposes, we find that the accession of Ahmosis would fall between 1640 and 1590. I should place it provisionally in the year 1600 in order not to leave the possession of the succeeding reigns uncertain. I estimate the possible error at about half a century. End footnote. An ample field of action presented itself to him in the northeast, affording scope for great exploits, as profitable as they were glorious. Footnote. It is impossible at present to draw up a correct table of the native or foreign sovereigns who reigned over Egypt during the time of the Hyksos. I have given the list of the kings of the 13th and 14th dynasties, which are known to us from the Turin Papyrus. I here append that of the pharaohs of the following dynasties, who are mentioned either in the fragments of Manetho or on the monuments. 15th Dynasty. The shepherds in the Delta. 1. Shalit, Salatas, Saites. 2. Benon. 3. Apaknan, Apaknas. 4. Apopi I, Apophis, Aphobis. 5. Stan, Yanis, Anas. 6. Asses, Aseth. The Thebans in the Said. 1. Amun-Timaeus. 16th dynasty, the shepherds over the whole of Egypt. Susaniri-Kiani, Apopi II al-Siri. 17th dynasty, the shepherds in the delta. 1. Apopi III Akhnunri. The Thebans in the Said. 1. Tiua I Saknunri I. 2. Tiua II Saknunri II. Alis Phragmuthosis? Tethmosis? Sakontinibri? Sanakturi? Holtzpuri? Manholtpuri? Nubholtpuri? Tiuakni Saknunri III. Uaz Kopiri Kamosu. Nebhetiri Ahmosu I. End footnote. Syria offered to Egyptian cupidity a virgin prey in its large commercial towns inhabited by an industrious population, who by maritime trade and caravan traffic had amassed enormous wealth. The country had been previously subdued by the Chaldeans, who still exercised an undisputed influence over it, and it was but natural that the conquerors of the Hyksos should act in their turn as invaders. The incursion of Asiatics into Egypt thus provoked a reaction which issued in an Egyptian invasion of Asiatic soil. Thutmosis and his contemporaries had inherited none of the instinctive fear of penetrating into Syria, which influenced Ahmosis and his successor. The Theban legions were perhaps slow to advance, but once they had trodden the roads of Palestine, they were not likely to forego the delights of conquest. From that time forward, there was perpetual warfare and pillaging expeditions from the plains of the Blue Nile to those of the Euphrates, so that scarcely a year passed without bringing to the city of Ammon its tribute of victories and riches gained at the point of the sword. One day the news would be brought that the Amorites or the Kati had taken the field, to be immediately followed by the announcement that their forces had been shattered against the valor of the Egyptian battalions. Another day Pharaoh would re-enter the city with the flower of his generals and veterans. The chiefs whom he had taken prisoners, sometimes with his own hand, would be conducted through the streets, and then led to die at the foot of the altars, while fantastic processions of richly clothed captives, beasts led by halters, and slaves bending under the weight of the spoil would stretch in an endless line behind him. Meanwhile, the Timahu, roused by some unknown cause, would attack the outposts stationed on the frontier, or news would come that the peoples of the sea had landed on the western side of the delta. The pharaoh had again to take the field, invariably with the same speedy and successful issue. The Libyans seemed to fare no better than the Syrians, and before long those who had survived the defeat would be paraded before the Theban citizens, previous to being sent to join the Asiatic prisoners in the mines or quarries. Their blue eyes and fair hair showing from beneath strangely shaped helmets, while their white skins, tall stature, and tattooed bodies excited for a few hours the interest and mirth of the idle crowd. At another time, one of the customary raids into the land of Cush would take place, consisting of a rapid march across the sands of the Ethiopian desert and a cruise along the coasts of Puanifk. This would be followed by another triumphal procession in which fresh elements of interest would appear, heralded by a flourish of trumpets and roll of drums. Pharaoh would re-enter the city borne on the shoulders of his officers, followed by Negroes heavily chained or coupled in such a way that it was impossible for them to move without grotesque contortions, while the acclamations of the multitude and the chanting of the priests would resound from all sides as the cortege passed through the city gates on its way to the temple of Ammon. Egypt, roused as it were to warlike frenzy, hurled her armies across all her frontiers simultaneously, and her sudden appearance in the heart of Syria gave a new turn to human history. The isolation of the kingdoms of the ancient world was at an end. The conflict of the nations was about to begin. End of section 13. End of chapter 1. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 14 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Syria at the beginning of the Egyptian conquest. Chapter 2, Part 1. The world beyond the Arabian desert presented to the eyes of the enterprising pharaohs an active and bustling scene. Babylonian civilization still maintained its hold there without a rival, but Babylonian rule had ceased to exercise any longer a direct control, having probably disappeared with the sovereigns who had introduced it. When Amisatana died about the year 2099, the line of Hammurabi became extinct, and a family from the Sea Lands came into power. Footnote: the origin of this second dynasty and the reading of its name still afford matter for discussion. Amid the many conflicting opinions, it behooves us to remember that Gulshikar, the only prince of this dynasty whose title we possess, calls himself king of the country of the sea, that is to say, of the marshy country at the mouth of the Euphrates. This simple fact directs us to seek the cradle of the family in those districts of southern Chaldea. Seiss rejects this identification on philological and chronological grounds, and sees in Gulkishar, king of the Sealands, a vassal called a prince. End footnote. This unexpected revolution of affairs did not by any means restore to the cities of Lower Chaldea the supreme authority which they once possessed. Babylon had made such good use of its centuries of rule that it had gained upon its rivals, and was not likely now to fall back into a secondary place. Henceforward, no matter what dynasty came into power, as soon as the fortune of war had placed it upon the throne, Babylon succeeded in adopting it, and at once made it its own. The new lord of the country, Illu-Mailu, having abandoned his patrimonial inheritance, came to reside near to Merodach. Footnote: the name has been read An-Ma'an or Anman by Pinches, subsequently Illu-Mailu, Mailu, finally Anu-Mailu or perhaps Hu-Mailu. The true reading of it is still unknown. Hamel believed that he had discovered in Hilprecht's book an inscription belonging to the reign of this prince, but Hilprecht has shown that it belonged to a king of Erech, An-Aan, anterior to the time of An-Ma'an. End footnote. He was followed during the 4 next centuries by a dynasty of 10 princes in uninterrupted succession. Their rule was introduced and maintained without serious opposition. The small principalities of the south were theirs by right, and the only town which might have caused them any trouble, Assur, was dependent on them, being satisfied with the title of vicegerents for its princes, Kalu, Irishum, Ishmedagan, and his son Sarn-Siraman I, Igir-Kapkapu, and his son Sarn-Siraman II. Footnote: inscription of Irishum, son of Kalu, on a brick found at Kala Sergat, and an inscription of Sarn-Siraman II, son of Irgu-Kapkapu, on another brick from the same place. Sarn-Siraman I and his father Ishmedagan are mentioned in the great inscription of Tiglath-Pileser II as having lived 641 years before King Assardan, who himself had preceded Tiglath-Pileser by 60 years. They thus reigned between 1900 and 1800 years before our era, according to tradition, whose authenticity we have no other means of verifying. End footnote. As to the course of events beyond the Kaaba and any efforts Illu-Mailu's descendants may have made to establish their authority in the direction of the Mediterranean, we have no inscriptions to inform us, and must be content to remain in ignorance. The last 2 of these princes, Milam-Kerkera and Ea-Gamil, were not connected with each other and had no direct relationship with their predecessors. Footnote: the name of the last is read Ea-Gamil, for want of anything better. Oper makes it Eaga, simply transcribing the signs, and Hilprecht, who took up the question again after him, has no reading to propose. End footnote. The shortness of their reigns presents a striking contrast with the length of those preceding them, and probably indicates a period of war or revolution. When these princes disappeared, we know not how or why, about the year 1714 BC, they were succeeded by a king of foreign extraction, and one of the semi-barbarous race of Kashshu ascended the throne, which had been occupied since the days of Hammurabi by Chaldeans of ancient stock. Footnote: I give here the list of the kings of the Second Dynasty from the documents discovered by Pinches. No monument remains of any of these princes, and even the reading of their names is merely provisional. Those placed between brackets represent Dalitsk's readings. A Gulkhazar is mentioned in an inscription of Bil-Nadiuabal, but Jensen is doubtful if the Gulkhazar mentioned in this place is identical with the one in the lists. Anman, in brackets, Ilumailu, 2082 to 2022 BC. Kianibi, in brackets, Itu Ilu Nibi, 2022 to 1967 BC. Damkilishu, 1967 to 1931 BC. Ishkabal, 1931 to 1916 BC. Shushashi, his brother, 1916 to 1889 BC. Gulkhazar, 1889 to 1834 BC. Kur-Galalama, his son, 1834 to 1780 BC. Adarakalama, his son, 1780 to 1756 BC. Akurulana, 1756 to 1730 BC. Melam Kukura, in brackets, Melam Matati, 1730 to 1723 BC. Eagamil, in brackets, Eaga, 1723 to 1714 BC. End footnote. These Kashshu, who sprang up suddenly out of obscurity, had from the earliest times inhabited the mountainous districts of Zagros, on the confines of Elymais in Media, where the Kassians of the classical historians flourished in the time of Alexander. Footnote: the Kashshu are identified with the Kassians by Seiss, by Schrader, by F.R. Dalitsk, by Halevi, by Thiel, by Hamel, and by Jensen. Aupert maintains that they answer to the Kissians of Herodotus, that is to say, to the inhabitants of the district of which Susa is the capital. Lehmann supports this opinion. Winkler gives none, and several Assyriologists incline to that of Kiepert, according to which the Kissians are identical with the Kassians. End footnote. It was a rugged and unattractive country, protected by nature and easy to defend, made up as it was of narrow, tortuous valleys, of plains of moderate extent, but of rare fertility, of mountain chains whose grim sides were covered with forests, and whose peaks were snow-crowned during half the year, and of rivers, or more correctly speaking, torrents, for the rains and the melting of the snow rendered them impassable in spring and autumn. The entrance to this region was by 2 or 3 well-fortified passes. If an enemy were unwilling to incur the loss of time and men needed to carry these by main force, he had to make a detour by narrow goat tracks, along which the assailants were obliged to advance in single file as best they could, exposed to the assaults of a foe concealed among the rocks and trees. The tribes who were entrenched behind this natural rampart made frequent and unexpected raids upon the marshy meadows and fat pastures of Chaldea. They dashed through the country, pillaging and burning all that came in their way, and then, quickly regaining their hiding places, were able to place their booty in safety before the frontier garrisons had recovered from the first alarm. Footnote: it was thus in the time of Alexander and his successors, and the information given by the classical historians about this period is equally applicable to earlier times, as we may conclude from the numerous passages from Assyrian inscriptions which have been collected by F.R. Dalitsk. End footnote. These tribes were governed by numerous chiefs acknowledging a single king, Ianzi, whose will was supreme over nearly the whole country. Footnote: Dalitsk conjectures that Ianzi or Ianzu had become a kind of proper name, analogous to the term pharaoh employed by the Egyptians. End footnote. Some of them had a slight veneer of Chaldean civilization, while among the rest almost every stage of barbarism might be found. The remains of their language show that it was remotely allied to the dialect of Susa and contained many Semitic words. Footnote: a certain number of Kassian words has been preserved and translated, some in one of the Royal Babylonian lists, and some on a tablet in the British Museum, discovered and interpreted by F.R. Dalitsk. Several Assyriologists think that they show a marked affinity with the idiom of the Susa inscriptions. and with that of the Achaemenian inscriptions of the second type. Others deny the proposed connection, or suggest that the Caucasian language was a Semitic dialect related to the Chaldeo-Assyrian. Oper, who was the first to point out the existence of this dialect 30 years ago, believed it to be the Elamite. He still persists in his opinion and has published several notes in defense of it. End footnote. What is recorded of their religion reaches us merely at second hand, and the groundwork of it has doubtless been modified by the Babylonian scribes, who have transmitted it to us. Footnote. It has been studied by F.R. Delitzsch, who insists on the influence which daily intercourse with the Chaldeans had on it after the conquest. Halevi, in most of the names of the gods given as Caucasian, sees merely the names of Chaldean divinities slightly disguised in the writing. End footnote. They worshipped 12 great gods, of whom the chief, Kash-shu, the Lord of Heaven, gave his name to the principal tribe, and possibly to the whole race. Footnote. The existence of Kash-shu is proved by the name of Kash-shuna-dinak-he. Ashshur also bore a name identical with that of his worshippers. End footnote. Shumalia, queen of the snowy heights, was enthroned beside him. Footnote. She is mentioned in a rescript of Nebuchadrezzar I at the head of the gods of Namar, that is to say, the Caucasian deities, as, quote, the lady of the shining mountains, the inhabitants of the summits, the frequenter of peaks. End quote. She is called Shamalia and Rawlinson, but Delitzsch has restored her name, which was slightly mutilated. One of her statues was taken by Sam-Siraman III, king of Assyria, in one of that sovereign's campaigns against Chaldea. End footnote. And the divinities next in order were, as in the cities of the Euphrates, the moon, the sun, Sak or Shuriash, the air or the tempest, Ubriash, and Kudaka. Footnote. All these identifications are furnished by the glossary of Delitzsch. Ubriash, under the form of Buriash, is met with in a large number of proper names: Burna Buriash, Shagashaltiburiash, Ulam Buriash, Kadashman Buriash, where the Assyrian scribe translates it Bel Matati, Lord of the World. Buriash is, therefore, an epithet of the god who is called Raman in Chaldea. The name of the moon god is mutilated, and only the initial syllable shur remains, followed by an indistinct sign. It has not yet been restored. End footnote. Then followed the stellar deities or secondary incarnations of the sun, Mirazir, who represented both Ishtar and Beltis, and Kala, answering to Gula. Footnote. Halevi considers Kala or Kali as a harsh form of Gula. If this is the case, the Caucasians must have borrowed the name and perhaps the goddess herself from their Chaldean neighbors. End footnote. The Chaldean Ninip corresponded both to Gadar and Marutash, Bel to Karab and Turgu, Merodach to Shiphak, Nergal to Shugab. Footnote. Hilprecht has established the identity of Turgu with Bel of Nippur. End footnote. The Caucasian kings, already enriched by the spoils of their neighbors and supported by a warlike youth, eager to enlist under their banner at the first call. Footnote. Strabo relates from some forgotten historian of Alexander that the Caucasians, quote, had formerly been able to place as many as 13,000 archers in line in the wars which they waged with the help of the Elamians against the inhabitants of Susa and Babylon. End quote. End footnote. Must have been often tempted to quit their barren domains and swoop down on the rich country which lay at their feet. We are ignorant of the course of events which, towards the close of the 18th century BC, led to their gaining possession of it. The Caucasian king who seized on Babylon was named Gandish, and the few inscriptions we possess of his reign are cut with a clumsiness that betrays the barbarism of the conqueror. They cover the pivot stones on which Sargon of Agade, or one of the Bursins, had hung the doors of the temple of Nippur, but which Gandish dedicated afresh in order to win for himself, in the eyes of posterity, the credit of the work of these sovereigns. Footnote. The full name of this king, Gandish or Gandash, which is furnished by the royal lists, is written Gadash on a monument in the British Museum discovered by Pinches, whose conclusions have been erroneously denied by Winkler. A process of abbreviation, of which there are examples in the names of other kings of the same dynasty, reduced the name to Gande in the current language. End footnote. Bel found favor in the eyes of the Kassians, who saw in him Karbe or Turgu, the recognized patron of their royal family. For this reason, Gandish and his successors regarded Bel with peculiar devotion. These kings did all they could for the decoration and endowment of the ancient temple of Ekher, which had been somewhat neglected by the sovereigns of purely Babylonian extraction, and this devotion to one of the most venerated Chaldean sanctuaries contributed largely towards their winning the hearts of the conquered people. Footnote. Hilprecht calls attention on this point to the fact that no one has yet discovered at Nippur a single ex voto consecrated by any king of the two first Babylonian dynasties. End footnote. The Kassian rule over the countries of the Euphrates was doubtless similar in its beginnings to that which the Hyksos exercised at first over the nomes of Egypt. The Kassian kings did not merely bring with them an army to protect their persons, or to occupy a small number of important posts. They were followed by the whole nation and spread themselves over the entire country. The bulk of the invaders instinctively betook themselves to districts where, if they could not resume the kind of life to which they were accustomed in their own land, they could, at least, give full rein to their love of a free and wild existence. As there were no mountains in the country, they turned to the marshes, and like the Hyksos in Egypt, made themselves at home about the mouths of the rivers, on the half-submerged lowlands, and on the sandy islets of the lagoons which formed an undefined borderland between the alluvial region and the Persian Gulf. The covert afforded by the thickets furnished scope for the chase which these hunters had been accustomed to pursue in the depths of their native forests, while fishing, on the other hand, supplied them with an additional element of food. When their depredations drew down upon them reprisals from their neighbors, the mounds occupied by their fortresses and surrounded by muddy swamps offered them almost as secure retreats as their former strongholds on the lofty sides of the Zagros. They made alliances with the native Arameans, with those Kashti, properly called Chaldeans, whose name we have imposed upon all the nations who, from a very early date, bore rule on the banks of the lower Euphrates. Here they formed themselves into a state, Karduniash, whose princes at times rebelled against all external authority, and at other times acknowledged the sovereignty of the Babylonian monarchs. Footnote. The state of Karduniash, whose name appears for the first time on the monuments of the Kassian period, has been localized in a somewhat vague manner in the south of Babylonia, in the country of the Kashti, and afterwards formally identified with the countries of the sea, and with the principality which was called Bit Yakin in the Assyrian period. In the Tel El Amarna tablets, the name is already applied to the entire country occupied by the Kassian kings or their descendants, that is to say, to the whole of Babylonia. Sargon II at that time distinguishes between an upper and a lower Karduniash, and in consequence the earliest Assyriologists considered it as an Assyrian designation of Babylon, or of the district surrounding it, an opinion which was opposed by Delitzsch, as he believed it to be an indigenous term which at first indicated the district round Babylon and afterwards the whole of Babylonia. From one frequent spelling of the name, the meaning appears to have been Fortress of Duniash. To this, Delitzsch preferred the translation Garden of Duniash from an erroneous different reading, Gonduniash. Duniash at first derived from a Chaldean god Dun, whose name may exist in Donghi, is a Kassian name, which the Assyrians translated, as they did Buriash, Bel Matati, lord of the country. Winkler rejects the ancient etymology and proposes to divide the word as Kardu-Niash and to see in it a Kassian translation of the expression Mat Chaldi, country of the Chaldeans. Hamel, on his side, as well as Delitzsch, had thought of seeking in the Chaldeans proper Chaldi for Kashti or Kashta, domain of the Kassians, the descendants of the Kassians of Karduniash, at least as far as race is concerned. In the cuneiform texts, the name is written Kara, dp Duniyas, the wall of the god Duniyas. See the Median Wall or wall of Semiramis, which defended Babylonia on the north. End footnote. The people of Sumer and Akkad, already a composite of many different races, absorbed thus another foreign element which, while modifying its homogeneity, did not destroy its natural character. Those Kassian tribes who had not quitted their own country retained their original barbarism. But the hope of plunder constantly drew them from their haunts, and they attacked and devastated the cities of the plain unhindered by the thought that they were now inhabited by their fellow countrymen. The raid once over, many of them did not return home, but took service under some distant foreign ruler, the Syrian princes attracting many, who subsequently became the backbone of their armies. Footnote: Halevi has at least proved that the Kabiri mentioned in the Tel el Amarna tablets were Kassians, contrary to the opinion of Seiss, who makes them tribes grouped around Hebron, which W. Max Mueller seems to accept. Winkler, returning to an old opinion, believes them to have been Hebrews. End footnote. While others remained at Babylon and enrolled themselves in the bodyguard of the kings. To the last, they were an undisciplined militia, dangerous and difficult to please. One day they would hail their chiefs with acclamations, to kill them the next in one of those sudden outbreaks in which they were accustomed to make and unmake their kings. Footnote: This is the opinion of Hamel, supported by the testimony of this synchronous history. In this latter document, the Kassians are found revolting against King Kadash-man-Karbe and replacing him on the throne by a certain Nazi-Bugash, who was of obscure origin. End footnote. The first invaders were not long in acquiring, by means of daily intercourse with the old inhabitants, the new civilization. Sooner or later they became blended with the natives, losing all their own peculiarities, with the exception of their outlandish names, a few heroic legends. Footnote: F.R. Delitzsch and Schroeder compare their name with that of Cush, who appears in the Bible as the father of Nimrod. Genesis, chapter 10, verses 8 through 12. Hamel and Seiss think that the history of Nimrod is a reminiscence of the Kassian rule. Jensen is alone in his attempt to attribute to the Kassians the first idea of the epic of Gilgamesh. End footnote. And the worship of 2 or 3 gods, Shumalia, Shugab, and Shukamuna. End of section 14. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 15 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As in the case of the Hyksos in Africa, the barbarian conquerors thus became merged in the more civilized people which they had subdued. This work of assimilation seems at first to have occupied the whole attention of both races, for the immediate successors of Gandish were unable to retain under their rule all the provinces of which the empire was formerly composed. They continued to possess the territory situated on the middle course of the Euphrates as far as the mouth of the Balak, but they lost the region extending to the east of the Khabur at the foot of the Masios, and in the upper basin of the Tigris. The vicegerents of Assur also withdrew from them, and, declaring that they owed no obedience excepting to the god of their city, assumed the royal dignity. The first 4 of these kings whose names have come down to us, Sulili, Bel-Kapkapu, Adasi, and Belbani. Footnote: These 4 names do not so much represent 4 consecutive reigns as 2 separate traditions which were current respecting the beginnings of Assyrian royalty. The most ancient of them gives the chief place to 2 personages named Bel-Kapkapu and Sulili. This tradition has been transmitted to us by Ramamnirari III, because it connected the origin of his race with these kings. The second tradition placed a certain Belbani, the son of Adasi, in the room of Bel-Kapkapu and Sulili. Esarhaddon made use of it in order to ascribe to his own family an antiquity at least equal to that of the family to which Ramamnirari III belonged. Each king appropriated from the ancient popular traditions those names which seemed to him best calculated to enhance the prestige of his dynasty. But we cannot tell how far the personages selected enjoyed an authentic historical existence. It is best to admit them at least provisionally into the royal series, without trusting too much to what is related of them. End footnote. Appear to have been but indifferent rulers, but they knew how to hold their own against the attacks of their neighbors, and when, after a century of weakness and inactivity, Babylon reasserted herself and endeavored to recover her lost territory, they had so completely established their independence that every attack on it was unsuccessful. The Kassian king at that time, an active and enterprising prince whose name was held in honor up to the days of the Ninevite supremacy, was Agum-Kakrime, the son of Tasur-Guramash. Footnote: the tablet discovered by Pinches is broken after the 5th king of the dynasty. The inscription of Agum-Kakrime, containing a genealogy of this prince which goes back as far as the 5th generation, has led to the restoration of the earlier part of the list as follows: Gandish Gadish Adumitasi, 1655 to BC, Gande, 1714 to 1707 BC, Tasur-Guramash, Agum Rabi, his son, 1707 to 1685 BC, Agum-Kakrime, Agayashi, 1685 to 1663 BC, Ushishi, his son, 1663 to 1655 BC. This, quote, brilliant scion of Shu-Kamuna, end quote, entitled himself Lord of the Kash-Shu and of Akkad, of Babylon the widespread, of Padan, of Alman, and of the swarthy Guti. Footnote: the translation black-headed, i.e. dark-haired and complexioned, Guti is uncertain. Jensen interprets the epithet Nishi Saldati to mean the Guti, stupid, foolish, culpable, people. The Guti held both banks of the lower Zab in the mountains on the east of Assyria. The Litsk has placed Padan and Alman in the mountains to the east of the Diyala. Jensen places them in the chain of the Kamrim, and Winkler compares Alman or Halman with the Holwan of the present day. End footnote. Ashnunak had been devastated. He repeopled it, and the 4, quote, houses of the world, end quote, rendered him obedience. On the other hand, Elam revolted from its allegiance, Assur resisted him, and if he still exercised some semblance of authority over northern Syria, it was owing to a traditional respect which the towns of that country voluntarily rendered to him, but which did not involve either subjection or control. The people of Khani still retained possession of the statues of Merodach and of his consort Zarpanet, which had been stolen, we know not how, some time previously from Chaldea. Footnote: the Khani have been placed by Dalitsk, in the neighborhood of Mount Kana, mentioned in the accounts of the Assyrian campaigns, that is to say, in the Omanos, between the Euphrates and the Bay of Alexandretta. He is inclined to regard the name as a form of that of the Khati. End footnote. Agum-Kakrime recovered them and replaced them in their proper temple. This was an important event and earned him the goodwill of the priests. The king reorganized public worship. He caused new fittings for the temples to be made to take the place of those which had disappeared, and the inscription which records this work enumerates with satisfaction the large quantities of crystal, jasper, and lapis lazuli which he lavished on the sanctuary, the utensils of silver and gold which he dedicated, together with the seas of wrought bronze decorated with monsters and religious emblems. Footnote: we do not possess the original of the inscription which tells us of these facts, but merely an early copy. End footnote. This restoration of the statues, so flattering to the national pride and piety, would have been exacted and insisted upon by a Hammurabi at the point of the sword, but Agum-Kakrime doubtless felt that he was not strong enough to run the risk of war. He therefore sent an embassy to the Khani, and such was the prestige which the name of Babylon still possessed, from the deserts of the Caspian to the shores of the Mediterranean, that he was able to obtain a concession from that people which he would probably have been powerless to extort by force of arms. Footnote: strictly speaking, one might suppose that a war took place, but most Assyriologists declare unhesitatingly that there was merely an embassy and a diplomatic negotiation. End footnote. The Egyptians had, therefore, no need to anticipate Chaldean interference when, forsaking their ancient traditions, they penetrated for the first time into the heart of Syria. Not only was Babylon no longer supreme there, but the coalition of those cities on which she had depended for help in subduing the West was partially dissolved, and the foreign princes who had succeeded to her patrimony were so far conscious of their weakness that they voluntarily kept aloof from the countries in which, previous to their advent, Babylon had held undivided sway. The Egyptian conquest of Syria had already begun in the days of Agum-Kakrime, and it is possible that dread of the pharaoh was one of the chief causes which influenced the Kassians to return a favorable answer to the Khani. Thutmosis I, on entering Syria, encountered therefore only the native levies, and it must be admitted that, in spite of their renowned courage, They were not likely to prove formidable adversaries in Egyptian estimation. Not one of the local Syrian dynasties was sufficiently powerful to collect all the forces of the country around its chief, so as to oppose a compact body of troops to the attack of the African armies. The whole country consisted of a collection of petty states, a complex group of peoples and territories which even the Egyptians themselves never completely succeeded in disentangling. They classed the inhabitants, however, under 3 or 4 very comprehensive names: Karu, Zahi, Lotanu, and Kafatiu, all of which frequently recur in the inscriptions, but without having always that exactness of meaning we look for in geographical terms. As was often the case in similar circumstances, these names were used at first to denote the districts close to the Egyptian frontier, with which the inhabitants of the Delta had constant intercourse. The Kafatiu seem to have been at the outset the people of the seacoast, more especially of the region occupied later by the Phoenicians, but all the tribes with whom the Phoenicians came in contact on the Asiatic and European border were before long included under the same name. Footnote: the Kafatiu, whose name was first read Kefa or later Kefto, were originally identified with the inhabitants of Cyprus or Crete, and subsequently with those of Sicilia, although the decree of Canopus locates them in Phoenicia. End footnote. Zahi originally comprised that portion of the desert and of the maritime plain on the northeast of Egypt which was coasted by the fleets, or traversed by the armies of Egypt as they passed to and fro between Syria and the banks of the Nile. This region had been ravaged by Ahmosis during his raid upon Saruhana the year after the fall of Avaris. To the southeast of Zahi lay Karu. It included the greater part of Mount Seir, whose wadis, thinly dotted over with oases, were inhabited by tribes of more or less stationary habits. The approaches to it were protected by a few towns, or rather fortified villages, built in the neighborhood of springs, and surrounded by cultivated fields and poverty-stricken gardens. But the bulk of the people lived in tents or in caves on the mountainsides. The Egyptians constantly confounded those Kuari, whom the Hebrews in after times found scattered among the children of Edom, with the other tribes of Bedouin marauders, and designated them vaguely as Shaushu. Lotanu lay beyond, to the north of Karu and to the northeast of Zahi, among the hills which separate the Shephelah from the Jordan. Footnote: the name of Lotanu or Rotanu has been assigned by Brusque to the Assyrians, but subsequently, by connecting it more ingeniously than plausibly with the Assyrian Iltanu, he extended it to all the peoples of the north. We now know that in the texts it denotes the whole of Syria, and more generally all the people dwelling in the basins of the Orontes and the Euphrates. The attempt to connect the name Rotanu or Lotanu with that of the Edomite tribe of Lotan, Genesis chapter 36, verse 20 and verse 22, was first made by P. de Salcy. It was afterwards taken up by Haig and adopted by Renan. End footnote. As it was more remote from the isthmus and formed the Egyptian horizon in that direction, all the new countries with which the Egyptians became acquainted beyond its northern limits were by degrees included under the one name of Lotanu, and this term was extended to comprise successively the entire valley of the Jordan, then that of the Orontes, and finally even that of the Euphrates. Lotanu became thenceforth a vague and fluctuating term, which the Egyptians applied indiscriminately to widely differing Asiatic nations, and to which they added another indefinite epithet which they desired to use in a more limited sense, that part of Syria nearest to Egypt being in this case qualified as Upper Lotanu, while the towns and kingdoms further north were described as being in Lower Lotanu. In the same way, the terms Zahi and Karu were extended to cover other and more northerly regions. Zahi was applied to the coast as far as the mouth of the Nahr el-Kabir, and to the country of the Lebanon, which lay between the Mediterranean and the middle course of the Orontes. Karu ran parallel to Zahi, but comprised the mountain district, and came to include most of the countries which were at first ranged under Upper Lotanu. It was never applied to the region beyond the neighborhood of Mount Tabor, nor to the Transjordanite provinces. The three names, in their wider sense, preserved the same relation to each other as before, Zahi lying to the west and northwest of Karu, and Lower Lotanu to the north of Karu and northeast of Zahi. But the extension of meaning did not abolish the old conception of their position, and hence arose confusion in the minds of those who employed them. The scribes, for instance, who registered in some far-off Theban temple the victories of the pharaoh, would sometimes write Zahi where they should have inscribed Karu, and it is a difficult matter for us always to detect their mistakes. It would be unjust to blame them too severely for their inaccuracies, for what means had they of determining the relative positions of that confusing collection of states with which the Egyptians came in contact as soon as they had set foot on Syrian soil? A choice of several routes into Asia possessing unequal advantages were open to the traveler, but the most direct of them passed through the town of Zalu. The old entrenchments running from the Red Sea to the marshes of the Pelusiac branch still protected the isthmus, and beyond these, forming an additional defense, was a canal on the banks of which a fortress was constructed. This was occupied by the troops who guarded the frontier, and no traveler was allowed to pass without having declared his name and rank, signified the business which took him into Syria or Egypt, and shown the letters with which he was entrusted. Footnote: the notes of an official living at Zalu in the times of Meneptah are preserved on the back of PLS 5 and 6 of the Anastasi Papyrus 3. His business was to keep a register of the movements of the comers and goers between Egypt and Syria during a few days of the month Pakhons in the year 3. End footnote. It was from Zalu that the pharaohs set out with their troops, when summoned to Karu by a hostile confederacy. It was to Zalu they returned triumphant after the campaign, and there, at the gates of the town, they were welcomed by the magnates of the kingdom. The road ran for some distance over a region which was covered by the inundation of the Nile during 6 months of the year. It then turned eastward and for some distance skirted the seashore, passing between the Mediterranean and the swamp which writers of the Greek period called the Lake of Serbonus. Footnote: the Serbonian lake is sometimes half full of water, sometimes almost entirely dry. At the present time it bears the name of Sebkat Berdawil, from King Baldwin I of Jerusalem, who on his return from his Egyptian campaign died on its shores in 1148, before he could reach El Artish. End footnote. This stage of the journey was beset with difficulties, for the Serbonian lake did not always present the same aspect, and its margins were constantly shifting. When the canals which connected it with the open sea happened to become obstructed, the sheet of water subsided from evaporation, leaving in many places merely an expanse of shifting mud, often concealed under the sand which the wind brought up from the desert. Travelers ran imminent risk of sinking in this quagmire, and the Greek historians tell of large armies being almost entirely swallowed up in it. About halfway along the length of the lake rose the solitary hill of Mount Cassios. Beyond this, the sea-coast widened till it became a vast, slightly undulating plain, covered with scanty herbage and dotted over with wells containing an abundant supply of water, which, however, was brackish and disagreeable to drink. Beyond these lay a grove of palms, a brick prison, and a cluster of miserable houses bounded by a broad wadi, usually dry. The bed of the torrent often served as the boundary between Africa and Asia, and the town was for many years merely a convict prison where ordinary criminals condemned to mutilation and exile were confined. Indeed, the Greeks assure us that it owed its name of Rhinocolura to the number of noseless convicts who were to be seen there. Footnote: the ruins of the ancient town, which were of considerable extent, are half buried under the sand, out of which an Egyptian naos of the Ptolemaic period has been dug, and placed near the well which supports the fort, where it serves as a drinking trough for the horses. Brusk believed he could identify its site with that of the Syrian town Hernik-Heri, which he erroneously reads Harinkola. The ancient form of the name is unknown. The Greek form varies between Rhinokorura and Rhinokolura. The story of the mutilated convicts is to be found in Diodorus Siculus as well as in Strabo. It rests on a historical fact. Under the 18th dynasty, Zalu was used as a place of confinement for dishonest officials. For this purpose, it was probably replaced by Rhinokolura when the Egyptian frontier was removed from the neighborhood of Sel to that of El Arish. End footnote. At this point, the coast turns in a northeasterly direction and is flanked with high sand hills, behind which the caravans pursue their way, obtaining merely occasional glimpses of the sea. Here and there, under the shelter of a tower or a half-ruined fortress, the traveler would have found wells of indifferent water, till, on reaching the confines of Syria, he arrived at the fortified village of Raphia, standing like a sentinel to guard the approach to Egypt. Beyond Raphia, vegetation becomes more abundant. Groups of sycamores and mimosas and clusters of date palms appear on the horizon. Villages surrounded with fields and orchards are seen on all sides, while the bed of a river, blocked with gravel and fallen rocks, winds its way between the last fringes of the desert and the fruitful Shephelah. Footnote. The term Shephelah signifies the plain. It is applied by the biblical writers to the plain bordering the coast, from the heights of Gaza to those of Joppa, which were inhabited at a later period by the Philistines. Joshua chapter 11, verse 16, Jeremiah chapter 32, verse 44, and chapter 33, verse 13. End footnote. On the further bank of the river lay the suburbs of Gaza, and but a few hundred yards beyond, Gaza itself came into view among the trees standing on its wall-crowned hill. Footnote. Guerin describes at length the road from Gaza to Raphia. The only town of importance between them in the Greek period was Aienusos, the ruins of which are to be found near Khan Yunis, but the Egyptian name for this locality is unknown. Al-Naogasa, the name of which Rusk thought he could identify with it, should be placed much further away, in northern or in Syria. End footnote. End of section 15, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 16 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 3. The Egyptians, on their march from the Nile Valley, were wont to stop at this spot to recover from their fatigues. It was their first halting place beyond the frontier, and the news which would reach them here prepared them in some measure for what awaited them further on. The army itself, the, quote, troop of Ra, end quote, was drawn from 4 great races, the most distinguished of which came, of course, from the banks of the Nile. The Amu, born of Soket, the lioness-headed goddess, were classed in the 2nd rank. The Nasi, or Negroes of Ethiopia, were placed in the 3rd, while the Timuhu, or Libyans, with the white tribes of the north, brought up the rear. The Syrians belonged to the 2nd of these families, that next in order to the Egyptians, and the name of Amu, which for centuries had been given them, meant so satisfactorily all political, literary, or commercial requirements that the administrators of the pharaohs never troubled themselves to discover the various elements concealed beneath the term. We are, however, able at the present time to distinguish among them several groups of peoples and languages, all belonging to the same family, but possessing distinctive characteristics. The kinsfolk of the Hebrews, the children of Ishmael and Edom, the Moabites and Ammonites, who were all qualified as Shaoshu, had spread over the region to the south and east of the Dead Sea, partly in the desert and partly on the confines of the cultivated land. The Canaanites were not only in possession of the coast from Gaza to a point beyond the Nahar el-Kabir, but they also occupied almost the whole valley of the Jordan, besides that of the Litany and perhaps that of the Upper Orontes. Footnote. I use the term Canaanite with the meaning most frequently attached to it according to the Hebrew use, Genesis chapter 10, verses 15 through 19. This word is found several times in the Egyptian texts under the forms Kinakina, Kinakaki, and probably Kunakayu, in the cuneiform texts of Tel el Amarna. End footnote. There were Aramaean settlements at Damascus, in the plains of the lower Orontes, and in Naharaim. Footnote. As far as I know, the term Aramaean is not to be found in any Egyptian text of the time of the pharaohs. The only known example of it is a writer's error corrected by Chabas. W. Max Mueller very justly observes that the mistake is itself a proof of the existence of the name and of the acquaintance of the Egyptians with it. End footnote. The country beyond the Aramaean territory, including the slopes of the Amanos and the deep valleys of the Taurus, was inhabited by peoples of various origin. The most powerful of these, the Kati, were at this time slowly forsaking the mountain region and spreading by degrees over the country between the Afrin and the Euphrates. Footnote. Thutmosis III shows that, at any rate, they were established in these regions about the 16th century BC. The Egyptian pronunciation of their name is Kiti, with the feminine Kittite, Kittit, but the Tel el Amarna texts employ the vocalization Kati Kata, which must be more correct than that of the Egyptians. The form Kiti seems to me to be explicable by an error of popular etymology. Egyptian ethnical appellations in Iti formed their plural by atiu, ati, ate, so that if kata, kati were taken for a plural, it would naturally have suggested to the scribes the form Kiti for the singular. End footnote. The Canaanites were the most numerous of all these groups, and had they been able to amalgamate under a single king, or even to organize a lasting confederacy, it would have been impossible for the Egyptian armies to have broken through the barrier thus raised between them and the rest of Asia. But unfortunately, so far from showing the slightest tendency towards unity or concentration, the Canaanites were more hopelessly divided than any of the surrounding nations. Their mountains contained nearly as many states as there were valleys, while in the plains each town represented a separate government and was built on a spot carefully selected for purposes of defense. The land, indeed, was checkered with these petty states, and so closely were they crowded together that a horseman, traveling at leisure, could easily pass through 2 or 3 of them in a day's journey. Footnote: Thutmosis III, speaking to his soldiers, tell them that all the chiefs of the projecting spur of some mountain, or on a solitary and more or less irregularly shaped eminence in the midst of a plain, and the means of defense in the country are shut up in Megiddo, so that, quote, to take it is to take 1,000 cities, end quote. This is evidently a hyperbole in the mouth of the conqueror, but the exaggeration itself shows how numerous were the chiefs and consequently the small states in central and southern Syria. End footnote. Not only were the royal cities fenced with walls, but many of the surrounding villages were fortified, while the watchtowers, or migdols, footnote, this Canaanite word was borrowed by the Egyptians from the Syrians at the beginning of their Asiatic wars. They employed it in forming the names of the military posts which they established on the eastern frontier of the Delta. It appears for the first time among Syrian places in the list of cities conquered by Thutmosis III. End footnote. Built at the bends of the roads, at the fords over the rivers, and at the opening of the ravines, all testified to the insecurity of the times and the aptitude for self-defense shown by the inhabitants. The aspect of these migdols or forts must have appeared strange to the first Egyptians who beheld them. These strongholds bore no resemblance to the large square or oblong enclosures to which they were accustomed, and which in their eyes represented the highest skills of the engineer. In Syria, however, the positions suitable for the construction of fortresses hardly ever lent them to a symmetrical plan. The usual sites had to be adapted in each case to suit the particular configuration of the ground. It was usually a mere wall of stone or dried brick, with towers at intervals, the wall measuring from 9 to 12 feet thick at the base and from 30 to 36 feet high, thus rendering an assault by means of portable ladders nearly impracticable. Footnote: This is at least the result of investigations made by modern engineers who have studied these questions of military archaeology. End footnote. The gateway had the appearance of a fortress in itself. It was composed of 3 large blocks of masonry, forming a re-entering face, considerably higher than the adjacent curtains, and pierced near the top with square openings furnished with mantelets, so as to give both a front and flank view of the assailants. The wooden doors in the receded face were covered with metal and rawhides, thus affording a protection against axe or fire. Footnote: Most of the Canaanite towns taken by Ramses II in the campaign of his 8th year were fortified in this manner. It must have been the usual method of fortification, as it seems to have served as a type for conventional representation, and was sometimes used to denote cities which had fortifications of another kind. For instance, Dapur Tabor is represented in this way, while a picture on another monument, which is reproduced in the illustration on page 185, represents what seems to have been the particular form of its encompassing walls. End footnote. The building was strong enough not only to defy the bands of adventurers who roamed the country, but was able to resist for an indefinite time the operations of a regular siege. Sometimes, however, the inhabitants, when constructing their defenses, did not confine themselves to this rudimentary plan, but threw up earthworks round the selected site. On the most exposed side, they raised an advance wall, not exceeding 12 or 15 feet in height, at the left extremity of which the entrance was so placed that the assailants, in endeavoring to force their way through, were obliged to expose an unprotected flank to the defenders. By this arrangement, it was necessary to break through 2 lines of fortification before the place could be entered. Supposing the enemy to have overcome these first obstacles, they would find themselves at their next point of attack confronted with a citadel which contained, in addition to the sanctuary of the principal god, the palace of the sovereign himself. This also had a double enclosing wall and massively built gates, which could be forced only at the expense of fresh losses, unless the cowardice or treason of the garrison made the assault an easy one. Footnote: the type of town described in the text is based on a representation of the walls of Karnak, where the siege of Dapur Tabor by Ramses II is depicted. Another type is given in the case of Ascalon. End footnote. Of these bulwarks of Canaanite civilization, which had been thrown up by hundreds on the route of the invading hosts, not a trace is to be seen today. They may have been razed to the ground during one of those destructive revolutions in which the country was often exposed, or their remains may lie hidden underneath the heaps of ruins which 30 centuries of change have raised over them. Footnote: the only remains of a Canaanite fortification which can be assigned to the Egyptian period are those which Professor F.I. Petrie brought to light in the ruins of Tel el-Hesi, and in which he rightly recognized the remains of Lachish. End footnote. The records of victories graven on the walls of the Theban temples furnish, it is true, a general conception of their appearance, but the notions of them which we should obtain from this source would be of a very confused character, had not one of the last of the conquering pharaohs, Ramses III, taken it into his head to have one built at Thebes itself, to contain within it, in addition to his funerary chapel, accommodation for the attendants assigned to the conduct of his worship. In the Greek and Roman period, a portion of this fortress was demolished, but the external wall of defense still exists on the eastern side, together with the gate, which is commanded on the right by a projection of the enclosing wall and flanked by 2 guard-houses, rectangular in shape and having roofs which jut out about a yard beyond the wall of support. Having passed through these obstacles, we find ourselves face to face with a migdol of cut stone, nearly square in form with 2 projecting wings, the court between their loopholed walls being made to contract gradually from the point of approach by a series of abutments. A careful examination of the place indeed reveals more than one arrangement which the limited knowledge of the Egyptians would hardly permit us to expect. We discover, for instance, that the main body of the building is made to rest upon a sloping substructure which rises to a height of some 16 feet. This served 2 purposes. It increased, in the first place, the strength of the defense against sapping, and in the second, it caused the weapons launched by the enemy to rebound with violence from its inclined surface, thus serving to keep the assailants at a distance. The whole structure has an imposing look, and it must be admitted that the royal architects charged with carrying out their sovereign's idea brought to their task an attention to detail for which the people from whom the plan was borrowed had no capacity, and at the same time preserved the arrangements of their model so faithfully that we can readily realize what it must have been. Transport this migdol of Ramses III into Asia, planted upon one of those hills which the Canaanites were accustomed to select as a site for their fortifications, spread out at its base some score of low and miserable hovels, and we have before us an improvised pattern of a village which recalls in a striking manner Zarin or Beitin, or any other small modern town which gathers the dwellings of its fellaheen round some central stone building, whether it be a hostelry for benighted travelers or an ancient castle of the crusading age. There were on the littoral to the north of Gaza 2 large walled towns, Ascalon and Joppa, in whose roadsteads merchant vessels were accustomed to take hasty refuge in tempestuous weather. Footnote: Ascalon was not actually on the sea. Its port, Mayumas Ascalonis, was probably merely a narrow bay or creek, now for a long period filled up by the sand. Neither the site nor the remains of the port have been discovered. The name of the town is always spelled in Egyptian with an S, Askaluna, which gives us the pronunciation of the time. The name of Joppa is written Yafu, and the gardens which then surrounded the town are mentioned in the Anastasi Papyrus I. End footnote. There were to be found on the plains also, and on the lower slopes of the mountains, a number of similar fortresses and villages, such as Irza, Migdol, Lachish, Ajalon, Shocho, Adora, Afukin, Kela, Gezer, and Ono, and in the neighborhood of the roads which led to the fords of the Jordan, Gibeah, Beth Anoth, and finally Jerusalem. Footnote: Jerusalem is mentioned only in the Tel El Amarna tablets, alongside of Kilti or Kala, Ajalon, and Lachish. The remaining towns are noticed in the great lists of Thutmose III. End footnote. A tolerably dense population of active and industrious husbandmen maintained themselves upon the soil. The plough which they employed was like that used by the Egyptians and the Babylonians, being nothing but a large hoe to which a couple of oxen were harnessed. Footnote. This is the form of plough still employed by the Syrians in some places. End footnote. The scarcity of rain, except in certain seasons, and the tendency of the rivers to run low contributed to make the cultivators of the soil experts in irrigation and agriculture. Almost the only remains of these people which have come down to us consist of indestructible wells and cisterns, or wine and oil presses hollowed out of the rock. Footnote. Monuments of this kind are encountered at every step in Judea, but it is very difficult to date them. The aqueduct of Siloam, which goes back perhaps to the time of Hezekiah, and the canals which conducted water into Jerusalem, possibly in part to be attributed to the reign of Solomon, are the only instances to which anything like a certain date may be assigned, but these are long posterior to the 18th dynasty. Good judges, however, attribute some of these monuments to a very distant period. The masonry of the wells of Beersheba is very ancient, if not as it is at present, at least as it was when it was repaired in the time of the Caesars. The olive and wine presses hewn in the rock do not all date back to the Roman Empire, but many belong to a still earlier period, and modern descriptions correspond with what we know of such presses from the Bible. End footnote. Fields of wheat and barley extended along the flats of the valleys, broken in upon here and there by orchards, in which the white and pink almond, the apple, the fig, the pomegranate, and the olive flourished side by side. If the slopes of the valley rose too precipitously for cultivation, stone dikes were employed to collect the falling earth, and thus to transform the sides of the hills into a series of terraces rising one above the other. Here the vines, planted in lines or in trellises, blended their clusters with the fruits of the orchard trees. It was indeed a land of milk and honey, and its topographical nomenclature in the Egyptian geographical lists reflects as in a mirror the agricultural pursuits of its ancient inhabitants. One village, for instance, is called Awila, the meadow, while others bear such names as Ganutu, the gardens, Magrafut, the mounds, and Karman, the vineyard. The further we proceed towards the north, we find, with a diminishing aridity, the hillsides covered with richer crops, and the valleys decked out with a more luxuriant and warmly colored vegetation. Shechem lies in an actual amphitheater of verdure, which is irrigated by countless unfailing streams. Rushing brooks babble on every side, and the vapor given off by them morning and evening covers the entire landscape with a luminous haze, where the outline of each object becomes blurred and quivers in a manner to which we are accustomed in our western lands. Footnote. Shechem is not mentioned in the Egyptian geographical lists, but Max Mueller thinks he has discovered in it the name of the mountain of Shekimah, which figures in the Anastasi Papyrus No. 1. End footnote. Towns grew and multiplied upon this rich and loamy soil, but as these lay outside the usual track of the invading hosts, which preferred to follow the more rugged but shorter route leading straight to Carmel across the plain, the records of the conquerors only casually mention a few of them, such as Bit Shailu, Berkana, and Dutina. Footnote. Bit Shailu, identified by Chabas with Bethsan and with Shiloh by Mariette and Maspero, is more probably Bethel, written Bit Shah Ilu, either with the sh, the only relative pronoun of the Phoenician, or with the Assyrian Shah. On the latter supposition, one must suppose, as Seiss does, that the compiler of the Egyptian lists had before him sources of information in the cuneiform character. Berkana appears to be the modern Broken, and Dutina is clearly Dathan, near Tel Dathan. End footnote. End of section 16, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 17 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4, by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 4. Beyond Ono, reddish-colored sandy clay took the place of the dark and compact loam. Oaks began to appear, sparsely at first, but afterwards forming vast forests, which the peasants of our own days have thinned and reduced to a considerable extent. The stunted trunks of these trees are knotted and twisted, and the tallest of them do not exceed some 30 feet in height, while many of them may be regarded as nothing more imposing than large bushes. Footnote: the forest was well known to the geographers of the Greco-Roman period and was still in existence at the time of the Crusades. End footnote. Muddy rivers, infested with crocodiles, flowed slowly through the shady woods, spreading out their waters here and there in pestilential swamps. On reaching the seaboard, their exit was impeded by the sands which they brought down with them, and the banks which were thus formed caused the waters to accumulate in lagoons extending behind the dunes. For miles the road led through thickets, interrupted here and there by marshy places and clumps of thorny shrubs. Bands of Shaosu were accustomed to make this route dangerous, and even the bravest heroes shrank from venturing alone along this route. Towards Aluna, the way began to ascend Mount Carmel by a narrow and giddy track cut in the rocky side of the precipice. Footnote: this defile is described at length in the Anastasi Papyrus No. 1, and the terms used by the writer are in themselves sufficient evidence of the terror with which the place inspired the Egyptians. The annals of Thutmosis III are equally explicit as to the difficulties which an army had to encounter here. I have placed this defile near the point which is now called el Fam, and this site seems to me to agree better with the account of the expedition of Thutmosis III than that of Arane proposed by Condor. End footnote. Beyond the mount, it led by a rapid descent into a plain covered with corn and verdure, and extending in a width of some 30 miles by a series of undulations to the foot of Tabor, where it came to an end. Two side ranges running almost parallel, Little Hermon and Gilboa, disposed in a line from east to west, and united by an almost imperceptibly rising ground, serve rather to connect the plain of Megiddo with the valley of the Jordan than to separate them. A single river, the Kishon, cuts the route diagonally, or to speak more correctly, a single riverbed, which is almost waterless for 9 months of the year, and becomes swollen only during the winter rains with the numerous torrents bursting from the hillsides. As the flood approaches the sea, it becomes of more manageable proportions, and finally distributes its waters among the desolate lagoons formed behind the sandbanks of the open and windswept bay, towered over by the sacred summit of Carmel. Footnote: in the lists of Thutmosis III, we find under number 48 the town of Rosh Kadoshu, the Sacred Cape, which was evidently situated at the end of the mountain range, or probably on the site of Haifa. The name itself suggests the veneration with which Carmel was invested from the earliest times. End footnote. No corner of the world has been the scene of more sanguinary engagements, or has witnessed century after century so many armies crossing its borders and coming into conflict with one another. Every military leader who, after leaving Africa, was able to seize Gaza and Ascalon, became at once master of southern Syria. He might, it is true, experience some local resistance and come into conflict with bands or isolated outposts of the enemy, but as a rule he had no need to anticipate a battle before he reached the banks of the Kishon. Here, behind a screen of woods and mountain, the enemy would concentrate his forces and prepare resolutely to meet the attack. If the invader succeeded in overcoming resistance at this point, the country lay open to him as far as the Orontes, nay, often even to the Euphrates. The position was too important for its defense to have been neglected. A range of forts, Ibleam, Tanakh, Megiddo. Footnote: Megiddo, the Legio of the Roman period, has been identified since Robinson's time with Kerbert Lejeune, and more especially with the little mound known by the name of Tel el Mutasalim. Condor proposed to place its site more to the east in the valley of the Jordan at Kerbet el Mujeda. End footnote. Drawn like a barrier across the line of advance, protected its southern face, and beyond these a series of strongholds and villages followed one another at intervals in the bends of the valleys or on the heights, such as Shunem, Kasuna, Anaharath, the two Afuls, Kana, and other places which we find mentioned on the triumphal lists, but of which up to the present the sites have not been fixed. From this point the conqueror had a choice of 3 routes. One ran in an oblique direction to the west and struck the Mediterranean near Acre, leaving on the left the promontory of Carmel, with the sacred town Rosh Kadoshu planted on its slope. Acre was the first point which a fleet could find safe anchorage after leaving the mouths of the Nile, and whoever was able to make himself master of it had in his hands the key of Syria, for it stood in the same commanding position with regard to the coast as that held by Megiddo in respect of the interior. Its houses were built closely together on a spit of rock which projected boldly into the sea, while fringes of reefs formed for it a kind of natural breakwater, behind which ships could find a safe harborage from the attacks of pirates or the perils of bad weather. From this point the hills come so near the shore that one is sometimes obliged to wade along the beach to avoid a projecting spur, and sometimes to climb a zigzag path in order to cross a headland. In more than one place the rock has been hollowed into a series of rough steps, giving it the appearance of a vast ladder. Footnote. Hence the name Tyrian Ladder, which is applied to one of these passes, either Ras ed Nakhr or Ras el Abiad. End footnote. Below this precipitous path the waves dash with fury, and when the wind sets towards the land every thud causes the rocky wall to tremble and detaches fragments from its surface. The majority of the towns, such as Aksapu, Ekdipa, Mashal, Lubina, Ushu Shakhan, lay back from the sea on the mountain ridges, out of the reach of pirates. Several, however, were built on the shore, under the shelter of some promontory, and the inhabitants of these derived a miserable subsistence from fishing and the chase. Beyond the Tyrian ladder Phoenician territory began. The country was served throughout its entire length from town to town by the coast road, which, turning at length to the right, and passing through the defile formed by the Nahr el-Kabir, entered the region of the middle Orontes. The second of the roads leading from Megiddo described an almost symmetrical curve eastwards, crossing the Jordan at Beth Shan, then the Jabbok, and finally reaching Damascus after having skirted at some distance the last of the basaltic ramparts of the Hauran. Here extended a vast but badly watered pasture land, which attracted the Bedouin from every side, and scattered over it were a number of walled towns, such as Hamath, Magato, Astaroth, and Ono Repha. Footnote. Proof that the Egyptians knew this route, followed even to this day in certain circumstances, is furnished by the lists of Thutmosis III, in which the principal stations which it comprises are enumerated among the towns given up after the victory of Megiddo. Damasku was identified with Damascus by E. de Rouge, and Ashtarotu with Ashtaroth Karnaim. Hamatu is probably Hamath of the Gadarines. Magato, the Magad of the Maccabees, is possibly the present Mukata, and Ono Repha, Raphon, Raphana, Arpha of Decapolis, is the modern Er Raf. End footnote. Probably Damascus was already at this period the dominant authority over the region watered by these two rivers, as well as over the villages nestling in the gorges of Hermon, Abila, Helbon of the vineyards, and Tabrud, but it had not yet acquired its renown for riches and power. Protected by the anti-Lebanon range from its turbulent neighbors, it led a sort of vegetative existence apart from invading hosts, forgotten and hushed to sleep as it were in the shade of its gardens. The third road from Megiddo took the shortest way possible. After crossing the Kishon almost at right angles to its course, it ascended by a series of steep inclines to arid plains, fringed or intersected by green and flourishing valleys, which afforded sites for numerous towns: Pahira, Merom near Lake Hula, Kart Nizanu, Birotu, and Lawissa, situated in the marshy district at the headwaters of the Jordan. Footnote. Pahira is probably Safed. Kartnizanu, the flowery city, the Kartha of Zabulon, and Becherot, the Berotha of Josephus, near Merom. Meroma and Laisa have been identified with Merom and Laish. End footnote. From this point forward, the land begins to fall, and taking a hollow shape is known as Syria, with its luxuriant vegetation spread between the two ranges of the Lebanon. It was inhabited then, as at the time of the Babylonian conquest, by the Amorites, who probably included Damascus also in their domain. Footnote. The identification of the country of Amaru with that of the Amorites was admitted from the first. The only doubt was as to the locality occupied by these Amorites. The mention of Kodshu on the Orontes and the country of the Amuru showed that Syria was the region in question. In the Tel El Amarna tablets, the name Amuru is applied also to the country east of the Phoenician coast, and we have seen that there is reason to believe that it was used by the Babylonians to denote all Syria. If the name given by the cuneiform inscriptions to Damascus and its neighborhood, Gar Emirishu, Emirish, really means the fortress of the Amorites, we should have in this fact a proof that this people were in actual possession of the Damascene Syria. This must have been taken from them by the Hittites towards the 20th century before our era, according to Hamel. About the end of the 18th dynasty, according to Lenormant. If, on the other hand, the Assyrians read the name Shat Imru Shu with the signification, the town of its asses, it is simply a play upon words and has no bearing upon the primitive meaning of the name. End footnote. Their capital, the sacred Kodshu, was situated on the left bank of the Orontes, about 5 miles from the lake which for a long time bore its name, Bahr el-Kades. Footnote. The name Kodshu Kadesh was for a long time read Uatesh, Badesh, Atesh, and, owing to a confusion with Kodi, Ati, or Atet, the town was identified by Champollion with Bactria, then transferred to Mesopotamia by Bossellini, in the land Vomira, which, according to Pliny, was close to the Taurus, not far from the Khabur or from the province of Aleppo. Osborne tried to connect it with the Hadashah. Joshua, chapter 15, verse 21, an Amorite town in the southern part of the tribe of Judah, while Hinks placed it in Edessa. The reading Kadesh, Kadesh, Kodshu, the result of the observations of Lepsius, has finally prevailed. Brosks connected this name with that of Bahr el-Kades, a designation attached in the Middle Ages to the lake through which the Orontes flows, and placed the town on its shores or on a small island on the lake. Thompson pointed out Tel Nebi Menda, the ancient Laodicea of the Lebanon, as satisfying the requirements of the site. Condor developed this idea and showed that all the conditions prescribed by the Egyptian texts in regard to Kodshu find here, and here alone, their application. The description given in the text is based on Condor's observations. End footnote. It crowned one of those barren oblong eminences which are so frequently met with in Syria. A muddy stream, the Tanur, flowed at some distance away around its base and, emptying itself into the Orontes at a point a little to the north, formed a natural defense for the town on the west. Its encompassing walls, slightly elliptic in form, were strengthened by towers and surrounded by 2 concentric ditches which kept the sapper at a distance. A dike running across the Orontes above the town caused the waters to rise and to overflow in a northern direction, so as to form a shallow lake, which acted as an additional protection from the enemy. Kodshu was thus a kind of artificial island, connected with the surrounding country by 2 flying bridges, which could be opened or shut at pleasure. Once the bridges were raised and the gates closed, the boldest enemy had no resource left but to arm himself with patience and settle down to a lengthened siege. The invader, fresh from a victory at Megiddo, in following up his good fortune in a forward movement, had to reckon upon further and serious resistance at this point, and to prepare himself for a second conflict. The Amorite chiefs and their allies had the advantage of a level and firm ground for the evolutions of their chariots during the attack, while, if they were beaten, the citadel afforded them a secure rallying place whence, having gathered their shattered troops, they could regain their respective countries or enter, with the help of a few devoted men, upon a species of guerrilla warfare in which they excelled. The road from Damascus led to a point south of Kodshu, while that from Phoenicia came right up to the town itself or to its immediate neighborhood. The dike of Bahr el-Khades served to keep the plain in a dry condition and thus secured for numerous towns, among which Hamath stood out preeminently, a prosperous existence. Beyond Hamath and to the left, between the Orontes and the sea, lay the commercial kingdom of Alassia, protected from the invader by bleak mountains. Footnote: the site of Alassia was determined from the Tel el Amarna tablets by Maspero. Niebuhr had placed it to the west of Sicilia, opposite the island of Eleusa, mentioned by Strabo. Condor connected it with the scriptural Elisha, and W. Max Mueller confounds it with Assi or Cyprus. End footnote. On the right, between the Orontes and the Balak, extended the lands of rivers, Nahraim. Towns had grown up here thickly, on the sides of the torrents from the Amanos, along the banks of rivers, near springs or wells, wherever in fact the presence of water made culture possible. The fragments of the Egyptian chronicles which have come down to us number these towns by the 100. Footnote: 230 names belonging to Nahraim are still legible on the lists of Thutmosis III, and 100 others have been effaced from the monument. End footnote. And yet of how many more must the records have perished with the crumbling Theban walls upon which the pharaohs had their names incised? Kalabu was the Aleppo of our own day. Footnote: Kalabu was identified by Chabas with Kalaibon, the modern Aleppo, in his opinion has been adopted by most Egyptologists. End footnote. And grouped around it lay Termanuna, Tanupa, Zarabu, Ni'i, Durbaniti, Nirabu, Sarmata. Footnote: Tunipa has been found in Tinab by Noldoke, Zarabu and Zarbi, and Sarmata and Sarmeda by Tompkins, Durbaniti and Deher el Banat, the Castrum Puellarum of the chroniclers of the Crusades, Nirabu and Nirab, and Tirabu and Terab, now El Athrib. Nirab is mentioned by Nicholas of Damascus. Ni'i, long confounded with Nineveh, was identified by Lenormant with Ninus Vetus, Mimbij, and by Max Mueller with Balis on the Euphrates. I am inclined to make it Kefir Naya between Aleppo and Termanin. End footnote. And a score of others which depended upon it or upon one of its rivals. The boundaries of this portion of the lower Lotanu have come down to us in a singularly indefinite form, and they must also, moreover, have been subject to continual modifications from the results of tribal conflicts. We are at a loss to know whether the various principalities were accustomed to submit to the leadership of a single individual, or whether we are to relegate to the region of popular fancy that Lord Nahraim, of whom the Egyptian scribes made such a hero in their fantastic narratives. Footnote: in the story of the predestined prince, the heroine is daughter of the prince of Nahraim, who seems to exercise authority over all the chiefs of the country. As the manuscript does not date back further than the 20th dynasty, we are justified in supposing that the Egyptian writer had a knowledge of the Hittite domination, during which the king of the Khati was actually the ruler of all Nahraim. End footnote. Carchemish represented in this region the position occupied by Megiddo in relation to Karu and by Kodshu among the Amorites. That is to say, it was the citadel and sanctuary of the surrounding country. Whoever could make himself master of it would have the whole country at his feet. It lay upon the Euphrates, the winding of the river protecting it on its southern and southeastern sides, while around its northern front ran a deep stream, its defense being further completed by a double ditch across the intervening region. Like Kodshu, it was thus situated in the midst of an artificial island beyond the reach of the battering ram or the sapper. The encompassing wall, which tended to describe an ellipse, hardly measured 2 miles in circumference, but the suburbs extending, in the midst of villas and gardens, along the river banks furnished in time of peace an abode for the surplus population. The wall still rises some 25 to 30 feet above the plain. 2 mounds divided by a ravine command its northwestern side, their summits being occupied by the ruins of 2 fine buildings, a temple and a palace. Footnote: Gargamish, was from the beginning associated with the Carchemish of the Bible, but as the latter was wrongly identified with Circesium, it was naturally located at the confluence of the Khabur with the Euphrates. Hinks fixed the site at Rum Kale. G. Rawlinson referred it cursorily to Hierapolis, Mabog, which position Maspero endeavored to confirm. Finzi, and after him G. Smith, thought to find the site at Jeribis, the ancient Europos, and excavations carried on there by the English have brought to light in this place Hittite monuments which go back in part to the Assyrian epoch. This identification is now generally accepted, although there is still no direct proof attainable, and competent judges continue to prefer the site of Mebij. I fall in with the current view, but with all reserve. End footnote. Carchemish was the last stage in a conqueror's march coming from the south. For an invader approaching from the east or north, it formed his first station. He had before him, in fact, a choice of the 3 chief fords for crossing the Euphrates, that of Thapsacus, at the bend of the river where it turns eastward to the Arabian plain, lay too far to the south, and it could be reached only after a march through a parched and desolate region where the army would run the risk of perishing from thirst. For an invader proceeding from Asia Minor, or intending to make his way through the defiles of the Taurus, Samosata offered a convenient fording place. But this route would compel the general, who had Nahraim or the kingdoms of Chaldea in view, to make a long detour, and although the Assyrians used it at a later period, at the time of their expeditions in the valleys of the Halais, the Egyptians do not seem ever to have traveled by this road. Carchemish, the place of the 3rd ford, was about equally distant from Thapsacus and Samosata, and lay in a rich and fertile province, which was so well watered that a drought or famine would not be likely to enter into the expectations of its inhabitants. Hither, pilgrims, merchants, soldiers, and all the wandering denizens of the world were accustomed to direct their steps, and the habit once established was perpetuated for centuries. On the left bank of the river, and almost opposite Carchemish, lay the region of Mitanni. Footnote: Mitanni is mentioned on several Egyptian monuments, but its importance was not recognized until after the discovery of the Tel el Amarna tablets and of its situation. The fact that a letter from the Prince of Mitanni is stated in a hieratic docket to have come from Nahraim has been used as a proof that the countries were identical. I have shown that the docket proves only that Mitanni formed a part of Nahraim. It extended over the province of Edessa and Haran, stretching out towards the sources of the Tigris. Niebuhr places it on the southern slope of the Masios in Macedonia. Th. Reinach connects it with the Mationi, and asks whether this was not the region occupied by this people before their emigration towards the Caspian. End footnote. Which was already occupied by a people of a different race, who used a language cognate, it would seem, with the imperfectly classified dialects spoken by the tribes of the Upper Tigris and Upper Euphrates. Footnote: Several of the Tel el Amarna tablets are couched in this language. End footnote. Haran bordered on Mitanni, and beyond Haran one may recognize, in the vaguely defined Singar, Asur, Arapka, and Babel, states that arose out of the dismemberment of the ancient Chaldean Empire. Footnote: These names were recognized from the first in the inscriptions of Thutmose III and in those of other pharaohs of the 18th and 19th dynasties. End footnote. The Carchemish route was, of course, well known to caravans, but armed bodies had rarely occasion to make use of it. It was a far cry from Memphis to Carchemish, and for the Egyptians this town continued to be a limit which they never passed, except incidentally, when they had to chastise some turbulent tribe, or to give some ill-guarded town to the flames. Footnote: A certain number of towns mentioned in the lists of Thutmose III were situated beyond the Euphrates, and they belonged some to Mitanni and some to the regions further away. End footnote. End of section 17. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 18 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 5. It would be a difficult task to define with any approach to accuracy the distribution of the Canaanites, Amorites, and Arameans, and to indicate the precise points where they came into contact with their rivals of non-Semitic stock. Frontiers between races and languages can never be very easily determined, and this is especially true of the peoples of Syria. They are so broken up and mixed in this region that even in neighborhoods where one predominant tribe is concentrated, it is easy to find at every step representatives of all the others. 4 or 5 townships, singled out at random from the middle of a province, would often be found to belong to as many different races and their respective inhabitants, while living within a distance of a mile or 2 would be as great strangers to each other as if they were separated by the breadth of a continent. It would appear that the breaking up of these populations had not been carried so far in ancient as in modern times, but the confusion must already have been great if we are to judge from the number of different sites where we encounter evidences of people of the same language and blood. The bulk of the Kati had not yet departed from the Taurus region, but some stray bands of them, carried away by the movement which led to the invasion of the Hyksos, had settled around Hebron, where the rugged nature of the country served to protect them from their neighbors. Footnote: in very early times they are described as dwelling near Hebron or in the mountains of Judah. Since we have learned from the Egyptian and Assyrian monuments that the Kati dwelt in northern Syria, the majority of commentators have been indisposed to admit the existence of southern Hittites. This name, it is alleged, having been introduced into the biblical text through a misconception of the original documents, where the term Hittite was the equivalent of Canaanite. End footnote. The Amorites, footnote, E.D. Meyer has established the fact that the term Amorite, as well as the parallel word Canaanite, was a designation of the inhabitants of Palestine before the arrival of the Hebrews. The former belonged to the prevailing tradition in the kingdom of Israel, the latter to that which was current in Judah. This view confirms the conclusion which may be drawn from the Egyptian monuments as to the power of expansion in the diffusion of the people. End footnote. Had their headquarters in Koldshul in Cilicia, but one section of them had taken up a position on the shores of the lake of Tiberias in Galilee. Others had established themselves within a short distance of Jaffa. Footnote: these were the Amorites which the tribe of Dan at a later period could not dislodge from the lands which had been allotted to them. End footnote. On the Mediterranean, while others had settled in the neighborhood of the southern Hittites in such numbers that their name in the Hebrew scriptures was at times employed to designate the western mountainous region about the Dead Sea and the valley of the Jordan. Their presence was also indicated on the tablelands bordering the desert of Damascus, in the districts frequented by Bedouin of the tribe of Terah, Ammon, and Moab, on the rivers Yarmuk and Jabbok, and at Edrei and Heshbon. Footnote: this was afterwards the domain of Shihon, king of the Amorites, and that of Og. End footnote. The fuller, indeed, our knowledge is of the condition of Syria at the time of the Egyptian conquest, the more we are forced to recognize the mixture of races therein, and their almost infinite subdivisions. The mutual jealousies, however, of these elements of various origin were not so inveterate as to put an obstacle in the way, I will not say of political alliances, but of daily intercourse and frequent contracts. Owing to intermarriages between the tribes and the continual crossing of the results of such unions, peculiar characteristics were at length eliminated, and a uniform type of face was the result. From north to south, one special form of countenance, that which we usually call Semitic, prevailed among them. The Syrian and Egyptian monuments furnish us everywhere, under different ethnical names, with representations of a broad-shouldered people of high stature, slender-figured in youth, but with a fatal tendency to obesity in old age. Their heads are large, somewhat narrow, and artificially flattened or deformed, like those of several modern tribes in the Lebanon. Their high cheekbones stand out from their hollow cheeks, and their blue or black eyes are buried under their enormous eyebrows. The lower part of the face is square and somewhat heavy, but it is often concealed by a thick and curly beard. The forehead is rather low and retreating, while the nose has a distinctly aquiline curve. The type is not on the whole so fine as the Egyptian, but it is not so heavy as that of the Chaldeans in the time of Gudea. The Theban artists have represented it in their battle scenes, and while individualizing every soldier or Asiatic prisoner with a happy knack so as to avoid monotony, they have with much intelligence impressed upon all of them the marks of a common parentage. One feels that the artists must have recognized them as belonging to one common family. They associated with their efforts after true and exact representation a certain caustic humor, which impelled them often to substitute for a portrait a more or less jocose caricature of their adversaries. On the walls of the pylons, and in places where the majesty of a god restrained them from departing too openly from their official gravity, they contented themselves with exaggerating from panel to panel the contortions and pitiable expressions of the captive chiefs, as they followed behind the triumphal chariot of the pharaoh on his return from his Syrian campaigns. Footnote: an illustration of this will be found in the line of prisoners brought by Seti I from his great Asiatic campaign, which is depicted on the outer face of the north wall of the hypostyle at Karnak. End footnote. Where religious scruples offered no obstacle, they abandoned themselves to the inspiration of the moment, and gave themselves freely up to caricature. It is an Amorite or Canaanite, that thick-lipped, flat-nosed slave with his brutal lower jaw and smooth conical skull, who serves for the handle of a spoon in the Museum of the Louvre. The stupefied air with which he trudges under his burden is rendered in the most natural manner, and the flattening to which his forehead had been subjected in infancy is unfeelingly accentuated. The model which served for this object must have been intentionally brutalized and disfigured in order to excite the laughter of Pharaoh's subjects. Footnote: Dr. Regnault thinks that the head was artificially deformed in infancy. The bandage necessary to effect it must have been applied very low on the forehead in front, and to the whole occiput behind. If this is the case, the instance is not an isolated one, for a deformation of a similar character is found in the case of the numerous Semites represented on the tomb of Rockmiri. A similar practice still obtains in certain parts of modern Syria. End footnote. The idea of uniformity with which we are impressed when examining the faces of these people is confirmed and extended when we come to study their costumes. Men and women, we may say all Syrians according to their condition of life, had a choice between only 2 or 3 modes of dress, which, whatever the locality or whatever the period, seemed never to change. On closer examination, slight shades of difference in cut and arrangement may, however, be detected, and it may be affirmed that fashion ran even in ancient Syria through as many capricious evolutions as with ourselves. But these variations, which were evident to the eyes of the people of the time, are not sufficiently striking to enable us to classify the people or to fix their date. The peasants and the lower class of citizens required no other clothing than a loincloth similar to that of the Egyptians. Footnote: the Asiatic loincloth differs from the Egyptian in having pendant cords. The Syrian fellahin still wear it when at work. End footnote. Or a shirt of a yellow or white color extending below the knees and furnished with short sleeves. The opening for the neck was cruciform, and the hem was usually ornamented with colored needlework or embroidery. The burghers and nobles wore over this a long strip of cloth, which, after passing closely round the hips and chest, was brought up and spread over the shoulders as a sort of cloak. This was not made of the light material used in Egypt, which offered no protection from cold or rain, but was composed of a thick, rough wool like that employed in Chaldea, and was commonly adorned with stripes or bands of color, in addition to spots and other conspicuous designs. Rich and fashionable folk substituted for this cloth 2 large shawls, one red and the other blue, in which they dexterously arrayed themselves so as to alternate the colors. A belt of soft leather gathered the folds around the figure, red morocco buskins, a soft cap, a handkerchief, a keffiyeh confined by a fillet, and sometimes a wig after the Egyptian fashion, completed the dress. Beards were almost universal among the men, but the mustache was of rare occurrence. In many of the figures represented on the monuments, we find that the head was carefully shaved, while in others the hair was allowed to grow, arranged in curls, frizzed and shining with oil or sweet-smelling pomade, sometimes thrown back behind the ears and falling on the neck in bunches or curling masses, sometimes drawn out in stiff spikes so as to serve as a projecting cover over the face. The women usually tiered their hair in 3 great masses, of which the thickest was allowed to fall freely down the back, while the other 2 formed a kind of framework for the face, the ends descending on each side as far as the breast. Some of the women arranged their hair after the Egyptian manner in a series of numerous small tresses, brought together at the ends so as to form a kind of plait, and terminating in a flower made of metal or enameled terracotta. A network of glass ornaments, arranged on a semicircle of beads or on a background of embroidered stuff, was frequently used as a covering for the top of the head. Footnote: examples of Syrian feminine costume are somewhat rare on the Egyptian monuments. In the scenes of the capturing of towns we see a few. Here the women are represented on the walls imploring the mercy of the besieger. Other figures are those of prisoners being led captive into Egypt. End footnote. The shirt had no sleeves, and the fringed garment which covered it left half of the arm exposed. Children of tender years had their heads shaved as a headdress, and rejoiced in no more clothing than the little ones among the Egyptians. With the exception of bracelets, anklets, rings on the fingers, and occasionally necklaces and earrings, the Syrians, both men and women, wore little jewelry. The Chaldea women furnished them with models of fashion to which they accommodated themselves in the choice of stuffs, colors, cut of their mantles or petticoats, arrangement of the hair, and the use of cosmetics for the eyes and cheeks. In spite of distance, the modes of Babylon reigned supreme. The Syrians would have continued to expose their right shoulder to the weather as long as it pleased the people of the lower Euphrates to do the same. But as soon as the fashion changed in the latter region and it became customary to cover the shoulder and to wrap the upper part of the person in 2 or 3 thicknesses of heavy wool, they at once accommodated themselves to the new mode, although it served to restrain the free motion of the body. Among the upper classes, at least, domestic arrangements were modeled upon the fashions observed in the palaces of the nobles of Carchemish or Assur, the same articles of toilet, the same ranks of servants and scribes, the same luxurious habits, and the same use of perfumes were to be found among both. Footnote: an example of the fashion of leaving the shoulder bare is found even in the 20th dynasty. The Tel el Amarna tablets prove that, as far as the scribes were concerned, the customs and training of Syria and Chaldea were identical. The Syrian princes are there represented as employing the cuneiform character in their correspondence, being accompanied by scribes brought up after the Chaldean manner. We shall see later on that the king of the Khati, who represented in the time of Ramses II the type of an accomplished Syrian, had attendants similar to those of the Chaldean kings. End footnote. From all that we can gather, in short, from the silence as well as from the misunderstandings of the Egyptian chroniclers, Syria stands before us as a fruitful and civilized country, of which one might be thankful to be a native in spite of continual wars and frequent revolutions. The religion of the Syrians was subject to the same influences as their customs. We are, as yet, far from being able to draw a complete picture of their theology, but such knowledge as we do possess recalls the same names and the same elements as are found in the religious systems of Chaldea. The myths, it is true, are still vague and misty, at least in our modern ideas. The general characteristics of the principal divinities alone stand out and seem fairly well defined. As with the other Semitic races, the deity, in a general sense, the primordial type of the godhead, was called El or Ilu, and his feminine counterpart Ilat. But we find comparatively few cities in which these nearly abstract beings enjoyed the veneration of the faithful. Footnote: the frequent occurrence of the term Ilu or El in names of towns in southern Syria seems to indicate pretty conclusively that the inhabitants of these countries used this term by preference to designate their supreme god. Similarly, we meet with it in Aramaic names, and later on among the Nabateans. It predominates at Byblos and Berytus in Phoenicia, and among the Aramaic peoples of North Syria, in the Samala country, for instance, during the 8th century BC. End footnote. The gods of Syria, like those of Egypt and of the countries watered by the Euphrates, were feudal princes distributed over the surface of the earth, their number corresponding with that of the independent states. Each nation, each tribe, each city worshipped its own lord, Adoni. Footnote: the extension of this term to Syrian countries is proved in the Israelitish epoch of Canaanitish names, such as Adonizedek and Adonibezek, or Jewish names such as Adonijah, Adonikam, Adoniram, Adoram. End footnote. Or its master, Baal. Footnote: movers tried to prove that there was one particular god named Baal, and his ideas, popularized in France by M. de Vogüé, prevailed for some time. Since then, scholars have gone back to the view of Muntner and of the writers at the beginning of this century, who regarded the term Baal as a common epithet applicable to all gods. End footnote. And each of these was designated by a special title to distinguish him from neighboring Baalim, or masters. The Baal who ruled at Zebub was styled Master of Zebub, or Baal Zebub. Footnote: Baal Zebub was worshipped at Exon during the Philistine supremacy. End footnote. And the Baal of Hermon, who was an ally of Gad, goddess of fortune, was sometimes called Baal Hermon, or Master of Hermon, sometimes Baal Gad, or Master of Gad. Footnote: the mountain of Baal Hermon is the mountain of Banias, where the Jordan has one of its sources, and the town of Baal Hermon is Banias itself. The variant Baal Gad occurs several times in the biblical books. End footnote. The Baal of Shechem, at the time of the Israelite invasion, was Master of the Covenant. Baal Berith, doubtless in memory of some agreement which he had concluded with his worshippers in regard to the conditions of their allegiance. Footnote: Baal Berith, like Baal Zebub, only occurs, so far as we know at present, in the Hebrew scriptures, where, by the way, the first element Baal is changed to El Berith. End footnote. The prevalent conception of the essence and attributes of these deities was not the same in all their sanctuaries, but the more exalted among them were regarded as personifying the sky in the daytime or at night, the atmosphere, the light. Footnote: this appears under the name or in the Samala inscriptions of the 8th century BC. It is, so far, a unique instance among the Semites. End footnote. Or the sun, Shamash, as creator and prime mover of the universe, and each declared himself to be king, Melech, over the other gods. Footnote: we find the term applied in the Bible to the national god of the Ammonites under the forms Moloch, Molech, Mikham, Milcam, and especially with the article Ham-Molech. The real name hidden beneath this epithet was probably Amnon or Ammon, and, strictly speaking, the god Moloch only exists in the imagination of scholars. The epithet was used among the Oananites in the name Melchizedek, a similar form to Adonizedek, Abimelech, Ahimelech. It was in current use among the Phoenicians in reference to the god of Tyre, Melikarta or Melkarth, and in many proper names, such as Melikiathan, Baal Melech, Bod Melech, etc., not to mention the god Milicus, worshipped in Spain, who was really none other than Melkarth. End footnote. Bashif represented the lightning and the thunderbolt. Footnote: Reshef has been vocalized Rashif in deference to the Egyptian orthography Rashupu. It was a name common to a whole family of lightning and storm gods, and Monsieur de Rouge pointed out long ago the passage in the great inscription of Ramses III at Medinet Habu, in which the soldiers who man the chariots are compared to the Rashupu. The Rabbinic Hebrew still employs this plural form in the sense of demons. The Phoenician inscriptions contain references to several local Rashifs. The way in which this god is coupled with the goddess Khodshu on the Egyptian stelae leads me to think that at the epoch now under consideration he was specially worshipped by the Amorites, just as his equivalent Hadad was by the inhabitants of Damascus, neighbors of the Amorites, and perhaps themselves Amorites. End footnote. Shalman-Hadad and his double Bimon held sway over the air like the Babylonian Ramanu. Footnote: Hadad and Rimmon are represented in Assyrio-Chaldean by one and the same ideogram, which may be read either Dada Hadad or Eamanu. The identity of the expressions employed shows how close the connection between the two divinities must have been, even if they were not similar in all respects. From the Hebrew writings we know of the temple of Rimmon at Damascus, 2 Kings chapter 5, verse 18, and that one of the kings of that city was called Tab-Rimmon. Quote, Rimmon is good. End quote. 1 Kings chapter 15, verse 18, while Hadad gave his name to no less than 10 kings of the same city. Even as late as the Greco-Roman epoch, kingship over the other gods was still attributed both to Rimmon and to Hadad, but this latter was identified with the sun. End footnote. End of section 18. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 19 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M. L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 6. Dagon, patron god of fishermen and husbandmen, seems to have watched over the fruitfulness of the sea and the land. Footnote: The documents which we possess in regard to Dagon date from the Hebrew epoch and represent him as worshipped by the Philistines. We know, however, from the Tel El Amarna tablets of a Dagon Takala, a name which proves the presence of the god among the Canaanites long before the Philistine invasion, and we find 2 Beth Dagons, one in the plain of Judah, the other in the tribe of Asher. Philo of Biblios makes Dagon a Phoenician deity and declares him to be the genius of fecundity, master of grain and of labor. The representation of his statue, which appears on the Greco-Roman coins of Abydos, reminds us of the fish god of Chaldea. End footnote. We are beginning to learn the names of the races whom they specially protected: Rashef the Amorites, Hadad and Rimmon the Arameans of Damascus, Dagon the peoples of the coast between Ashkelon and the forest of Carmel. Rashef is the only one whose appearance is known to us. He possessed the restless temperament usually attributed to the thunder gods, and was accordingly pictured as a soldier armed with javelin and mace, bow and buckler. A gazelle's head with pointed horns surmounts his helmet, and sometimes, it may be, serves him as a cap. Each god had for his complement a goddess, who was proclaimed mistress of the city, Baalat, or queen, Milkat of heaven, just as the god himself was recognized as master or king. Footnote: Among goddesses to whom the title Baalat was referred, we have the goddess of Byblos, Baalat Gabal, also the goddess of Berytus, Baalat Berith, or Beirit. The epithet Queen of Heaven is applied to the Phoenician Astarte by Hebrew, Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 18, chapter 44, verses 18 through 29, and classic writers. The Egyptians, when they adopted these Canaanite goddesses, preserved the title and called each of them Nibit-Pit, Lady of Heaven. In the Phoenician inscriptions, their names are frequently preceded by the word Rabat, Rabat Baalat Gabal, or My Lady Baalat Gabal. End footnote. As a rule, the goddess was contented with the generic name of Astarte, but to this was often added some epithet, which lent her a distinct personality and prevented her from being confounded with the Astartes of neighboring cities, her companions or rivals. Footnote: the Hebrew writers frequently refer to the Canaanite goddesses by the general title the Ashtaroth or Astartes, and a town in northern Syria bore the significant name of Ishtarati, the Ishtars, the Ashtaroth, a name which finds a parallel in Anathoth, the Anats, a title assumed by a town of the tribe of Benjamin. Similarly, the Assyrio-Chaldeans called their goddesses by the plural of Ishtar. The inscription on an Egyptian amulet in the Louvre tells us of a personage of the 20th dynasty who, from his name, Rabrabina, must have been of Syrian origin and who styled himself Prophet of the Astartes, Ho-Nutter Ashtaratu. End footnote. Thus she would be styled the Good Ashtarte, Ashtoreth Nama, or the Horned Ashtarte, Ashtoreth Karnaim, because of the lunar crescent which appears on her forehead as a sort of headdress. Footnote: the two-horned Astarte gave her name to a city beyond the Jordan, of which she was probably the eponymous goddess. Genesis chapter 14, verse 5. She would seem to be represented on the curious monument called by the Arabs the Stone of Job, which was discovered by M. Schumacher in the center of the Hauran. It was an analogous goddess whom the Egyptians sometimes identified with their Hathor, and whom they represented as crowned with a crescent. End footnote. She was the goddess of good luck and was called Gad. Footnote: Gad, the goddess of fortune, is mainly known to us in connection with the Arameans. We find mention made of her by the Hebrew writers, and geographical names such as Baal-Gad and Migdol-Gad prove that she must have been worshipped at a very early date in the Canaanite countries. End footnote. She was Anat. Footnote: Anat, or Anaiti, or Aniti, has been found in a Phoenician inscription, which enables us to reconstruct the history of the goddess. Her worship was largely practiced among the Canaanites, as is proved by the existence in the Hebrew epoch of several towns, such as Beth Anath, Beth Anoth, Anathoth, at least one of which, Bit Aniti, is mentioned in the Egyptian geographical lists. The appearance of Anat Aniti is known to us, as she is represented in Egyptian dress on several stelae of the 19th and 20th dynasties. Her name, like that of Astarte, has become a generic term in the plural form Anathoth for a whole group of goddesses. End footnote. Or Asiti. Footnote: Asiti is represented at Radeshie on a stele of the time of Seti I. She enters into the composition of a compound name, Ashitiakuru, perhaps the goddess of a city is inflamed with anger, which we find on a monument in the Vienna Museum. W. Max Müller makes her out to have been a divinity of the desert, and the place in which the picture representing her was found would seem to justify this hypothesis. The Egyptians connected her as well with the other Astartes, with Sit Typhon, owing to her cruel and warlike character. End footnote. The chaste and the warlike. The statues sometimes represent her as a sphinx with a woman's head, but more often as a woman standing on a lion passant, either nude or encircled round the hips by merely a girdle, her hands filled with flowers or with serpents, her features framed in a mass of heavy tresses. A faithful type of the priestesses who devoted themselves to her service, the Kedeshot. She was the goddess of love in its animal, or rather in its purely physical aspect, and in this capacity was styled Kadeshat, the holy, like the Heterai of her family. Kodshu, the Amorite capital, was consecrated to her service, and she was there associated with Rashath, the thunder god. Footnote: Kadeshat is known to us from the Egyptian monuments referred to above. The name was sometimes written Kodshu, like that of the town. E. de Bouge argued from this that Kadeshat must have been the eponymous divinity of Kodshu, and that her real name was Kashit or Kesh. He recalls, however, the role played by the Kedeshoth, and admits that, quote, the holy here means the prostitute, end quote. End footnote. But she often comes before us as a warlike Amazon, brandishing a club, lance, or shield, mounted on horseback like a soldier, and wandering through the desert in quest of her prey. Footnote: A fragment of a popular tale preserved in the British Museum and mentioned by Birch seems to show us Astarte in her character of war goddess, and the sword of Astarte is mentioned by Chabas. A bas-relief at Edfu represents her standing upright in her chariot, drawn by horses and trampling her enemies underfoot. She is there identified with Sokhit the warlike, destroyer of men. End footnote. This dual temperament rendered her a goddess of uncertain attributes and of violent contrasts. At times reserved and chaste, at other times shameless and dissolute, but always cruel, always barren, for the countless multitude of her excesses forever shut her out from motherhood. She conceives without ceasing, but never brings forth children. Footnote. This conception of the Syrian goddesses had already become firmly established at the period with which we are dealing, for an Egyptian magical formula defines Enliti and Astarte as, quote, the great goddesses who conceiving do not bring forth young, for the Horuses have sealed them and Sit hath established them. End quote. End footnote. The Baalim and Astartes frequented by choice the tops of mountains, such as Lebanon, Carmel, Hermon, or Cassios. Footnote. The Baal of Lebanon, as mentioned in an archaic Phoenician inscription, and the name Holy Cape, Rosh Kodshu, born in the time of Thutmosis III, either by Haifa or by a neighboring town, proves that Carmel was held sacred as far back as the Egyptian epoch. Baal Hermon has already been mentioned. End footnote. They dwelt near springs or hid themselves in the depths of forests. Footnote. The source of the Jordan near Banias was the seat of a Baal whom the Greeks identified with Pan. This was probably the Baal God, who often lent his name to the neighboring town of Baal Hermon. Many of the rivers of Phoenicia were called after the divinities worshipped in the nearest town, e.g. the Adonis, the Belos, the Asclepios, the Damuras. End footnote. They revealed themselves to mortals through the heavenly bodies, and in all the phenomena of nature. The sun was a Baal, the moon was Astarte, and the whole host of heaven was composed of more or less powerful genii, as we found in Chaldea. They required that offerings and prayers should be brought to them at the high places. Footnote. These are the high places, Bamoth, so frequently referred to by the Hebrew prophets, and which we find in the country of Moab, according to the Mesha inscription, and in the place named Bamoth Baal. Many of them seem to have served for Canaanitish places of worship before they were resorted to by the children of Israel. End footnote. But they were also pleased, and especially the goddesses, to lodge in trees, tree trunks, sometimes leafy, sometimes bare and branchless, Asherah, long continued to be living emblems of the local Astartes among the peoples of southern Syria. Side by side with these plant gods, we find everywhere, in the inmost recesses of the temples, at crossroads, and in the open fields, blocks of stone hewn into pillars, isolated boulders, or natural rocks, sometimes of meteoric origin, which were recognized by certain mysterious marks to be the house of the god, the Betili, or Beth-Els, in which he enclosed a part of his intelligence and vital force. The worship of these gods involved the performance of ceremonies more bloody and licentious even than those practiced by other races. The Baalim thirsted after blood, nor would they be satisfied with any common blood such as generally contented their brethren in Chaldea or Egypt. They imperatively demanded human as well as animal sacrifices. Among several of the Syrian nations, they had a prescriptive right to the firstborn male of each family. Footnote. This fact is proved, insofar as the Hebrew people is concerned, by the texts of Pentateuch and of the prophets. Amongst the Moabites also it was his eldest son whom King Masha took to offer to his god. We find the same custom among other Syrian races. Philo of Biblios tells us, in fact, that El Kronos, god of Biblios, sacrificed his firstborn son and set the example of this kind of offering. End footnote. This rite was generally commuted either by a money payment or by subjecting the infant to circumcision. Footnote. Redemption by a payment and money was the case among the Hebrews, as also the substitution of an animal in the place of a child. As to redemption by circumcision, compare the story of Moses and Zipporah, where the mother saves her son from Yahweh by circumcising him. Circumcision was practiced among the Syrians of Palestine in the time of Herodotus. End footnote. At important junctures, however, this pretense of bloodshed would fail to appease them, and the death of the child alone availed. Indeed, in times of national danger, the king and nobles would furnish not merely a single victim, but as many as the priests chose to demand. Footnote. If we may credit Tertullian, the custom of offering up children as sacrifices lasted down to the proconsulate of Tiberius. End footnote. While they were being burnt alive on the knees of the statue, or before the sacred emblem, their cries of pain were drowned by the piping of flutes or the blare of trumpets. The parents standing near the altar, without a sign of pity, and dressed as for a festival. The ruler of the world could refuse nothing to prayers backed by so precious an offering, and by a purpose so determined to move him. Such sacrifices were, however, the exception, and the shedding of their own blood by his priests sufficed as a rule for the daily wants of the god. Seizing their knives, they would slash their arms and breasts, with the view of compelling by this offering of their own persons the goodwill of the Baalim. Footnote. Compare, for the Hebraic epoch, the scene where the priests of Baal, in a trial of power with Elijah before Ahab, offered up sacrifices on the highest point of Carmel, and finding that their offerings did not meet with the usual success, quote, cut themselves with knives and lancets till the blood gushed out upon them. End quote. End footnote. The Astartes of all degrees and kinds were hardly less cruel. They imposed frequent flagellations, self-mutilation, and sometimes even emasculation on their devotees. Around the majority of these goddesses was gathered an infamous troop of profligates, Kadeshim, dogs of love, Kalabim, and courtesans, Kedeshot. The temples bore little resemblance to those of the regions of the lower Euphrates. Nowhere do we find traces of those ziggurat which served to produce the peculiar jagged outline characteristic of Chaldean cities. The Syrian edifices were stone buildings, which included, in addition to the halls and courts reserved for religious rites, dwelling rooms for the priesthood, and storehouses for provisions. Though not to be compared in size with the sanctuaries of Thebes, they yet answered the purpose of strongholds in time of need, and were capable of resisting the attacks of a victorious foe. Footnote. The story of Abimelech gives us some idea of what the Canaanite temple of Baal-berith at Shechem was like. End footnote. A numerous staff consisting of priests, male and female singers, porters, butchers, slaves, and artisans was assigned to each of these temples. Here the god was accustomed to give forth his oracles, either by the voice of his prophets or by the movement of his statues. Footnote. As to the regular organization of Baal worship, we possess only documents of a comparatively late period. End footnote. The greater number of the festivals celebrated in them were closely connected with the pastoral and agricultural life of the country. They inaugurated or brought to a close the principal operations of the year, the sowing of seed, the harvest, the vintage, the shearing of the sheep. At Shechem, where the grapes were ripe, the people flocked out of the town into the vineyards, returning to the temple for religious observances and sacred banquets when the fruit had been trodden in the winepress. Footnote. It is probable that the vintage festival, celebrated at Shiloh in the time of the Judges, dated back to a period of the Canaanite history prior to the Hebrew invasion, i.e., to the time of the Egyptian supremacy. End footnote. End of section 19. Section 20 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M. L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 7. In times of extraordinary distress, such as a prolonged drought or a famine, the priests were wont to ascend in solemn procession to the high places in order to implore the pity of their divine masters, from whom they strove to extort help, or to obtain the wished-for rain, by their dances, their lamentations, and the shedding of their blood. Footnote. Compare in the Hebraic period the scene where the priests of Baal go up to the top of Mount Carmel with the prophet Elijah. End footnote. Almost everywhere, but especially in the regions east of the Jordan, were monuments which popular piety surrounded with a superstitious reverence. Such were the isolated boulders, or as we should call them, menhirs, reared on the summit of a knoll, or on the edge of a tableland. Dolmens, formed of a flat slab placed on the top of two roughly hewn supports. Cromlechs, or that is to say, stone circles, in the center of which might be found a Beth El. We know not by whom were set up these monuments there, nor at what time. The fact that they are in no way different from those which are to be met with in Western Europe and the north of Africa has given rise to the theory that they were the work of some one primeval race which wandered ceaselessly over the ancient world. A few of them may have marked the tombs of some forgotten personages, the discovery of human bones beneath them confirming such a conjecture, while others seem to have been holy places and altars from the beginning. The nations of Syria did not, in all cases, recognize the original purpose of these monuments, but regarded them as marking the seat of an ancient divinity, or the precise spot on which he had at some time manifested himself. When the children of Israel caught sight of them again on their return from Egypt, they at once recognized in them the work of their patriarchs. The dolmen at Shechem was the altar which Abraham had built to the Eternal after his arrival in the country of Canaan. Isaac had raised that at Beersheba, on the very spot where Jehovah had appeared in order to renew with him the covenant that he had made with Abraham. One might almost reconstruct a map of the wanderings of Jacob from the altars which he built at each of his principal resting places, at Gilead, Galeed, at Ephratah, at Bethel, and at Shechem. Footnote: the heap of stones at Galeed, in Aramaic, Yeger Sahadutha, the heap of witness, mark the spot where Laban and Jacob were reconciled. The stele on the way to Ephratah was the tomb of Rachel. The altar and stele at Bethel mark the spot where God appeared unto Jacob. End footnote. Each of such still existing objects probably had a history of its own, connecting it inseparably with some far-off event in the local annals. Most of them were objects of worship. They were anointed with oil, and victims were slaughtered in their honor. The faithful even came at times to spend the night and sleep near them in order to obtain in their dreams glimpses of the future. Footnote: the menhir of Bethel was the identical one whereon Jacob rested his head on the night in which Jehovah appeared to him in a dream. In Phoenicia there was a legend which told how Usos set up two stelae to the elements of wind and fire, and how he offered the blood of the animals he had killed in the chase as a libation. End footnote. Men and beasts were supposed to be animated, during their lifetime, by a breath or soul which ran in their veins, along with their blood, and served to move their limbs. The man, therefore, who drank blood or ate bleeding flesh, assimilated thereby the soul which inhered in it. After death, the fate of this soul was similar to that ascribed to the spirits of the departed in Egypt and Chaldea. The inhabitants of the ancient world were always accustomed to regard the surviving element in man as something restless and unhappy, a weak and pitiable double, doomed to hopeless destruction if deprived of the succor of the living. They imagined it as taking up its abode near the body wrapped in a half-conscious lethargy, or else as dwelling with the other Rephaim, departed spirits, in some dismal and gloomy kingdom, hidden in the bowels of the earth, like the region ruled by the Chaldean Alat, its doors gaping wide to engulf new arrivals, but allowing none to escape who had once passed the threshold. Footnote: the expression Rephaim means the feeble. It was the epithet applied by the Hebrews to a part of the primitive races of Palestine. End footnote. There it wasted away, a prey to sullen melancholy, under the sway of inexorable deities, chief among them whom, according to the Phoenician idea, was Mut, death. Footnote: among the Hebrews his name was Maweth, who feeds the departed like sheep, and himself feeds on them in hell. Some writers have sought to identify this, or some analogous god, with the lion represented on a stele of Piraeus, which threatens to devour the body of a dead man. End footnote. The grandson of El. There the slave became the equal of his former master, the rich man no longer possessed anything which could raise him above the poor, and dreaded monarchs were greeted on their entrance by the jeers of kings who had gone down into the night before them. The corpse, after it had been anointed with perfumes and enveloped in linen, and impregnated with substances which retarded its decomposition, was placed in some natural grotto or in a cave hollowed out of the solid rock. Sometimes it was simply laid on the bare earth, sometimes in a sarcophagus or coffin, and on it or around it were piled amulets, jewels, objects of daily use, vessels filled with perfume, or household utensils, together with meat and drink. The entrance was then closed, and on the spot a kippus was erected, in popular estimation sometimes held to represent the soul, or a monument was set up on a scale proportionate to the importance of the family to which the dead man had belonged. Footnote: the pillar or stele was used among both Hebrews and Phoenicians to mark the graves of distinguished persons. Among the Semites speaking Aramaic, it was called nephesh, especially when it took the form of a pyramid. The word means breath, soul, and clearly shows the ideas associated with the object. End footnote. On certain days, beasts ceremonially pure were sacrificed at the tomb, and libations poured out, which, carried into the next world by virtue of the prayers of those who offered them, and by the aid of the gods to whom the prayers were addressed, assuaged the hunger and thirst of the dead man. Footnote: an altar was sometimes placed in front of the sarcophagus to receive these offerings. End footnote. The chapels and stelae which mark the exterior of these eternal. Footnote: this expression, which is identical with that used by the Egyptians of the same period, is found in one of the Phoenician inscriptions at Malta. End footnote. Houses have disappeared in the course of the various wars by which Syria suffered so heavily. In almost all cases, therefore, we are ignorant as to the sites of the various cities of the dead in which the nobles and common people of the Canaanite and Amorite towns were laid to rest. Footnote: the excavations carried out by M. Gaultier in 1893 to 1894 on the little island of Bahr el-Qadis, at one time believed to have been the site of the town of Kodshu, have revealed the existence of a number of tombs in the enclosure which forms a central part of the tumulus. Some of these may possibly date from the Amorite epoch, but they are very poor in remains and contain no object which permits us to fix the date with accuracy. End footnote. In Phoenicia alone do we meet with burial places which, after the vicissitudes and upheavals of 30 centuries, still retain something of their original arrangement. Sometimes the site chosen was on level ground. Perpendicular shafts or stairways cut in the soil led down to low-roofed chambers, the number of which varied according to circumstances. They were often arranged in 2 stories, placed one above the other, fresh vaults being probably added as the old ones were filled up. They were usually rectangular in shape, with horizontal or slightly arched ceilings. Niches cut in the walls received the dead body and the objects intended for its use in the next world, and were then closed with a slab of stone. Elsewhere, some isolated hill or narrow gorge, with sides of fine homogeneous limestone, was selected. Footnote: such was the necropolis at Adlon, the last rearrangement of which took place during the Greco-Roman period, but which externally bears so strong a resemblance to an Egyptian necropolis of the 18th or 19th dynasty that we may, without violating the probabilities, trace its origin back to the time of the pharaonic conquest. End footnote. In this case, the doors were placed and rose on a sort of facade similar to that of the Egyptian rock tomb, generally without any attempt at external ornament. The vaults were on the ground level, but were not used as chapels for the celebration of festivals in honor of the dead. They were walled up after every funeral, and all access to them forbidden until such time as they were again required for the purposes of burial. Except on these occasions of sad necessity, those whom, quote, the mouth of the pit had devoured, end quote, dreaded the visits of the living, and resorted to every means afforded by their religion to protect themselves from them. Their inscriptions declare repeatedly that neither gold nor silver, nor any object which could excite the greed of robbers, was to be found within their graves. They threaten anyone who should dare to deprive them of such articles of little value as belonged to them, and to turn them out of their chambers in order to make room for others, with all sorts of vengeance, divine and human. These imprecations have not, however, availed to save them from the desecration, the danger of which they foresaw, and there are few of their tombs which were not occupied by a succession of tenants between the date of their first making and the close of the Roman supremacy. When the modern explorer chances to discover a vault which has escaped the spade of the treasure seeker, it is hardly ever the case that the bodies whose remains are unearthed prove to be those of the original proprietors. The gods and legends of Chaldea had penetrated to the countries of Amaru and Canaan, together with the language of the conquerors and their system of writing. The stories of Adalpa's struggles against the southwest wind, or of the incidents which forced Ereshkigal, queen of the dead, to wed Nergal, were accustomed to be read at the courts of Syrian princes. Chaldean theology, therefore, must have exercised influence on individual Syrians and on their belief. But although we are forced to allow the existence of such influence, we cannot define precisely the effects produced by it. Only on the coast and in the Phoenician cities do the local religions seem to have become formulated at a fairly early date, and crystallized under pressure of this influence into cosmogonic theories. The Baalim and Astartes reigned there as on the banks of the Jordan or Orontes, and in each town Baal was the Most High, master of heaven and eternity, creator of everything which exists, though the character of his creating acts was variously defined according to time and place. Some regarded him as the personification of justice, Siddiq, who established the universe with the help of 8 indefatigable Kabiri. Others held the whole world to be the work of a divine family, whose successive generations gave birth to the various elements. The storm wind, Kolpias, wedded to chaos, had begotten 2 mortals, Ulam, time, and Kadmon, the firstborn, and these in their turn engendered Ken and Kenath, who dwelt in Phoenicia. Then came a drought, and they lifted up their heads to the sun, imploring him as Lord of the heavens, Balsamin, to put an end to their woes. At Tyre it was thought that chaos existed at the beginning, but chaos of a dark and troubled nature, over which a breath, ruach, floated without affecting it. Quote, and this chaos had no ending, and it was thus for centuries and centuries. Then the breath became enamored of its own principles and brought about a change in itself, and this change was called desire. Now desire was the principle which created all things, and the breath knew not its own creation. The breath and chaos therefore became united, and Mot the clay was born. And from this clay sprang all the seed of creation, and Mot was the father of all things. Now Mot was like an egg in shape, and the sun, the moon, the stars, the great planets shone forth. Footnote: Mot, the clay formed by the corruption of earth and water, is probably a Phoenician form of a word which means water in the Semitic languages. Compare the Egyptian theory, according to which the clay, heated by the sun, was supposed to have given birth to animated beings. This same clay, modeled by Khnummu in the form of an egg, was supposed to have produced the heavens and the earth. End footnote. There were living beings devoid of intelligence, and from these living beings came intelligent beings who were called Zophisamen, or watchers of the heavens. Now the thunderclaps and the war of separating elements awoke these intelligent beings, as it were, from a sleep, and then the males and the females began to stir themselves and to seek one another on the land and in the sea. End quote. A scholar of the Roman epoch, Philo of Byblos, using as a basis some old documents hidden away in the sanctuaries, which had apparently been classified by Sanconiathon, a priest long before his time, has handed these theories of the cosmogony down to us. After he has explained how the world was brought out of chaos, he gives a brief summary of the dawn of civilization in Phoenicia and the legendary period in its history. No doubt he interprets the writings from which he compiled his work in accordance with the spirit of his time. He has nonetheless preserved their substance more or less faithfully. Beneath the veneer of abstraction with which the Greek tongue and mind have overlaid the fragment thus quoted, we discern that the groundwork of barbaric ideas which is to be met with in most Oriental theologies, whether Egyptian or Babylonian. At first we have a black, mysterious chaos, stagnating in eternal waters, the primordial Nu or Apsu, then the slime which precipitates in this chaos and clots into the form of an egg, like the mud of the Nile under the hand of Khnummu, then the hatching forth of living organisms and indolent generations of barely conscious creatures, such as the Lakmu, the Anshar, and the Ilinu of Chaldean speculation. Finally, the abrupt appearance of intelligent beings. The Phoenicians, however, accustomed as they were to the Mediterranean with its blind outbursts of fury, had formed an idea of chaos which differed widely from that of most of the inland races, to whom it presented itself as something silent and motionless. They imagined it as swept by a mighty wind, which, gradually increasing to a roaring tempest, at length succeeded in stirring the chaos to its very depths, and in fertilizing its elements amidst the fury of the storm. No sooner had the earth been thus brought roughly into shape than the whole family of the north winds swooped down upon it, and reduced it to civilized order. It was but natural that the traditions of a seafaring race should trace its descent from the winds. In Phoenicia the sea is everything. Of land there is but just enough to furnish a site for a score of towns, with their surrounding belt of gardens. Mount Lebanon, with its impenetrable forests, isolated it almost entirely from silly Syria, and acted as the eastward boundary of the long, narrow quadrangle hemmed in between the mountains and the rocky shore of the sea. At frequent intervals, spurs run out at right angles from the principal chain, forming steep headlands on the seafront. These cut up the country, small to begin with, into 5 or 6 still smaller provinces, each one of which possessed from time immemorial its own independent cities, its own religion, and its own national history. To the north were the Zahi, a race half sailors, half husbandmen, rich, brave, and turbulent, ever ready to give battle to their neighbors or rebel against an alien master, be he who he might. Arvad, footnote, the name Arvad was identified in the Egyptian inscriptions by Birch, who, with Hincks, at first saw in the name a reference to the peoples of Ararat. Birch's identification is now accepted by all Egyptologists. The name is written Arada or Arada in the Tel El Amarna tablets, end footnote. Which was used by them as a sort of stronghold or sanctuary, was huddled together on an island some 2 miles from the coast. It was only about 1,000 yards in circumference, and the houses, as though to make up for the limited space available for their foundations, rose to a height of 5 stories. An Astarte reigned there, as also a sea Baal, half man, half fish, but not a trace of a temple or royal palace is now to be found. Footnote: the Arvad Astarte had been identified by the Egyptians with their goddess Bastet, the sea Baal, who has been connected by some with Dagon of Ascalon, is represented on the earliest Arvadian coins. He has a fish-like tail, the body and bearded head of a man, with an Assyrian headdress. On his breast we sometimes find a circular opening which seems to show the entrails. End footnote. The whole island was surrounded by a stone wall built on the outermost ledges of the rocks, which were leveled to form its foundation. The courses of the masonry were irregular, laid without cement or mortar of any kind. This bold piece of engineering served the double purpose of seawall and rampart, and was thus fitted to withstand alike the onset of hostile fleets and the surges of the Mediterranean. Footnote: the antiquity of the wall of Arvad, recognized by travelers of the last century, is now universally admitted by all archaeologists. End footnote. There was no potable water on the island, and for drinking purposes the inhabitants were obliged to rely on the fall of rain, which they stored in cisterns, still in use among their descendants. In the event of prolonged drought, they were obliged to send to the mainland opposite. In time of war, they had recourse to a submarine spring, which bubbles up in mid-channel. Their divers let down a leaden bell, to the top of which was fitted a leathern pipe, and applied it to the orifice of the spring. The fresh water coming up through the sand was collected in this bell, and rising in the pipe, reached the surface uncontaminated by salt water. Footnote: Renan tells us that, quote, M. Galliardat, when crossing from the island to the mainland, noticed a spring of sweet water bubbling up from the bottom of the sea. Thomson and Walpole noticed the same spring or similar springs a little to the north of Tortosa. End quote. End footnote. The harbor opened to the east, facing the mainland. It was divided into 2 basins by a stone jetty, and was doubtless insufficient for the sea traffic, but this was the less felt insomuch as there was a safe anchorage outside it, the best perhaps to be found in these waters. Opposite to Arvad, on an almost continuous line of coast some 10 or 12 miles in length, towns and villages occurred at short intervals, such as Marath, Antarados, and Hydra and Carne, into which the surplus population of the island overflowed. Carne possessed a harbor, and would have been a dangerous neighbor to the Arvadians had they themselves not occupied and carefully fortified it. Footnote: Marath, now Amrit, possesses some ancient ruins which have been described by Renan. Antarados, which prior to the Greco-Roman era was a place of no importance, occupies the site of Tortosa, and Hydra is not known, and Carne has been replaced by Carnun to the north of Tortosa. None of the neighbors of Arados are mentioned by name in the Assyrian texts, but W. Max Mueller has demonstrated that the Egyptian form Aratut or Aratiut corresponds with the Semitic plural Arvadat, and consequently refers not only to Arad itself, but also to the fortified cities and towns which formed its continental suburbs. End footnote. End of section 20. Section 21 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M. L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 8. The cities of the dead lay close together in the background, on the slope of the nearest chain of hills. Still further back lay a plain celebrated for its fertility and the luxuriance of its verdure. Lebanon, with its wooded peaks, was shut in on the north and south, but on the east the mountains sloped downwards almost to the sea level, furnishing a pass through which ran the road which joined the great military highway not far from Kodshu. The influence of Arvad penetrated by means of this pass into the valley of the Orontes, and is believed to have gradually extended as far as Hamath itself, in other words, over the whole of Zahi. For the most part, however, its rule was confined to the coast between Gabala and Nahar el-Kabir. Samira at one time acknowledged its suzerainty, at another became a self-supporting and independent state, strong enough to compel the respect of its neighbors. Footnote: Samira is the modern Sumra, near the Nahar el-Kabir. End footnote. Beyond the Orontes, the coast curves abruptly inward towards the west, and a group of wind-swept hills ending in a promontory called Phaniel. Footnote: the name has only come down to us under its Greek form, but its original form, Phaniel or Penuel, is easily arrived at from the analogous name used in Canaan to indicate localities where there had been a theophany. Renan questions whether Phaniel ought not to be taken in the same sense as the Pni Baal of the Carthaginian inscriptions, and applied to a goddess to whom the promontory had been dedicated. He also suggests that the modern name Cap Medon may be a kind of echo of the title Rabath borne by this goddess from the earliest times. End footnote. The reputed scene of a divine manifestation marked the extreme limit of Arabian influence to the north, if indeed it ever reached so far. Half a dozen obscure cities flourished here. Arka. Footnote: Arka is perhaps referred to in the tablets of Tel el Amarna under the form Irkata or Irkat. It also appears in the Bible, Genesis chapter 10, verse 17, and in the Assyrian texts. It is the Caesarea of classical geographers, which has now resumed its old Phoenician name of Tel Arka. End footnote. Siani. Footnote: Sianu or Siani is mentioned in the Assyrian texts and in the Bible. Strabo knew it under the name of Sinna, and a village near Arka was called Sin or Sin as late as the 15th century. End footnote. Mahalat, Kais, Myza, and Botrais. Footnote: according to the Assyrian inscriptions, these were the names of the 3 towns which formed the Triopolis of Greco-Roman times. End footnote. Some of them on the seaboard, others inland on the bend of some minor stream. Botrais. Footnote: Botrais is the Hellenized form of the name Bozrana or Bozran, which appears on the tablets of Tel el Amarna. The modern name Butran or Batran preserves the final letter which the Greeks had dropped. End footnote. The last of the 6 barred the roads which crossed the Phaniel headland and commanded the entrance to the holy ground where Byblos and Berytus celebrated each year the amorous mysteries of Adonis. Gublu, or as the Greeks named it, Byblos, footnote, Gublu or Gubli is the pronunciation indicated for this name in the Tel El Amarna tablets. The Egyptians transcribed it Kupuna or Kupna by substituting N for L. The Greek name Byblos was obtained from Gublu by substituting a B for the G. End footnote. Prided itself on being the most ancient city in the world. The god El had founded it at the dawning of time on the flank of a hill which is visible from some distance out at sea. A small bay, now filled up, made it an important shipping center. The temple stood on the top of the hill, a few fragments of its walls still serving to mark the site. It was perhaps identical with that of which we find the plan engraved on certain imperial coins. Footnote. Renan carried out excavations in the hill of Kasuba, which brought to light some remains of a Greco-Roman temple. He puts forward, subject to correction, the hypothesis which I have adopted above. End footnote. 2 flights of steps led up to it from the lower quarters of the town, one of which gave access to a chapel in the Greek style, surmounted by a triangular pediment, and dating, at the earliest, from the time of the Seleucids. The other terminated in a long colonnade belonging to the same period, added as a new facade to an earlier building, apparently in order to bring it abreast of more modern requirements. The sanctuary which stands behind this incongruous veneer is, as represented on the coins, in a very archaic style, and is by no means wanting in originality or dignity. It consists of a vast rectangular court surrounded by cloisters. At the point where lines drawn from the centers of the 2 doors seem to cross one another stands a conical stone mounted on a cube of masonry, which is the Beth El, animated by the spirit of the god. An open-work balustrade surrounds and protects it from the touch of the profane. The building was perhaps not earlier than the Assyrian or Persian era, but in its general plan it evidently reproduced the arrangements of some former edifice. Footnote. The author of the Dead Dea Syra classed the temple of Byblos among the Phoenician temples of the Old Order, which were almost as ancient as the temples of Egypt, and it is probable that from the Egyptian epoch onwards the plan of this temple must have been that shown on the coins. The cloister arcades ought, however, to be represented by pillars, or by columns supporting architraves, and the fact of their presence leads me to the conclusion that the temple did not exist in the form known to us at a date earlier than the last Assyrian period. End footnote. At an early time El was spoken of as the first king of Gablu, in the same manner as each one of his Egyptian fellow gods had been in their several nomes, and the story of his exploits formed the inevitable prelude to the beginning of human history. Grandson of Eliun, who had brought chaos into order, son of heaven and earth, he dispossessed, vanquished, and mutilated his father, and conquered the most distant regions one after another, the countries beyond the Euphrates, Libya, Asia Minor, and Greece. One year, when the plague was ravaging his empire, he burnt his own son on the altar as an expiatory victim, and from that time forward the priests took advantage of his example to demand the sacrifice of children in moments of public danger or calamity. He was represented as a man with 2 faces, whose eyes opened and shut in an eternal alternation of vigilance and repose. 6 wings grew from his shoulders and spread fan-like around him. He was the incarnation of time, which destroys all things in its rapid flight, and of the summer sun, cruel and fateful, which eats up the green grass and parches the fields. And Astarte reigned with him over Byblos, Baalat Gublu, his own sister, like him the child of earth and heaven. In one of her aspects she was identified with the moon, the personification of coldness and chastity, and in her statues or on her sacred pillars she was represented with the crescent or cow horns of the Egyptian Hathor. But in her other aspect she appeared as the amorous and wanton goddess in whom the Greeks recognized the popular concept of Aphrodite. Tradition tells us how, one spring morning, she caught sight of and desired the youthful god known by the title of Adoni, or My Lord. We scarce know what to make of the origin of Adonis, and of the legends which treat him as a hero. The representation of him as the incestuous offspring of a certain King Kenairas and his own daughter, Mirha, is a comparatively recent element grafted on the original myth. At any rate, the happiness of two lovers had lasted but a few short weeks, when a sudden end was put to it by the tusks of a monstrous wild boar. Balat Gublu wept over her lover's body and buried it. Then her grief triumphed over death, and Adonis, ransomed by her tears, rose from the tomb, his love no whit less passionate than it had been before the catastrophe. This is nothing else than the Chaldean legend of Ishtar and Dumuzi, presented in a form more fully symbolical of the yearly marriage of earth and heaven. Like the Lady of Byblos at her master's approach, earth is thrilled by the first breath of spring and abandons herself without shame to the caresses of heaven. She welcomes him to her arms, is fructified by him, and pours forth the abundance of her flowers and fruits. Then comes summer and kills the spring. Earth is burnt up and withers. She strips herself of her ornaments, and her fruitfulness departs till the gloom and icy numbness of winter have passed away. Each year the cycle of the seasons brings back with it the same joy, the same despair, into the life of the world. Each year Balat falls in love with her Adonis and loses him, only to bring him back to life and lose him again in the coming year. The whole neighborhood of Byblos, and that part of Mount Lebanon in which it lies, were steeped in memories of this legend from the very earliest times. We know the precise spot where the goddess first caught sight of her lover, where she unveiled herself before him, and where, at the last, she buried his mutilated body and chanted her lament for the dead. A river which flows southward not far off was called the Adonis, and the valley watered by it was supposed to have been the scene of this tragic idyll. The Adonis rises near Afaka. Footnote: Afaka means spring in Syriac. The site of the temple and town of Afaka, where a temple of Aphrodite and Adonis still stood in the time of the Emperor Julian, had long been identified either with Fakra or with El Yamuni. Setzen was the first place to place it at El Afaka, and his proposed identification has been amply confirmed by the researches of Pennon. End footnote. At the base of a narrow amphitheater, issuing from the entrance of an irregular grotto, the natural shape of which had, at some remote period, been altered by the hand of man. In 3 cascades it bounds into a sort of circular basin, where it gathers to itself the waters of the neighboring springs. Then it dashes onwards under the single arch of a Roman bridge, and descends in a series of waterfalls to the level of the valley below. The temple rises opposite the source of the stream on an artificial mound, a meteorite fallen from heaven having attracted the attention of the faithful to the spot. The mountain falls abruptly away, its summit presenting a red and bare appearance, owing to the alternate action of summer sun and winter frost. As the slopes approach the valley, they become clothed with a garb of wild vegetation, which bursts forth from every fissure and finds a foothold on every projecting rock. The base of the mountain is hidden in a tangled mass of glowing green, which the moist yet sunny spring calls forth in abundance whenever the slopes are not too steep to retain a shallow layer of nourishing mold. It would be hard to find, even among the most picturesque spots of Europe, a landscape in which wildness and beauty are more happily combined, or where the mildness of the air and sparkling coolness of the streams offer a more perfect setting for the ceremonies attending the worship of Astarte. Footnote: The temple had been rebuilt during the Roman period, as were nearly all the temples of this region, upon the site of a more ancient structure. This was probably the edifice which the author of De Dea Syra considered to be the Temple of Venus, built by Cinyras within a day's journey of Byblos in the Lebanon. End footnote. In the basin of the river and of the torrents by which it is fed, there appears a succession of charming and romantic scenes, gaping chasms with precipitous ochre-colored walls, narrow fields laid out in terraces on the slopes, or stretching in emerald strips along the ruddy river banks, orchards thick with almond and walnut trees, sacred grottos, into which the priestesses, seated at the corner of the roads, endeavor to draw the pilgrims as they proceed on their way to make their prayers to the goddess. Footnote: Renan points out at Byblos the existence of one of these caverns, which gave shelter to the Kedeshoth. Many of the caves met with in the valley of the Nahar Ibrahim have doubtless served for the same purpose, although their walls contain no marks of the cult. End footnote. Sanctuaries and mausolea of Adonis at Yanak, on the tableland of Mashnaka, and on the heights of Gine. According to the common belief, the actual tomb of Adonis was to be found at Byblos itself. Footnote: Melito placed it, however, near Afaka, and indeed there must have been as many different traditions on the subject as there were celebrated sanctuaries. End footnote. Where the people were accustomed to assemble twice a year to keep his festivals, which lasted for several days together. At the summer solstice, the season when the wild boar had ripped open the divine hunter, and the summer had already done damage to the spring, the priests were accustomed to prepare a painted wooden image of a corpse made ready for burial, which they hid in what were called the Gardens of Adonis, terracotta pots filled with earth in which wheat and barley, lettuce and fennel were sown. These were set out at the door of each house, or in the courts of the temple, where the sprouting plants had to endure the scorching effect of the sun and soon withered away. For several days, troops of women and young girls, with their heads disheveled or shorn, their garments in rags, their faces torn with their nails, their breasts and arms scarified with knives, went about over hill and dale in search of their idol, giving utterance to cries of despair and to endless appeals. Quote, Ah, Lord, what is become of thy beauty? End quote. Once having found the image, they brought it to the feet of the goddess, washed it while displaying its wound, anointed it with sweet-smelling unguents, wrapped it in a linen and woolen shroud, placed it on a catafalque, and, after expressing around the bier their feelings of desolation, according to the rites observed at Phanerais, placed it solemnly in the tomb. Footnote. Theocritus has described in his fifth idol the laying out and burial of Adonis as it was practiced at Alexandria and Egypt in the 3rd century before our era. End footnote. The close and dreary summer passes away. With the first days of September, the autumnal rains begin to fall upon the hills, and washing away the ochreous earth lying upon the slopes, descend in muddy torrents into the hollows of the valleys. The Adonis River begins to swell with the ruddy waters, which, on reaching the sea, do not readily blend with it. The wind from the offing drives the river water back upon the coast and forces it to cling for a long time to the shore, where it forms a kind of crimson fringe. Footnote. The same phenomenon occurs in spring. Maundrell saw it on March 17th and Renan in the first days of February. End footnote. This was the blood of the hero, and the sight of this precious stream stirred up anew the devotion of the people, who donned once more their weeds of mourning until the priests were able to announce to them that, by virtue of their supplications, Adonis was brought back from the shades into new life. Shouts of joy immediately broke forth, and the people who had lately sympathized with the mourning goddess in her tears and cries of sorrow now joined with her in expressions of mad and amorous delight. Wives and virgins, all the women who had refused during the week of mourning to make a sacrifice of their hair, were obliged to atone for this fault by putting themselves at the disposal of the strangers whom the festival had brought together, the reward of their service becoming the property of the sacred treasury. Footnote. A similar usage was found in later times in the countries colonized by or subjected to the influence of the Phoenicians, especially in Cyprus. End footnote. End of section 21. Section 22 of History of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, Volume 4 by Gaston Maspero, translated by M.L. McClure. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 9. Berytus shared with Byblos the glory of having had El for its founder. Footnote. The name Berytus was found by Hincks in the Egyptian texts under the form Berutu, Beirutu. It occurs frequently in the Tel El Amarna tablets. End footnote. The road which connects these two cities makes a lengthy detour in its course along the coast, having to cross numberless ravines and rocky summits. Before reaching Palai Byblos, it passes over a headland by a series of steps cut into the rock, forming a kind of ladder similar to that which is encountered lower down between Acre and the plains of Tyre. The river Lycos runs like a kind of natural fosse along the base of this steep headland. It forms at the present time a torrent, fed by the melting snows of Mount Sanin, and is entirely unnavigable. It was better circumstanced formerly in this respect, and even in the early years of the Bowman conquest, sailors from Arvad, Arados, were accustomed to sail up it as far as one of the passes of the lower Lebanon, leading into Syria. Berytus was installed at the base of a great headland which stands out boldly into the sea, and forms the most striking promontory to be met with in these regions from Carmel to the vicinity of Arvad. The port is nothing but an open creek with a petty roadstead, but it has the advantage of a good supply of fresh water, which pours down from the numerous springs to which it is indebted for its name. Footnote: the name Beirut has been often derived from a Phoenician word signifying cypress, and which may have been applied to the pine tree. The Phoenicians themselves derived it from beer, wells. End footnote. According to ancient legends, it was given by El to one of his offspring called Poseidon by the Greeks. Adonis desired to take possession of it, but was frustrated in the attempt, and the maritime Baal secured the permanence of his rule by marrying one of his sisters, the Baalat Beirut, who was represented as a nymph on Greco-Roman coins. Footnote: the poet Nonus has preserved a highly embellished account of this rivalry, where Adonis is called Dionysus. End footnote. The rule of the city extended as far as the banks of the Tamar, and an old legend narrates that its patron fought in ancient times with the deity of that river, hurling stones at him to prevent his becoming master of the land to the north. The bar formed of shingle and the dunes which contract the entrance were regarded as evidences of this conflict. Footnote: the original name appears to have been Tamir, from a word signifying palm in the Phoenician language. The myth of the conflict between Poseidon and the god of the river, Baal Demarus, has been explained by Renan, who accepts the identification of the river deity with Baal Thamar, already mentioned by Movers. End footnote. Beyond the southern bank of the river, Sidon sits enthroned as the firstborn of Canaan. In spite of this ambitious title, it was at first nothing but a poor fishing village founded by Bel, the Agenor of the Greeks, on the southern slope of a spit of land which juts out obliquely towards the southwest. Footnote: Sidon is called the firstborn of Canaan in Genesis. The name means a fishing place, as the classical authors already knew. Quote, Nam piscum phonices Sidon appellant. End quote. End footnote. It grew from year to year, spreading out over the plain, and became at length one of the most prosperous of the chief cities of the country, a mother in Phoenicia. Footnote: in the coins of classic times it is called, quote, Sidon, the mother, of Combe, Hippo, Kitium, and Tyre. End quote. End footnote. The port, once so celebrated, is shut in by 3 chains of half-sunken reefs, which, running out from the northern end of the peninsula, continue parallel to the coast for some hundreds of yards. Narrow passages in these reefs afford access to the harbor. One small island, which is always above water, occupies the center of this natural dike of rocks, and furnishes a site for a maritime quarter opposite to the continental city. Footnote: the only description of the port which we possess is that in the romance of Olithophon and Leucippus by Achilles Tatius. End footnote. The necropolis on the mainland extends to the east and north, and consists of an irregular series of excavations made in a low line of limestone cliffs, which must have been lashed by the waves of the Mediterranean long prior to the beginning of history. These tombs are crowded closely together, ramifying into an inextricable maze, and are separated from each other by such thin walls that one expects every moment to see them give way and bury the visitors in the ruin. Many date back to a very early period, while all of them have been reworked and reappropriated over and over again. The latest occupiers were contemporaries of the Macedonian kings or the Roman Caesars. Space was limited and costly in this region of the dead. The Sidonians made the best use they could of the tombs, burying in them again and again, as the Egyptians were accustomed to do in their cemeteries at Thebes and Memphis. The surrounding plain is watered by the pleasant Bostranos, and is covered with gardens, which are reckoned to be the most beautiful in all Syria, at least after those of Damascus. Their praises were sung even in ancient days, and they had then earned for the city the epithet of the flowery Sidon. Footnote: the Bostranos, which is perhaps to be recognized under the form Boranos in the Periplus of Scylax, is the modern Nahar el Awalai. End footnote. Here also an Astarte ruled over the destinies of the people, but a chaste and immaculate Astarte, a self-restrained and warlike virgin, sometimes identified with the moon, sometimes with the pale and frigid morning star. Footnote: Astarte is represented in the Bible as the goddess of the Sidonians, and she is in fact the object of the invocations addressed to the mistress deity in Sidonian inscriptions, the patroness of the town. Kings and queens were her priests and priestesses, respectively. End footnote. In addition to this goddess, the inhabitants worshipped a Baal Sidon and other divinities of milder character, and Astarte Shembal, wife of the supreme Baal, and Eshmun, a god of medicine, each of whom had his own particular temple either in the town itself or in some neighboring village in the mountain. Baal delighted in travel and was accustomed to be drawn in a chariot through the valleys of Phoenicia in order to receive the prayers and offerings of his devotees. The immodest Astarte, excluded, it would seem, from the official religion, had her claims acknowledged in the cult offered to her by the people, but she became the subject of no poetic or dolorous legend like her namesake at Byblos, and there was no attempt to disguise her innately coarse character by throwing over it a garb of sentiment. She possessed in the suburbs her chapels and grottos, hollowed out on the hillsides, where she was served by the usual crowd of ephebi and sacred courtesans. Some half-dozen towns or fortified villages, such as Bitziti, footnote: Bitziti is not mentioned except in the Assyrian texts, and has been identified with the modern region Ait ez Zaytun to the southeast of Sidon. It is very probably the Elia of Philo of Byblos, the Biais of Dionysius Perigetes, which Renan is inclined to identify with Haldua, Khan Chaldi by substituting Eldis as a correction. End footnote. The Lesser Sidon and Sarepta were scattered along the shore or on the lowest slopes of the Lebanon. Sidonian territory reached its limit at the Cape of Sarepta, where the highlands again meet the sea at the boundary of one of those basins into which Phoenicia is divided. Passing beyond this cape, we come first upon a Tyrian outpost, the town of Birds. Footnote: the Phoenician name of Ornithonpolis is unknown to us. The town is often mentioned by the geographers of classic times, but with certain differences, some placing it to the north and others to the south of Sarepta. It was near to the site of Adlun, the Adnonum of the Latin itineraries, if it was not actually the same place. End footnote. Then upon the village of Nazana, footnote: Nazana was both the name of the place and the river, as Casamiya and Khan Casamiya, near the same locality, are today. End footnote. With its river of the same name, beyond this upon a plain hemmed in by low hills, cultivated to their summits. Then on towns and gardens in the suburbs of Autu. Footnote: Autu was identified by Brusque with Avatha, which is probably El Awatin, on the hill facing Tyre. Max Mueller, who reads the words as Althu, Ozu, prefers the Uru or Ushu of the Assyrian texts. End footnote. And further still to a fleet of boats moored at a short distance from the shore, where a group of reefs and islands furnishes at one and the same time a site for the houses and temples of Tyre and a protection from its foes. It was already an ancient town at the beginning of the Egyptian conquest. As in other places of ancient date, the inhabitants rejoiced in stories of the origin of things in which the city figured as the most venerable in the world. After the period of the creating gods, there followed immediately, according to the current legends, 2 or 3 generations of minor deities, heroes of light and flame, who had learned how to subdue fire and turn it to their needs. Then a race of giants associated with the giant peaks of Cassios, Lebanon, Hermon, and Brathi. Footnote: the identification of the peak of Brathi is uncertain. The name has been associated with Tabor. Since it exactly recalls the name of the cypress and of Berytus, it would be more prudent, perhaps, to look for the name in that of one of the peaks of the Lebanon near the latter town. End footnote. After which were born 2 male children, twins, Samimrum, the lord of the supernal heaven, and Usoos, the hunter. Human beings at this time lived a savage life, wandering through the woods and given up to shameful vices. Samimrum took up his abode among them in that region which became in later times the Tyrian coast, and showed them how to build huts, papyrus, or other reeds. Usoos in the meantime pursued the avocation of a hunter of wild beasts, living upon their flesh and clothing himself with their skins. A conflict at length broke out between the 2 brothers. the inevitable result of rivalry between the ever-wandering hunter and the husbandman attached to the soil. Usoos succeeded in holding his own till the day when fire and wind took the part of his enemy against him. Footnote: the text simply states the material facts, the tempest and the fire. The general movement of the narrative seems to prove that the intervention of these elements is an episode in the quarrel between the two brothers, that in which Usoos is forced to fly from the region civilized by Samamrum. End footnote. The trees, shaken and made to rub against each other by the tempest, broke into flame from the friction, and the forest was set on fire. Usoos, seizing a leafy branch, despoiled it of its foliage, and placing it in the water, let it drift out to sea, bearing him, the first of his race, with it. Landing on one of the islands, he set up 2 menhirs, dedicating them to fire and wind that he might thenceforth gain their favor. He poured out at their base the blood of animals he had slaughtered, and after his death his companions continued to perform the rites which he had inaugurated. The town which he had begun to build on the sea-girt isle was called Tyre, the Rock, and the 2 rough stones which he had set up remained for a long time as a sort of talisman, bringing good luck to its inhabitants. It was asserted of old that the island had not always been fixed, but that it rose and fell with the waves like a raft. 2 peaks looked down upon it, the Ambrosian Rocks, between which grew the olive tree of Astarte, sheltered by a curtain of flame from external danger. An eagle perched thereon watched over a viper coiled round the trunk. The whole island would cease to float as soon as a mortal should succeed in sacrificing the bird in honor of the gods. Usoos, the Hercules, destroyer of monsters, taught the people of the coast how to build boats, and how to manage them. He then made for the island and disembarked. The bird offered him spontaneously to his knife, and as soon as its blood had moistened the earth, Tyre rooted itself fixedly opposite the mainland. Coins of the Roman period represent the chief elements in this legend. Sometimes the eagle and olive tree, sometimes the olive tree and the stele, and sometimes the 2 stelae only. From this time forward, the gods never ceased to reside on the Holy Island. Astarte herself was born there, and one of the temples there showed to the admiration of the faithful a fallen star, an aerolite which she had brought back from one of her journeys. Baal was called the Melkarth, king of the city, and the Greeks afterwards identified him with their Heracles. His worship was of a severe and exacting character. A fire burned perpetually in his sanctuary. His priests, like those of the Egyptians, had their heads shaved. They wore garments of spotless white linen, held pork in abomination, and refused permission to married women to approach the altars. Footnote: the worship of Melkarth at Cadiz, and the functions of his priests are described by Silius Italicus. As Gades was a Tyrian colony, it has been naturally assumed that the main features of the religion of Tyre were reproduced there, and Silius's account of the Melkarth of Gades thus applies to his namesake of the mother city. End footnote. Festivals, similar to those of Adonis at Byblos, were held in his honor twice a year. In the summer, when the sun burnt up the earth with his glowing heat, he offered himself as an expiatory victim to the solar orb, giving himself to the flames in order to obtain some mitigation of the severity of the sky. Footnote: the festival commemorating his death by fire was celebrated at Tyre, where his tomb was shown, and in the greater number of the Tyrian colonies. End footnote. Once the winter had brought with it a refreshing coolness, he came back to life again, and his return was celebrated with great joy. His temple stood in a prominent place on the largest of the islands furthest away from the mainland. It served to remind the people of the remoteness of their origin, for the priests relegated its foundation almost to the period of the arrival of the Phoenicians on the shores of the Mediterranean. The town had no supply of fresh water, and there was no submarine spring like that of Arvad to provide a resource in time of necessity. The inhabitants had, therefore, to resort to springs, which were fortunately to be found everywhere on the hillsides of the mainland. The waters of the well of Eos el Ain had been led down to the shore and dammed up there, so that boats could procure a ready supply from the source in time of peace. In time of war, the inhabitants of Tyre had to trust to the cisterns in which they had collected the rains that fell at certain seasons. Footnote: Abishari, Abimilki, king of Tyre, confesses to the pharaoh Amenophanes III that in case of a siege his town would neither have water nor wood. Aqueducts and conduits of water are spoken of by Menander as existing in the time of Shalmaneser. All modern historians agree on attributing their construction to a very remote antiquity. End footnote. The strait separating the island from the mainland was some 600 or 700 yards in breadth. Footnote. According to the writers who were contemporary with Alexander, the strait was 4 stadia wide, nearly a half-mile, or 500 paces, about 3/8 of a mile, at the period when the Macedonians undertook the siege of the town. The author, followed by Pliny, says 700 paces, possibly over 3/5 of a mile wide. From the observations of Poulain de Basse, Renan thinks the space between the island and the mainland might be nearly a mile in width, but we should perhaps do well to reduce this high figure and adopt one agreeing better with the statements of Diodorus and Quintus Curtius. End footnote. Less than that of the Nile at several points of its course through Middle Egypt, but it was as effective as a broader channel to stop the movement of an army. A fleet alone would have a chance of taking the city by surprise, or of capturing it after a lengthened siege. End of section 22, read by Elsie Selwyn.